as mercy. Among the countless tragedies that unfold across a million war-torn worlds, few compare to the nightmare of a captured Space Marine dreadnought. Today, we descend into one of the darkest corners of the galaxy's endless war, exploring what happens when the savage greenskin hordes of the Orcs manage to capture one of the Imperial Fist's most revered warriors, a hero entombed within a walking sarcophagus of ceramite and adamantium, a dreadnought. The sacred nature of the dreadnought. Before we can understand the true horror of capture, we must first comprehend what a dreadnought represents to the Space Marines, and particularly to the stoic sons of Rogel Dawn. A dreadnought is not simply a war machine. It is not merely a weapons platform or an armored walker. It is a living shrine, a breathing monument to sacrifice and duty that continues long past the point where mercy should have intervened. When a Space Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even their enhanced physiology cannot sustain them, when their body is shattered beyond the repair capabilities of the chapter's apothecaries, they face a choice. For most warriors, death would be a release, an end to suffering, and a passage to the Emperor's side. But for those few deemed exceptional, for heroes whose tactical knowledge and battlefield wisdom are simply too valuable to lose, the chapter offers something different. Not life, exactly, but continued service. They offer the dreadnought. The process of internment is both medical miracle and living nightmare. The Marine's broken body is carefully dissected by tech Marines and apothecaries working in concert. Everything unnecessary is removed with surgical precision. Limbs that can no longer move are severed. Organs that have failed are excised. What remains is reduced to the absolute minimum required to sustain consciousness. A torso, perhaps. The brain, certainly. Critical organs floating in life-sustaining amniotic fluid within an armored sarcophagus barely larger than a coffin. Then comes the true transformation. Neural interfaces are driven directly into the Marine's brain tissue. Sensory implants replace eyes that can no longer see, ears that can no longer hear. The Mind Impulse Unit, a relic technology dating back to the dark age of technology, creates a permanent bridge between organic consciousness and machine systems. The Marine's nervous system is effectively rewired, their sense of self expanded to encompass tons of ceramite, adamantium, and weapon systems that could level buildings. For the Imperial Fists, this process carries particular weight. The Sons of Rogel Dawn are known throughout the Imperium as masters of defense, as warriors who hold the line when others would break. Their Primarch fortified the Imperial Palace itself during the darkest days of the Horus Heresy, and his Gene Sons have inherited his unyielding nature. To be interred within a dreadnought is seen as the ultimate expression of this philosophy, a chance to serve beyond death, to hold the line for centuries or even millennia beyond a normal lifetime. The Imperial Fists maintain their dreadnoughts in the deepest vaults of their fortress monastery aboard the Phalanx, their massive, mobile space fortress. These vaults are sacred spaces, tended by tech Marines who perform daily rituals of maintenance and preservation. Each dreadnought is anointed with sacred oils, its systems carefully monitored, its machine spirit placated with prayers and incense. When not in battle, the entombed warriors sleep, their consciousness held in a state of suspended animation that can last decades or even centuries between awakenings. These ancient warriors serve multiple roles within the chapter. In battle, they are walking fortresses, capable of weathering fire that would obliterate lesser troops while delivering devastating firepower in return. Their weapons range from assault cannons that can shred infantry formations to lascannons that can pierce the armor of enemy tanks. Some carry massive power fists capable of tearing through reinforced bunkers, while others wield heavy flamers that can cleanse entire corridors of enemies. But their value extends beyond simple firepower. Each dreadnought contains the consciousness of a warrior who may have fought in battles centuries or even millennia past. They carry institutional memory, tactical knowledge, and strategic insights that would otherwise be lost to time. Chapter masters consult them on matters of doctrine. Captains seek their counsel before major campaigns. To the younger battle brothers, they are living legends, connections to the chapter's glorious past made tangible. The Imperial Fists have fielded dreadnoughts since their founding, and some of their most ancient warriors have served in this capacity for over 10,000 years. These venerable machines are walking archives of the chapter's history, bearing witness to countless battles, the rise and fall of empires, and the slow grinding progress of the Imperium's wars. They have seen heroes rise and fall, watched entire generations of battle brothers live and die, and continued their lonely vigil through ages that would break lesser warriors. This context is crucial to understanding what makes their capture so catastrophic. A dreadnought is not just military hardware. It is sacred to the chapter in ways that transcend mere sentiment. It represents an eternal oath, a promise that service to the Emperor never ends. To lose a dreadnought is to lose a piece of the chapter's soul, a fragment of its living history. And to have one captured by Xenos, by the savage and brutal orcs, is a violation that strikes at the very heart of everything the Imperial Fists hold sacred. The moment of capture. The circumstances that lead to a dreadnought's capture are almost always catastrophic. These walking fortresses are not easily overcome, and under normal circumstances, their destruction is far more likely than their capture. But the orcs are nothing if not unpredictable, and in the chaos of a full wah, the impossible can become reality. Picture a battlefield somewhere in the Imperium's war-torn frontiers. The Imperial Fists have deployed in response to an orc invasion, their yellow and black heraldry standing in stark contrast to the green tide that threatens to overwhelm an entire sector. The fighting has been brutal, lasting weeks or perhaps months, and the orcs have proven more numerous and better organized than initial intelligence suggested. This is not a simple raid or a minor incursion. This is a full-scale whack, led by a particularly cunning or powerful warboss whose presence has unified dozens of disparate orc tribes into a cohesive, if chaotic, fighting force. In the thick of combat, an Imperial Fist's dreadnought advances through the ruins of what was once an Imperial city. Perhaps it is a venerable dreadnought, its pilot having served the chapter for centuries. Its weapons systems are fully engaged, its assault cannon a constant roar as it tears through wave after wave of orc boys. Its power fist crushes the crude armor of orc vehicles like tin cans. Around it, tactical squads of Imperial Fists maintain formation, using the dreadnought as a mobile strongpoint from which to anchor their defensive line. But the orcs have numbers that defy comprehension. For every greenskin that falls, two more seem to take its place, bellowing their crude war cries and firing wildly with an enthusiasm that compensates somewhat for their poor marksmanship. And among the tide of boys are heavier assets. Deaf Dreads, the orc equivalent of Space Marine dreadnoughts, stomp forward on crude hydraulic legs, their weapons adding to the cacophony of battle. Battle wagons, massive ramshackle vehicles bristling with guns and boarding planks, plow through debris and bodies alike. The turning point comes when the Imperial Fist's formation is disrupted. Perhaps a coordinated artillery strike from Orc Lobos creates confusion in the Imperial lines. Perhaps a hidden force of commandos, led by a particularly sneaky nob, emerges from an unexpected angle. Or perhaps the sheer weight of numbers simply overwhelms the defensive position. Whatever the cause, the dreadnought suddenly finds itself separated from its supporting infantry, an island of resistance surrounded by a sea of green. The ancient warrior fights on, of course. Surrender is not a concept that exists in the Imperial Fist's vocabulary, and the entombed Marine has centuries of combat experience to draw upon. His assault cannon continues to sing its deadly song, each burst dropping multiple orcs. His power fist swings in wide arcs, pulverizing anything foolish enough to approach. For a time, it seems as though the dreadnought might carve its way back to friendly lines through sheer determination and firepower. But the orcs are learning, adapting with the instinctive tactical cunning that their kind possesses. A big mech, one of the orcs' crude but effective engineers, identifies the dreadnought's ammunition feeds as a vulnerability. Rockets begin targeting these specific points, not trying to penetrate the heavy frontal armor, but rather to damage the supply systems that keep the weapons functioning. An assault cannon that cannot feed ammunition is just a very expensive club. Then come the tank busters, orcs who specialize in destroying heavy armor, and who approach this task with manic enthusiasm. They close in from multiple directions, their rockets and specialized weapons designed specifically to crack open the toughest targets. The dreadnought's void shields flare and collapse under the sustained barrage. Armor plating, even the blessed ceramite and adamantium of Space Marine construction, begins to buckle and crack. A particularly lucky shot, or perhaps one guided by the crude psychic gestalt field that surrounds all orcs, finds its mark. The dreadnought's primary weapon system suffers a catastrophic failure, the assault cannon seizing up as critical components are destroyed. The ancient warrior continues fighting with his remaining weapons, but the tide has turned decisively against him. What happens next requires a specific set of circumstances. Normally, the orcs would simply continue their assault until the dreadnought was reduced to scrap. But in this moment, several factors align. The big mech who has been coordinating the attack suddenly has a realization, his primitive but functional mind grasping a possibility that excites him. This isn't just any enemy war machine. This is something special, something that could be looted, studied, and perhaps even repurposed. The mech begins bellowing orders in the crude orc tongue, trying to direct the mob's fury away from total destruction. It's like trying to redirect a tidal wave with hand signals, but the authority of a big mech carries weight among the orcs. Enough of them understand the potential value of what they have cornered. Capture means loot, and loot is one of the few things orcs value as much as a good fight. Gretchen, the smaller and more numerous cousins of the orcs, are sent swarming forward with specialized equipment, crude grappling hooks and chains, massive electromagnets salvaged from Imperial vehicles, and thick cables that could restrain even a dreadnought's massive strength. The ancient warrior continues to struggle, his remaining power fist crushing several unfortunate Gretchen who get too close, but the sheer numbers begin to tell. A particularly massive knob, perhaps clad in mega armor, that gives him strength approaching the dreadnought's own, closes in with a power claw specifically designed for ripping apart Imperial armor. This knob has learned from watching dreadnoughts in combat. He knows where the leg joints are, the specific points where even blessed ceramite has weaknesses. Savage blow severs critical hydraulics in one leg, and the dreadnought crashes to its knees. Inside the sarcophagus, the entombed Marine experiences a nightmare beyond anything his long service has prepared him for. The neural feedback as his legs, such as they are, fail sends shockwaves through his consciousness. He tries to trigger emergency protocols, attempting to activate self-destruct sequences that would deny the enemy their prize, even at the cost of his own existence. But the damage is too extensive. Systems that should respond to his will remain stubbornly silent, or respond with error messages that scroll across his internal displays in cascading failure. More chains, more Gretchen, more crude but effective restraints pile onto the fallen dreadnought. Mech boys arrive with specialized tools, plasma cutters and power tools that can penetrate even Space Marine armor. They begin working with surprising care, understanding at some instinctive level that they want to preserve what they're capturing. The remaining weapon systems are physically disabled, not destroyed. Power feeds are cut but not severed. The sarcophagus itself, the heart of the dreadnought, where the Marine's broken body floats in amniotic fluid, is carefully isolated from the rest of the systems. The sounds that filter through to the entombed warrior are nightmarish. The harsh voices of orcs barking orders in their brutal language, the screech of cutting tools against ceramite, the rumble and clank of heavy machinery being brought forward, probably a salvage claw, or perhaps a modified lifter-dropper, one of the Orc's gravity manipulation devices. The sensation of movement as the dreadnought is lifted, no longer under its own power, but suspended by crude Orc technology. The last thing the Marine sees before his external sensors are disabled is a crowd of Orcs gathering around, their brutal faces split by savage grins, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Then the visual feeds cut to static, and the warrior who has served the Emperor for centuries finds himself isolated, cut off from the outside world, a prisoner in his own metal tomb. The Orc response. To understand what happens next, we must delve into the Orc psyche, alien and brutal, yet possessing its own peculiar logic. The Orcs are not mindless brutes, despite what Imperial propaganda might suggest. They are a species genetically engineered for war, created during the ancient war in heaven as weapons by the Old Ones. Every Orc possesses instinctive knowledge of combat, and among certain specialized castes, an innate understanding of technology that would take human engineers decades to acquire. The moment the dreadnought is secured, a change comes over the Orc mob. The immediate bloodlust of combat begins to ebb, replaced by a different kind of excitement. They have won a prize, and in Orc culture, prizes are to be celebrated, argued over, and ultimately fought over to determine rightful ownership. Several mech boys immediately begin claiming credit for the capture, each insisting that his particular contribution was the deciding factor. A particularly large and aggressive mech, his body more metal than flesh after decades of augmentation, establishes temporary dominance through the simple expedient of smashing anyone who disagrees with a massive power claw. This mech, let's call him Zagbolt, though his actual name would be an unpronounceable collection of guttural sounds, has been building and tearing apart machines for longer than most Orcs in the warband have been alive. He knows opportunity when he sees it. Zagbolt circles the restrained dreadnought like a predator assessing prey, though in this case, the assessment is that of an engineer evaluating a new project. His crude, augmented eyes, a mix of Orc bionic and scavenged Imperial optics, scan every detail of the captured machine. He notes the thick armor plating, the sophisticated servo systems that allow such a massive construct to move with surprising agility, the weapon hardpoints that could mount an array of devastating armaments. But what truly captures Zagbolt's attention is the central sarcophagus. Through damaged armor plating, he can see the armored coffin where the Space Marine pilot resides. This is something beyond the mech's usual experience. Orc def dreads have pilots, certainly, but they are crude things. Orcs permanently wired into their machines through painful surgery. This Imperial technology is different, more sophisticated, maintaining not just life, but apparently some level of comfort and sustainability over extended periods. Orders are barked in the harsh Orc tongue. Gretchen scrambled to obey, bringing tools and equipment. A massive transport arrives, probably a looted Imperial vehicle that has been Orcified beyond recognition, its original purpose subsumed beneath layers of crude but functional modifications. The dreadnought is loaded onto this transport with surprising care, Zagbolt threatening to personally smash any Orc whose enthusiasm risks damaging his prize. The journey back to the Orc base of operations is a nightmare for the entombed Imperial Fist. His external sensors have been disabled, leaving him in near-complete sensory isolation. He can feel movement through the dreadnought's internal gyroscopes and accelerometers, sense the vibration of the transport's engine through his neural connections. But he has no visual reference, no way to determine where he is being taken or what is happening outside his metal prison. He attempts to catalogue the damage, running diagnostic subroutines through systems that only partially respond. Life support is stable, thankfully, the amniotic fluids that preserve his broken body still circulating properly. But everything else reads as compromised or completely non-functional. His weapon systems are offline. Locomotion systems have been physically disabled. Even the self-destruct sequences remain frustratingly unresponsive. Time becomes meaningless in the darkness. Is the transport moving for hours or days? Without external input, without the normal sleep cycles that the dreadnought systems would regulate, the Marine's sense of duration becomes warped and unreliable. He focuses on prayer, reciting the litanies of fortitude and the oaths of the imperial fists, drawing strength from traditions that stretch back 10,000 years to the time of the Primarch himself. The transport finally stops, and new sounds filter through the sarcophagus's limited audio sensors. The babble of countless orc voices, the clank and roar of heavy machinery, the crackle of poorly shielded power systems, and the screech of metal being cut or welded. This is an orc workshop, a place where the Greenskin's crude but effective technology is created, maintained, and constantly modified. The dreadnought is unloaded and positioned in what seems to be a place of prominence. The Marine can hear orcs gathering around, their voices rising in excitement and speculation. Zagbolt's voice rises above the others, barking orders and threats in equal measure. Work begins almost immediately, and the entombed warrior braces himself for what is to come. The mech boys begin their work. Orc technology is a paradox that has baffled Imperial scholars for millennia. By all rights, it should not work. Their weapons are crude assemblies of scavenged parts, held together with poor welding and an alarming lack of standardization. Their vehicles routinely violate basic principles of engineering and physics. And yet, they work. They work because the orcs believe they work. Their collective psychic gestalt field subtly warping reality to match their expectations. Mech boys are orcs who possess an innate understanding of this principle, though they themselves would never articulate it in such terms. They are born with knowledge coded into their genetic structure, legacy programming from the old ones who created their ancestors. A mech looks at a pile of scrap and instinctively understands how the pieces can fit together, what functions they can serve, and how to make them operate. Zagbolt approaches the captured dreadnought with the excitement of an artist presented with a new medium. He has worked with looted Imperial vehicles before, of course. Battle wagons built on Lehman Russ chassis, trucks incorporating parts from rhinos, even a particularly impressive project involving a salvaged Predator tank. But a dreadnought is something special, a prize that will elevate his status among the warband and perhaps attract the attention of the war boss himself. The first order of business is examination. Zagbolt circles the dreadnought repeatedly, his augmented vision picking out details that lesser orcs might miss. He notes the weapon mounts, already planning how orky weapons could be fitted to replace the damaged Imperial systems. He studies the leg joints, understanding that these articulation points represent both strength and potential weakness. His hands, more metal than flesh, run over the armor plating, feeling the quality of the ceramite, the sophisticated composite materials that the Imperium uses. Other mech boys gather to assist or simply to observe and learn. In Orc society, knowledge is not hoarded, but shared through direct demonstration. Younger mechs, their bodies less augmented and their understanding less refined, watch as Zagbolt begins issuing instructions. Gretchen are sent scurrying for tools, specific implements that Zagbolt has modified for his own use over years of tinkering. The external armor is carefully removed, panel by panel. This is not the brutal salvage operation that might be expected from orcs, but something approaching genuine care. Zagbolt wants to understand how this machine works before he begins modifying it. Each piece of armor is examined, its mounting points noted, its composition tested with crude but effective tools. As the outer layers come away, the dreadnought's internal systems are gradually exposed. The mech's excitement grows as they see the sophistication of Imperial engineering. Servo systems that respond to neural impulses with millisecond precision. Power distribution networks that can redirect energy to damaged areas automatically. Cooling systems that prevent weapons from overheating even during sustained fire. For the entombed Marine, this process is a unique form of torture. He can feel every cut into his body, not as pain exactly, but as violation. The dreadnought is his body now, has been for decades or centuries, and having it disassembled by Xenos feels like being flayed alive while conscious. He attempts to maintain his mental fortitude, reciting battle prayers and focusing on his training, but the psychological strain is immense. Zagbolt's attention eventually focuses on the sarcophagus itself. This is the heart of the mystery, the component that most fascinates him. Through the damaged outer armor, he can see the armored coffin, can perceive the amniotic fluids that preserve the pilot, can detect the neural interfaces that create the connection between man and machine. This is technology beyond anything the Orcs routinely employ, even accounting for their own deaf dreads. The mech makes a decision. He will keep the Space Marine alive. Not out of mercy, certainly not from any sense of compassion, but because the living pilot represents the key to truly understanding how this machine operates. Orc deaf dreads work because the pilot is permanently wired in, his mind becoming one with the machine through crude but effective surgery. This Imperial system is more elegant, more sophisticated, and Zagbolt wants to understand it. Gretchen are dispatched to acquire specific components. Medical equipment, such as the Orcs possess, which mostly consists of tools used by painboys, the Orc equivalent of surgeons. Power sources to keep the sarcophagus's life support functioning even when disconnected from the Dreadnought's main systems. Monitoring equipment, salvaged from various Imperial sources and orcified to the point where only someone familiar with their modifications could read the displays. The sarcophagus is carefully isolated from the rest of the Dreadnought's systems. Power feeds are cut, but immediately replaced with Orc equivalents, crude cables that nonetheless successfully carry the necessary electrical current. The amniotic fluid circulation is maintained, though the mechs add their own improvements, chemical additives that they believe will keep the human alive longer, though what these substances actually are remains a mystery even to them. Throughout this process, Zagbolt maintains a running commentary in the Orc tongue, explaining his reasoning to the gathered mechs and Gretchen. He points out clever aspects of the Imperial design, notes where Orc engineering could improve upon, or simply replicate the functionality, and occasionally grunts in approval when he encounters a solution that even he finds elegant. The other mechs begin forming theories about how to proceed. One suggests simply stripping out all the Imperial components and replacing them with Orc equivalents, building essentially a new war machine around the captured sarcophagus. Another proposes keeping most of the Imperial systems intact, but adding Orcy weapons and armor, a hybrid that would combine the sophistication of human engineering with the raw power of greenskin innovation. A third, more ambitious plan involves studying the neural interface technology with an eye toward improving Orc deaf dread designs. Arguments break out, as they inevitably do among Orcs. Voices are raised, threats are made, and occasional violence erupts before Zagbolt restores order through the simple expedient of being bigger and more heavily armed than anyone willing to challenge him. The big mech makes his decision. They will attempt a full Orcification of the Dreadnought, replacing damaged systems with Orc equivalents, while trying to maintain the basic functionality that makes the machine so effective. Inside his sarcophagus, the Imperial Fist listens to the incomprehensible babble of Orc speech, trying to pass meaning from tone and cadence, even though the words themselves are alien. He knows that his life hangs by a thread, dependent entirely on whether the Orcs can keep his life support functioning while they tear apart and rebuild his body. It is a helplessness that galls him, a warrior who has known nothing but battle for centuries, suddenly reduced to a passive observer of his own violation. The Marine attempts to reach out through the Dreadnought systems, trying to activate any functionality that remains under his control. Perhaps a simple audio broadcast, a way to communicate and possibly negotiate, though the thought of bargaining with Xenos is repugnant. But every system he tries to access returns the same result: offline, disconnected, or simply unresponsive. The Orcs have been thorough in their dismantling of his ability to control his own body. He considers his options, limited as they are. He could attempt to shut down his own life support, using the biofeedback control that all dreadnought pilots maintain to some degree. Death would be preferable to whatever the orcs have planned, and it would deny them their prize. But the conditioning of decades, the oaths he swore when he was first interred, the duty that has sustained him through centuries of service, all resist this course of action. An imperial fist does not surrender, not even to death, while there remains the slightest possibility of continued service. And so the Marine endures, conscious and aware, as the orcs begin the process of transforming his sacred dreadnought into something that will serve the enemies of mankind. The process of orcification. What follows over the next period of time, days, or perhaps weeks, is a transformation that would horrify any tech marine or member of the Adeptus Mechanicus who witnessed it. The careful, reverent maintenance protocols that Space Marine dreadnoughts receive are replaced with the enthusiastic butchery of orc engineering. And yet, impossibly, it works. Zagbolt begins with the locomotion systems, the legs that allow the dreadnought to walk and maintain balance. The damaged Imperial servo systems are removed and examined with intense interest. The mechs can appreciate the precision engineering, the way forces are distributed through the joints, the feedback systems that allow the pilot to maintain balance intuitively. But they also see room for improvement, or at least for orcification. The replacement leg assemblies are built from salvaged orc materials. Hydraulic systems from Def Dreads provide the raw power to move the massive weight. Actuators from battle wagons add redundancy and, in typical orc fashion, significantly more force than strictly necessary. The gyroscopic balance systems are replaced with simpler, cruder equivalents that should not work as well but somehow do, assisted by the subtle psychic field that surrounds the mech workshop. Each new component is tested, adjusted, and frequently rebuilt when it fails to meet Zagbolt's standards. The Big Mech has a vision for this project, and while that vision is crude by Imperial standards, it is no less firmly held. He wants this dreadnought to not just walk, but to stomp with the proper orky enthusiasm. He wants it to be loud, intimidating, and above all, shooty. The weapon systems receive particular attention. The damaged Imperial weapons are removed entirely, the mounting points studied and then adapted to accommodate orky equivalents. One arm receives a massive shooter, a heavy caliber weapon that fires with the characteristic lack of precision, but impressive volume of fire that defines orc marksmanship. The other arm is fitted with a power claw, similar to the dreadnought's original power fist, but larger, cruder, and decorated with jagged blades and spikes that serve no functional purpose but look properly intimidating. Additional weapons are added wherever mounting points can be created. A rocket launcher is welded to one shoulder, its ammunition feed a maze of tubes and chains that looks like it should tangle or jam but somehow functions. Big shooters are mounted in various positions, creating overlapping fields of fire. A crude flamer, built from components salvaged from Imperial vehicles, is added for close-range work. The armor receives extensive modification. Orc armor plating, thick slabs of crude metal, is welded over the Imperial ceramite. These additions make the dreadnought heavier and less elegant, but they also add protection, and more importantly from the orc perspective, they make it look more impressive. Spikes are added liberally, protruding at random angles from every available surface. Jagged blades are welded to the legs and arms, turning the dreadnought into a hazard to anything that gets close. Then comes the paint. In orc culture, color carries significance that transcends mere aesthetics. Red vehicles go faster because orcs believe they do, and the psychic gestalt field makes this belief reality to some degree. Yellow is associated with wealth and explosions, blue with luck. After much debate and several minor fights, Zagbolt decides on a primarily red color scheme with yellow and black hazard stripes, convinced that this will make the dreadnought both fast and dangerous. The application of paint is chaotic. performed by Gretchen-wielding spray equipment that covers as much of the surrounding area as it does the dreadnought. The final result is garish by Imperial standards, a violent collision of colors that hurts to look at. But to Orc eyes, it is magnificent, a proper representation of what a war machine should be. Throughout this process, the sarcophagus remains connected to its Orc-modified life support, the entombed Marine kept alive and conscious. The mechs periodically check the monitoring equipment, making adjustments when readings seem wrong, though their understanding of human physiology is limited at best. That the Space Marine survives at all is a testament to the robust design of dreadnought life support systems, and perhaps to the Emperor's own providence. The Marine himself experiences the transformation in fragments. Without visual sensors, he must piece together what is happening from vibrations, sounds, and the occasional neural feedback. When the Orcs activate systems connected to his sarcophagus, he feels new weight distribution as armor is added, senses the different power draw patterns as Orc weapons are connected, experiences moments of disorientation when balance systems are modified or replaced. The psychological impact is profound. This dreadnought has been his body for decades or centuries. He knows every servo, every weapon system, every plate of armor as intimately as a normal human knows their own limbs. Having it violated and modified by Xenos is a form of torture beyond the merely physical. It is an assault on his identity, his sense of self, everything that defines him as a warrior of the Imperial fists. He tries to maintain his sanity through prayer and meditation, the mental disciplines that all Space Marines master during their training, but which become even more critical for dreadnought pilots. He recites the oaths of the Imperial fists, reminding himself of his duty to the Emperor and the Primarch. He reviews battle memories, thousands of engagements fought over centuries of service, drawing strength from victories and learning from defeats. But isolation wears on even the strongest mind. Without external stimulation, without the regular sleep cycles that dreadnought systems normally impose, without human contact or the familiar rituals of his chapter, the Marine feels his grip on sanity beginning to slip. He starts experiencing auditory hallucinations, phantom sounds that might be the voices of long-dead battle brothers, or simply the products of his strained consciousness. Time becomes even more meaningless, moments stretching into apparent hours, while hours compress into instants. The work continues. Zagbolt adds his personal touches, modifications that mark this dreadnought as his creation. Trophies from previous battles are welded to the armor, skulls of defeated enemies, and fragments of destroyed vehicles. Crude Orc glyphs are painted or carved into the surface, marking this as property of Zagbolt's workshop and warning other Orcs against interfering with his project. The power systems receive particular attention. The dreadnought's original reactor is intact, but has been supplemented with additional Orc power cells, creating a hybrid system that generates significantly more energy than the Imperial design alone. This excess power is necessary to run all the additional weapons and systems that have been added, though it also introduces stability issues that Zagbolt addresses with typical Orc pragmatism, reinforced containment, and the assumption that if it explodes, it will be someone else's problem. Communication systems are added, though these are significantly cruder than the sophisticated Vox equipment the dreadnought originally possessed. Zagbolt wants this machine to be able to receive orders and coordinate with other Orc units on the battlefield. The systems he installs are loud, prone to static, and require frequent adjustment, but they function well enough for Orc purposes. Finally, after what might be weeks of constant work, interrupted only by occasional fights among the mechs and regular visits from other Orcs who want to see Zagbolt's prize, the Orcified dreadnought is complete. It stands in the workshop, a grotesque parody of its original form, covered in crude armor and brutal weapons, decorated with trophies and painted in garish colors. It is larger than it was, heavier, louder, and objectively uglier. But it is also, in its own horrible way, impressive. Zagbolt circles his creation with obvious pride, noting each modification and explaining to the gathered Orcs how each improvement makes the machine more effective. The other mechs offer grudging respect, acknowledging that Zagbolt has created something worthy of recognition. Plans are already forming for how this war machine will be employed, what role it will play in future battles, and how much status Zagbolt will gain from its success. Inside the sarcophagus, the Imperial Fist prepares himself for what comes next. He knows that the Orcs will eventually activate the systems, attempting to make this abomination walk and fight. When that happens, he will have choices to make, decisions that could determine not just his own fate, but potentially the outcome of battles yet to be fought. For now, he prays, he remembers, and he waits. The awakening and first tests. The day comes when Zagbolt decides his creation is ready for activation. The entire workshop falls into relative quiet. Dozens of Orcs and hundreds of Gretchen gathering to watch as the big mech prepares to bring his masterwork to life. This is a moment of both triumph and risk, and every Orc present understands that the next few minutes will either validate Zagbolt's status as a master mech or result in a catastrophic failure that might kill everyone nearby. The big mech approaches the power systems with surprising caution, his augmented hands moving over controls with something approaching delicacy. Primary power is routed from the workshop's generators, massive assemblies that provide energy for dozens of concurrent projects. The Dreadnought's own reactor is brought online slowly, monitored by Gretchen, who read displays that they only partially understand, but know enough to recognize dangerous readings. Inside the sarcophagus, the Imperial Fist feels the change immediately. Systems that have been dormant suddenly surge to life. Power flows through neural pathways that have been inactive, creating sensations that are almost painful in their intensity. For the first time since his capture, he experiences input from external sensors, though the feed is distorted, filtered through Orc modifications that were never designed to interface properly with Space Marine neural implants. What he sees is disorienting. The Orc workshop appears through multiple camera feeds, none of them positioned where his original optical sensors were located. The image quality is poor, filled with static and chromatic aberrations. The color balance is wrong, shifted toward the red end of the spectrum in a way that suggests the Orcs used sensors designed for different purposes. But it is sight of a sort, and after the extended sensory deprivation, even this corrupted input is welcome. The Marine attempts to assert control over the Dreadnought systems, reaching out through his neural connections to command motors and actuators. Nothing responds. The Orcs have built buffers and control overrides, crude but effective, barriers that prevent him from directly operating his own body. He is a passenger, able to observe but not to act, trapped more completely than ever, despite the return of sensory input. Zagbolt begins running diagnostic tests, checking each system in sequence. The leg motors activate with a grinding whine that speaks of poor lubrication and misaligned components. The Dreadnought lurches forward a step, its balance temporarily lost before gyroscopes compensate. Orcs scatter as the massive war machine takes an uncontrolled step, crashing into a workbench and sending tools and parts flying. The big mech bellows orders, and Gretchen scramble to make adjustments. The balance systems are recalibrated, weight distribution is adjusted, and the leg servos are manually tweaked. After several more attempts, each one smoother than the last, the Orcified Dreadnought manages a full walking cycle without falling or damaging anything important. The weapons tests come next. The massive shooter is aimed at a crude target, essentially a wall of scrap metal, set up specifically for this purpose. Zagbolt activates the firing mechanism, and the weapon roars to life with a sound like tearing metal. Shells pour out at an impressive rate, slamming into the target and tearing it apart. The recoil causes the entire Dreadnought to shudder, but the reinforced legs hold position, and the weapon continues firing until Zagbolt cuts power. The power claw is tested against a wrecked vehicle, something that was already damaged beyond repair and can be sacrificed for this purpose. The massive clawed arm swings down with surprising speed, the power field crackling to life around the blades. The impact tears through the vehicle's armor like paper, the claw ripping out chunks of metal and crushing them into scrap. The surrounding orcs roar their approval, already imagining what this weapon could do to enemy vehicles or fortifications. Each weapon system is tested in turn. The rocket launcher fires a single projectile that explodes against a distant target, the blast visible even from the workshop. The flamers spray gouts of burning promethium that turn an area of the workshop floor into a temporary inferno. The big shooters add their distinctive chatter to the cacophony, proving that they can function simultaneously without interfering with each other. Through all of this, the entombed Marine observes, his trained tactical mind automatically assessing capabilities and limitations. The weapons are crude but effective, their lack of precision compensated for by rate of fire and raw destructive power. The locomotion is functional but clumsy, nowhere near the fluid grace of a properly maintained Imperial dreadnought. The armor is thick but poorly angled, creating shot traps and vulnerable points that a skilled opponent could exploit. More concerning to the Marine is what he observes about the control systems. The orcs have built an entirely separate control interface, one that allows them to direct the dreadnought's actions without relying on the original pilot. This means they can use him as a weapon against his own brothers, turn his body into a tool of the enemy, and there is absolutely nothing he can do to prevent it. The psychological implications are staggering. Space Marines are conditioned to accept death in service to the Emperor, and dreadnought pilots have already transcended normal mortality to continue their service. But this fate, being forced to exist as a living weapon in enemy hands, potentially used against fellow Imperial forces, is something beyond the normal parameters of duty and sacrifice. It is a blasphemy, a corruption that strikes at the very heart of everything the Astartes represent. Zagbolt declares the test successful, his bellowing voice carrying over the din of the workshop. The orcified dreadnought is ready for battle, ready to be deployed with the warband in whatever campaign the warboss has planned. The assembled orcs celebrate in their characteristic way, random shooting into the air, enthusiastic fistfights, and general mayhem that somehow stops short of actually damaging the newly completed war machine. Plans are made for the dreadnought's deployment. Some orcs suggest using it as a personal guard for the warboss, a walking symbol of orc superiority over Imperial technology. Others propose forming it into a specialized unit with other captured or looted vehicles, a mob of hybrid war machines that combine the best aspects of multiple technologies. Zagbolt himself advocates for keeping the dreadnought close to his workshop, using it as both protection and mobile testament to his skills as a mech. While the orcs argue and celebrate, the Imperial Fist uses his restored sensory input to gather intelligence. He observes the workshop's layout, noting entry points, structural weaknesses, and the location of significant equipment. He catalogues the orcs present, identifying which ones appear to be leaders or specialists who might be priority targets if an opportunity arises. He listens to their crude speech, trying to parse meaning from patterns, even though he does not understand their language. Most importantly, he begins probing the control systems that the orcs have installed, testing them with subtle inputs, looking for weaknesses or exploitable flaws. If he can find a way to regain even partial control of his body, he might be able to influence events, sabotage the dreadnought at a critical moment, or perhaps self-destruct in a way that would take numerous orcs with him. It is a long shot, but it is the only option available to a warrior who refuses to accept helplessness. Living as an orc war machine. The following period is perhaps the darkest chapter in the Imperial Fist's long service. The orcified dreadnought is deployed in battle, and the Marine inside is forced to witness atrocities committed with his own body, unable to intervene, unable to resist, a prisoner screaming silently in a metal tomb. That has become his hell. The first battle comes sooner than expected. The Orc warband launches an assault on an Imperial Guard position, one of the countless small engagements that define the eternal war between the Imperium and the Xenos hordes. The dreadnought, is transported to the battlefield in a massive battle wagon, surrounded by orcs who treat the war machine with a mixture of respect and possessive pride. When the battle wagon's assault ramp drops, the dreadnought strides forth into a scene of absolute chaos. The battlefield is a nightmare of smoke and fire, tracer rounds cutting through the air like lethal stars, explosions throwing up plumes of dirt and debris. The Imperial Guard are dug in behind fortifications, their laser fire creating a constant crackle of energy discharge, their heavy weapons teams targeting orc vehicles with admirable precision. Zagbolt's voice crackles through the crude communication system, ordering the dreadnought forward. Orc boys surge around the war machine, using it as mobile cover as they advance toward the Imperial lines. The Marine inside watches through distorted sensors as his body walks toward fellow servants of the Emperor, every step a betrayal that he is powerless to prevent. The order comes to open fire, and the dreadnought's weapons activate without any input from the pilot. The massive shooter roars, pouring fire into the Imperial fortifications. The entombed Marine experiences the firing as neural feedback, feeling each shot as though he were pulling the trigger, even though his will has nothing to do with the action. He watches as guardsmen die, good and loyal servants of the Emperor cut down by weapons mounted on what was once a Space Marine dreadnought. The Power Claw is brought to bear against a defensive wall, the massive arm swinging in an arc that ends in devastating impact. Rockcrete and plasteel crumble under the assault, the power field disrupting molecular bonds and turning solid matter into rubble. Guardsmen behind the wall are buried or crushed, their screams barely audible over the general din of combat. Through it all, the Marine prays. He recites every oath he knows, every litany of protection and strength. He begs the Emperor for forgiveness for these sins committed by his body without his consent. He prays for the souls of the guardsmen dying under his guns, hoping that their sacrifice will be recorded in the Golden Throne's eternal memory. And he prays for death, for release from this nightmare, though that mercy continues to elude him. The battle lasts for hours, the Imperial Guard position eventually overrun through sheer weight of numbers and the concentrated firepower of orc war machines. The dreadnought emerges from the combat covered in the debris of destroyed fortifications and the blood of fallen defenders. Zagbolt conducts a post-battle inspection, noting damage that needs to be repaired and already planning modifications to improve performance in future engagements. But this is only the first battle. More follow, a seemingly endless succession of engagements against Imperial forces, other Xenos, and occasionally against rival orc clans when disputes turn violent. Each time, the dreadnought is deployed, and each time, the Marine inside is forced to witness and participate in atrocities that violate everything he has sworn to uphold. The psychological toll accumulates like poison in the Marine's consciousness. Space Marine conditioning provides significant resistance to mental trauma, and dreadnought pilots develop additional resilience through their centuries of service. But this situation is beyond anything covered in training or tradition. The Marine finds himself fragmenting, his sense of identity beginning to dissolve under the constant strain. He begins experiencing extended periods where his consciousness seems to disconnect from his body entirely, moments where he observes events as though from a great distance, no longer fully present in the sarcophagus that contains him. These dissociative episodes are both blessing and curse, offering temporary respite from the horror of his situation, while also representing a loss of the coherent self that defines him as a warrior and a servant of the Emperor. During the rare periods when the dreadnought is back in the workshop for maintenance and repairs, the Marine attempts to cling to his sanity through sheer force of will. He reviews his memories obsessively, going over battles from his previous service, trying to remember the faces of battle brothers long dead, reciting chapter protocols and tactical doctrines to himself. Anything to maintain some continuity of self, to remain the Imperial fist that he was, rather than devolving into a simple biological component of an orc war machine. The orcs, oblivious to or uncaring about the suffering they cause, continue to modify and improve their captured prize. After particularly successful battles, Zagbolt adds new trophies to the Dreadnought's armor, welding on pieces of destroyed Imperial vehicles or the helms of fallen officers. The war machine becomes a mobile monument to Orc victories, each addition a fresh wound to the Marine's already traumatized psyche. Occasionally, the Dreadnought is deployed against Space Marine forces, and these battles are the absolute nadir of the Marine's existence. He watches through corrupted sensors as his body's weapons are turned against his own battle brothers, sees the distinctive armor of various chapters, hears their Vox transmissions calling out tactical coordinates and battle prayers. He screams silently, trying desperately to warn them, to communicate somehow that the Dreadnought they face contains a loyal son of Dawn, but his voice remains trapped within his sarcophagus. In one particularly horrible engagement, the Dreadnought faces Imperial Fist's Terminators, elite warriors of his own chapter deployed to cleanse an Orc infestation. The Marine recognizes their markings, knows some of the names from his centuries of service. He watches as they advance with the characteristic discipline of the Sons of Dawn, their Stormbolters speaking measured death, their power fists crackling with barely restrained energy. The Orcified Dreadnought opens fire, and a Terminator goes down, his armor breached by the massive shooter's sustained fire. Another falls to the Power Claw, the massive weapon tearing through tactical Dreadnought armor that should have been proof against all but the heaviest weapons. The remaining Terminators call in artillery support, and the Dreadnought is forced to withdraw under withering fire, but the damage is done. The Marine inside has become the instrument of his own brother's deaths. This event represents a breaking point. Something in the Marine's psyche shifts, a fundamental change that goes beyond simple trauma or stress. He stops praying, stops reciting oaths, stops trying to maintain the disciplines that have sustained him. In their place grows something dark and cold, a rage so absolute and consuming that it transcends mere anger and approaches something elemental. If he cannot fight the Orcs directly, if he cannot prevent them from using his body as a weapon, then he will find another way to resist. He will survive, not out of duty now, but out of pure spite. He will wait for an opportunity, any opportunity, to strike back at his captors, and when that opportunity comes, he will take it without hesitation, regardless of the cost to himself. This decision provides a new anchor for his fragmenting identity, a purpose that he can cling to even in the darkest moments. He is no longer simply enduring his captivity. He is preparing, planning, waiting for the moment when he can become once again an active participant in his own fate, rather than a passive victim. The Orcs remain unaware of this internal transformation. They continue to use the Dreadnought as they always have, deploying it in battle after battle, making modifications and repairs as needed, treating it as a valuable tool, but nothing more. Zagbolt takes increasing pride in his creation, its success in combat validating his skills and elevating his status within the warband. But the Marine inside waits. He observes. He learns the patterns of Orc behavior, the rhythms of the workshop, the procedures for deployment and retrieval. He notes which Orcs are most important to operations, which systems are most critical, what vulnerabilities exist in the crude control interfaces. Knowledge is a weapon, and he is gathering an arsenal. The possibility of rescue. While the captured Marine endures his nightmare, the Imperial Fists have not remained idle. The loss of a Dreadnought is not something any Space Marine chapter can accept without response, and for the Sons of Rogel Dawn, it represents a slight upon their honor that demands immediate rectification. The chapter's chaplains and tech Marines review records of the battle where the Dreadnought was lost, analyzing what went wrong and how such a catastrophe could be prevented in the future. The loss of any battle brother is mourned, but the loss of a Dreadnought, one of the chapter's ancient heroes, strikes at something deeper. These warriors have served the Emperor for centuries, their wisdom and experience invaluable. their continued service a sacred trust. More than simply recovering the war machine itself, though the technology is valuable and ancient, the chapter must rescue, or at least recover, the pilot. The entombed Marine remains a living brother, and the Imperial Fists do not abandon their own. Even if recovery means ending the Marine's suffering through mercy killing, even if the dreadnought itself must be destroyed to prevent further desecration, the chapter will see it done. Intelligence gathering begins immediately. Scouts are dispatched to track the Orc warband, to observe their movements and identify their base of operations. These are not the typical scouts of other chapters, but specialized kill teams, veterans who have earned the right to return to more flexible roles. They work in the shadows, gathering information through observation, interrogation of captured orcs, and occasionally through more esoteric means, such as psychic reconnaissance. The reports that filter back paint a grim picture. The Orc warband is large and well-established, occupying a former Imperial facility that they have converted into a ramshackle fortress. The captured dreadnought has been seen in multiple engagements, its distinctive yellow and black Imperial fists, colors now covered by garish Orc paint, but still identifiable to those who know what to look for. Most concerning, the dreadnought appears to be functioning effectively under Orc control, suggesting that the pilot may still be alive inside. Chapter Master of the Imperial Fists convenes his captains and senior officers to discuss response options. The consensus is unanimous. They must recover their fallen brother, regardless of the cost. But the specific approach generates significant debate. Some argue for an immediate assault in overwhelming force, simply smashing through the Orc defenses and retrieving the dreadnought through superior firepower. Others advocate for a more surgical strike, a small team of specialists infiltrating the Orc base to extract the target with minimal combat. The more conservative voices point out the risks. Orc fortifications are chaotic, but surprisingly effective, their randomness making them difficult to analyze and breach systematically. The warband is large enough that even a full company assault would face significant opposition, and there is no guarantee that the dreadnought's pilot still lives, or if he does, that his sanity has survived the ordeal of capture and forced service to the enemy. But the Imperial Fists are not known for caution in matters of honor. The chapter master makes his decision: a combined operation, a distraction, assault by a full battle company to draw Orc attention and military assets away from their base, while a smaller infiltration team led by elite veterans attempts to locate and extract the captured dreadnought. It is risky, resource-intensive, and may cost additional lives, but some prices must be paid. Preparations begin immediately. The battle company is assembled: 3 full tactical squads, a Devastator squad to provide heavy fire support, and an assault squad for rapid reaction. Dreadnoughts from the chapter's own arsenal are prepared for deployment, including several venerable dreadnoughts whose ancient pilots remember the captured warrior from before his internment. The infiltration team is smaller, but no less deadly. Terminator armor is rejected as too loud and obvious for stealth work. Instead, the team is equipped with specialized power armor, fitted with sound bafflers and camellia-line coatings. Their weapons are chosen for reliability and close quarters effectiveness. Bolt pistols, combat knives, and specialized equipment for breaking through both Imperial and Orc security measures. The team's leader is a captain who served alongside the captured warrior decades ago, before the latter's grievous wounding necessitated internment in the dreadnought. This captain carries a particular burden of duty, feeling responsible for the loss and determined to make amends. His team includes a tech marine specifically trained in dreadnought systems, capable of performing emergency maintenance or interface procedures if they successfully locate the target. Intelligence updates continue to flow in as the operation is planned. Scouts identify patrol patterns, guard positions, and possible entry points into the Orc base. They note that the captured dreadnought is kept in a large workshop area when not deployed, surrounded by Orc mech boys, and guarded, but not impossibly so. The window of opportunity exists. It is merely a question of timing and execution. The night before the operation is to launch, The chaplain of the Imperial Fists leads the assembled warriors in prayer. They invoke Rogel Dawn's name, asking the Primarch to guide their efforts and strengthen their resolve. They pray for their captured brother, that he may hold on a little longer, that his faith may sustain him through whatever torments he has endured. And they pray for success, not for their own glory, but for the honor of the chapter and the continued service of a warrior who has given more than any should be asked to give. Inside his orc-modified sarcophagus, hundreds of miles away in the enemy base, the Marine has no knowledge of these preparations. He cannot know that his brothers have not forgotten him, that efforts are being made to secure his rescue. He can only continue his solitary vigil, maintaining his will to resist, waiting for whatever fate the Emperor has prepared. The rescue mission. The attack begins at dawn, the Imperial Fist's preferred time for offensive operations. The Firmasu Battle Company strikes at the Orc base's main defenses, a thunderous assault of bolt rounds and heavy weapons fire that announces their presence with unmistakable clarity. Drop pods slam into the ground around the Orc fortifications, their hatches blowing open to release squads of power-armored warriors who advance with the methodical discipline that defines the Imperial Fist's tactical doctrine. The Orcs respond with characteristic enthusiasm, pouring out of their base in a green tide that seems endless. Boys mob together in large units, their crude weapons adding to a wall of fire that would shred lesser troops. Deft Dreads stomp forward, their weapons blazing. Battle wagons rev their engines, preparing to charge into the Imperial lines. The battle quickly escalates into the kind of large-scale engagement that the Orcs live for and that the Imperial Fists excel at managing. While the main assault draws Orc attention and military assets, the infiltration team moves in from an unexpected angle, exploiting a weakness in the base's defenses that scouts identified. They advance through rubble and debris, staying low and moving with practiced stealth. Their armor's chameleoline coating shifts, colors to match their surroundings, making them effectively invisible to casual observation. The team encounters their first real obstacle at the base perimeter, a wall of scrap metal and crude fortifications that looks ramshackle but is actually surprisingly sturdy. The Tech Marine steps forward, examining the structure with both his human eyes and the sensors built into his servo harness. He identifies a weak point, a section where different pieces of metal are joined with particularly poor welding. Melter charges are placed with precision, their timers synchronized to create simultaneous breaches. The explosion is loud but localized, creating an opening just large enough for the team to slip through. They move quickly, knowing that stealth is now compromised and speed is their ally. The workshop area where the captured dreadnought is kept lies deep within the base, requiring them to navigate through passages and chambers that have been modified by years of Orc occupation. They encounter the first Orc patrol in a corridor lined with stolen Imperial equipment. The greenskins barely have time to register the presence of intruders before bolter fire cuts them down. The team moves on immediately, leaving the bodies where they fall. Every second counts, and there is no time for thoroughness. More Orcs appear, drawn by the sound of combat. The team's assault specialist steps forward, his chainsword screaming to life as he tears into the Xenos with brutal efficiency. His brothers provide covering fire, their bolt pistols barking controlled bursts that drop Orcs with practiced accuracy. The Orcs are numerous but disorganized, their response hampered by the confusion of fighting an enemy within their own base. The infiltration team reaches the workshop area, breaching the crude blast doors with melter charges that turn the thick metal into glowing slag. Beyond lies a scene of typical Orc industry, dozens of projects in various states of completion, mech boys working on vehicles and weapons, Gretchens scurrying about with tools and parts. And there, in a place of prominence, stands the captured dreadnought. The team's leader recognizes it immediately, despite the Orc modifications. The basic shape is still identifiable, the stance that of an Imperial Castroferrum pattern, despite the crude armor and weapons that have been added. He orders the Tech Marine forward, while the rest of the team, establishes a defensive perimeter, their bolters tracking the mech boys and workers who are beginning to realize something is wrong. The tech marine approaches the dreadnought with reverence, despite the urgency of the situation. His augmented eyes scan the modifications, identifying Orc additions and estimating how difficult they will be to remove or work around. His primary concern is the sarcophagus, confirming that the pilot lives and that life support systems remain functional. His instruments detect power draw patterns consistent with active life support, and biological sensors pick up a human life sign within the armored coffin. He activates his Vox, transmitting directly to the sarcophagus using codes that only Imperial Fist's dreadnoughts would recognize. "Brother, this is Tech Marine Galen. We have come for you. Hold on." Inside the sarcophagus, the Marine's consciousness, fragmented and traumatized after so long in captivity, barely comprehends the message. Is this real or another hallucination? Has rescue truly come, or is his damaged mind creating false hope? But then he recognizes the voice, recalls serving alongside Galen decades ago before his internment. This is real. The Emperor has not abandoned him. The Tech Marine begins the process of interface override, attempting to bypass the Orc control systems and restore command to the sarcophagus's original pilot. It is delicate work, made more difficult by the crude but extensive modifications the Orcs have implemented. Every system he attempts to access is corrupted or replaced, requiring him to trace power feeds and data connections through mazes of Orc wiring. The workshop erupts into chaos as the mech boys realize what is happening. Zagbolt himself appears, bellowing orders and charging toward the dreadnought with his massive power claw raised. The defensive perimeter opens fire, bolters and plasma weapons cutting through Orcs and Gretchen with ruthless efficiency. But more enemies pour in, drawn by the noise and the obvious importance of what the Imperial Fists are attempting. The team leader makes a critical decision. They cannot extract the entire dreadnought, not with the time and resources available, but they can potentially extract the sarcophagus itself, separating the pilot from the Orc modifications and denying the enemy their prize even if the war machine itself cannot be recovered. He orders the Tech Marine to proceed with emergency separation protocols. Galen acknowledges and adjusts his approach. Emergency separation is a last resort procedure designed for situations where a dreadnought has suffered catastrophic damage, but the pilot might still be saved. It involves cutting through mounting brackets and severing connections while maintaining life support, then physically removing the sarcophagus from the chassis. It is dangerous, requires precision under pressure, and has a significant failure rate even under ideal conditions. The Tech Marine's servo arms go to work, cutting through Orc welds and Imperial mounting brackets with equal efficiency. His power-armored hands work controls with surprising delicacy, rerouting power feeds and isolating systems to prevent feedback that could kill the pilot. Around him, his battle brothers fight with desperate intensity, holding back the Orc tide through superior marksmanship and tactical discipline. Inside the sarcophagus, the Marine feels the separation beginning. Connections that have sustained him for so long are being severed, creating sensations that his traumatized consciousness struggles to interpret. He tries to help, using what little control he has retained to shut down non-critical systems, to make Galen's job easier. It is the first active contribution he has made to his own fate in far too long. The battle intensifies. Zagbolt reaches the perimeter and crashes into it like a tidal wave of green muscle and crude metal. His power claw smashes aside a battle brother's defense, the massive weapon tearing through ceramite and the flesh beneath. Other Orcs follow, some wielding power weapons looted from Imperial casualties, others simply relying on their brute strength and inhuman durability. The team leader engages Zagbolt directly, his power sword meeting the Orc's claw in a shower of sparks. They trade blows with shocking speed, the Space Marine's superior skill and training matched against the Orc's raw power and augmented strength. Around them, the battle devolves into a vicious melee, bolt pistols used at point-blank range, combat knives finding gaps in crude Orc armor. Galen completes the final connections, the sarcophagus now operating on internal power reserves that will last only a limited time. He activates the extraction mechanisms, and with a hiss of releasing pressure, the armored coffin separates from the dreadnought chassis. It is smaller than most people realize, barely large enough to contain a human torso and the necessary life support equipment, but it is incredibly heavy, reinforced to protect its precious cargo even in the worst conditions. Two battle brothers move to assist, activating their armor's enhanced strength servos to lift the sarcophagus between them. The Tech Marine performs a final diagnostic check, confirming that all critical systems remain functional. The pilot lives. The mission's primary objective is achieved. Now comes the extraction, potentially more dangerous than the infiltration. The team must fight their way back out of the Orc base while carrying a burden that limits their mobility and combat effectiveness. The team leader orders a fighting withdrawal, and the Imperial fists begin moving back toward their entry point, maintaining disciplined fire even as they retreat. The running battle that follows is among the most intense combat any of the team members have experienced. Orcs pursue from multiple directions, their fury at having their prize stolen driving them to suicidal aggression. The team's assault specialist serves as rearguard, his chainsword and bolt pistol never still, his armor bearing damage from dozens of near misses and glancing hits. They reach the perimeter breach to find more Orcs waiting, having circled around to cut off the escape route. The team leader makes another critical decision. They will have to punch through rather than find an alternate route. He orders maximum aggression, and the Imperial fists charge into the waiting Orcs with the shocking violence that only Space Marines can deliver. The battle at the breach is apocalyptic in its intensity. Bolt rounds and rocket explosions turn the area into a killing ground. The team leader falls, his armor breached by sustained fire from multiple Orc weapons, but his brothers press on, carrying both the sarcophagus and their fallen commander. One by one, they make it through the breach and into the rubble beyond. The team's pre-positioned extraction point lies half a mile away, requiring them to cross open ground under fire. They move in bounding advance, some providing covering fire, while others advance with the sarcophagus. Orc Death Dreads pursue, their crude weapons churning the ground around the fleeing Space Marines into a moonscape of craters and debris. A Thunderhawk gunship appears, its arrival perfectly timed, strafing the pursuing Orcs with its heavy bolters and providing a mobile extraction platform. The team reaches the designated coordinates, and the gunship settles into a hover, its assault ramp lowering. The survivors stumble aboard, carefully securing the sarcophagus while the pilot opens throttles and pulls the aircraft into a steep climb. Orc anti-aircraft fire follows them, rockets and crude missiles arcing through the air, but the Thunderhawk's pilot executes evasive maneuvers that push the aircraft to its design limits. They break free of the engagement zone and level off, heading toward the Imperial Fist's staging area and safety. Inside the Thunderhawk's cargo bay, the Tech Marine performs an emergency assessment of the sarcophagus and its occupant. Life support remains stable. The pilot shows signs of consciousness, his vital readings indicating awareness, despite the trauma of extraction and transport. But there are concerning indications as well. Neural activity patterns that suggest significant psychological trauma, stress hormone levels that approach toxic, concentrations, and a dozen other metrics that paint a picture of a mind pushed beyond normal endurance. The Tech Marine activates the sarcophagus's external vox, speaking directly to the pilot within. "Brother, you are safe. We are returning you to the chapter. The enemy cannot harm you now." He doesn't know if the words reach the traumatized warrior's consciousness, but he offers them anyway, hoping that somehow they provide comfort. Back at the Orc base, Zagbolt surveys the aftermath of the raid with fury that approaches madness. His prize is gone, stolen by the same Imperial fists who originally possessed it. The workshop where he lavished so much attention on the captured dreadnought is a shambles, several of his best mech boys dead or wounded. The orcified dreadnought chassis remains, stripped of its pilot, but otherwise intact, a monument to failure rather than triumph. Other mechs approach cautiously, aware that Zagbolt's rage makes him even more dangerous than usual. But the big mech is already planning, his primitive but functional mind working through possibilities. The Humies have taken back the pilot, but the chassis remains. Perhaps something can be salvaged, some new project begun, and there will be revenge to take, additional battles to fight. The war continues, as it always does. The aftermath and recovery. The Imperial Fist's apothecarium aboard the Phalanx receives the rescued sarcophagus with solemn ceremony. The facilities here are among the most advanced in the Imperium, capable of treating injuries and conditions that would be beyond the capabilities of most Imperial medical technology. But the apothecaries who gather to assess the rescued warrior know that physical injuries are not their primary concern. The sarcophagus is carefully opened in a sterile environment, revealing the withered form within. The Marine's body has atrophied even beyond the normal level for dreadnought pilots, suggesting that the Orc life support systems, while effective enough to preserve life, did not maintain optimal conditions. More concerning are the neural interface points, some of which show signs of crude modification or damage from Orc tampering. But the Marine lives. His eyes, when they open, show consciousness and awareness, though what they have witnessed and experienced is impossible to fully know. The attending apothecaries perform their initial assessments with practiced efficiency, checking vital signs and confirming that no immediate interventions are required. The pilot's body remains viable, capable of supporting continued service if a new dreadnought chassis can be prepared. The psychological assessment begins immediately, though everyone involved understands that this will be a long process. A chaplain of the Imperial Fists arrives, his skull-faced helm left aside to reveal a weathered face marked by countless battles. He speaks to the rescued Marine in low tones, offering prayers and reassurance, trying to establish what level of coherent communication is possible. The responses are fragmented at first. The Marine struggles to articulate experiences that transcend normal language, to convey the horror of being used as a weapon against his own brothers, the helplessness of captivity, the slow erosion of sanity under conditions that no one should endure. The chaplain listens patiently, offering no judgment, simply bearing witness to a brother's suffering. Over the following days and weeks, a clearer picture emerges. The Marine's ordeal has left deep psychological scars, trauma that will require extensive intervention to address. He experiences periods of dissociation where he seems to lose touch with present reality, regressing to moments of his captivity. He shows signs of survivor's guilt, particularly regarding the Imperial Fist's Terminators, who died in combat against the orcified dreadnought. He struggles with questions of faith and purpose, wondering if his continued existence serves any useful purpose after such profound violation. But beneath the trauma, the core of the warrior remains. The Imperial Fist who entered the dreadnought centuries ago, the brother Marine who has served the Emperor through countless battles, has not been destroyed. Damaged, certainly. Changed forever by experiences that no one should endure. But not broken, not utterly lost. The chapter's senior leadership debates the appropriate next steps. Some argue that the Marine should be granted rest, the final piece of death that he has more than earned through his suffering. Others insist that if he can be recovered, if his mind can be healed and his service continued, then that opportunity must be pursued. The decision, ultimately, must come from the Marine himself. The chaplain poses the question with characteristic directness. Brother, you have served the Emperor and the Primarch for more than 2 centuries. You have endured trials that would break lesser warriors. The chapter offers you rest if you desire it, honored death, and a place in memory. But if you wish to continue, if service still calls to you, we will do everything in our power to make that possible. The choice is yours. The Marine considers the question for a long time, reviewing his centuries of service, weighing duty against suffering, honor against personal cost. When he finally responds, his voice is rough from disuse, filtered through life support systems that render it mechanical, but the conviction is unmistakable. I wish to serve, but not in the same way. I cannot face internment again, cannot risk capture and violation. If there is another way, any other way to continue fighting, I will take it. The chaplain nods, having expected this response. He confers with the chapter's tech marines and apothecaries, and together they develop an alternative. The marine's body, while atrophied, retains enough function that with extensive augmentation and rehabilitation, he might be able to serve in a different capacity, not as a dreadnought pilot, but perhaps as an advisor, a keeper of chapter lore, or even as a modified servitor, if that is what he chooses. The rehabilitation process begins, painful and slow, but showing gradual progress. The Marine relearns how to experience direct sensory input rather than filtered sensor feeds. He practices speech with his own vocal cords rather than synthesized vox systems. He works to rebuild atrophied muscles, understanding that he will never fight as a regular Space Marine again, but determined to regain whatever function is possible. Psychological therapy continues in parallel, the chaplain working to help the Marine process and integrate his traumatic experiences. They discuss duty and sacrifice, the difference between serving and being used, the nature of honor when circumstances deny the possibility of heroic action. Slowly, painfully, the Marine begins to reclaim his identity, to see himself as something other than simply a victim or a weapon. The chapter's librarians also become involved, using their psychic abilities to help heal mental trauma and reinforce positive neural pathways. This is delicate work, as the Marine's mind has been profoundly affected by his experiences, but the librarians are skilled practitioners of their arts. They help establish mental defenses against the recurring nightmares and flashbacks, create anchors to keep him grounded in present reality, rather than slipping into memories of captivity. Months pass, then a year. The Marine makes slow but steady progress, regaining function and stability. He will never be what he was, and the psychological scars will likely never fully heal, but he achieves a level of functionality that allows him to contribute to the chapter in meaningful ways. He is appointed to the chapter council as an advisor, his experiences, however horrible, providing unique insights into orc psychology and tactics. Other changes ripple through the Imperial Fists as a result of this incident. Dreadnought deployment protocols are revised to ensure that ancient warriors are never isolated from supporting infantry in ways that leave them vulnerable to capture. Self-destruct systems are reinforced and made more reliable, ensuring that they will function even under catastrophic damage. And psychological screening is enhanced for dreadnought pilots, recognizing that mental resilience is as important as tactical knowledge. The orcified dreadnought chassis, left behind in the Orc base, eventually returns to haunt the Imperial Fists. Zagbolt, unable to accept the loss of his prize, modifies the abandoned chassis further, installing a regular Orc pilot and turning it into a particularly effective Death Dread. This abomination is encountered in several subsequent battles, and the Imperial Fists make its destruction a priority second only to the elimination of high-value targets. When the corrupted war machine is finally destroyed in a battle several years later, the Imperial Fists recover what remains of the chassis. It is brought back to the phalanx with full honors, the desecration it suffered recognized, but not allowed to diminish the service it provided before its capture. The remains are ceremonially interred in the chapter's halls of remembrance, a monument to both triumph and tragedy. The rescued Marine attends the ceremony, his first public appearance since his recovery. He stands before the interred remains of what was once his body, his new augmented form, steady despite the emotions that surely rage within. He speaks a brief eulogy, his voice still carrying traces of the mechanical rasp that characterized his time as a dreadnought. He speaks of service and sacrifice, of duty that extends beyond death, of honor that can survive even the most profound violations. Lessons and reflections. The story of this captured dreadnought and its pilot carries lessons that extend beyond the specific tragedy of one warrior's suffering. It illuminates aspects of the eternal war that defines Warhammer 40,000's setting, the brutal realities that lurk beneath the surface of heroic narratives and glorious victories. First, it demonstrates the true nature of Orc technology and the greenskin threat to the Imperium. The Orcs are often dismissed as simple brutes, primitive savages whose only real danger lies in their numbers. But this incident reveals a more complex picture. The Orcs possess genuine engineering capabilities, the ability to understand and modify sophisticated Imperial technology, and a pragmatic approach to warfare that includes capturing and repurposing enemy equipment. They are not mindless, not simply targets to be destroyed, but a genuine threat that requires respect and careful tactical planning. The incident also highlights the particular genius and horror of the dreadnought concept itself. These war machines represent one of the Imperium's most powerful assets, combining the firepower of a battle tank with the tactical intelligence of an experienced space marine. But they also represent a form of existential horror, warriors denied the peace of death and forced into a twilight existence that borders on living death. The capture by Orcs simply takes this horror to its logical extreme, adding violation and helplessness to an already deeply troubling situation. For the Imperial Fists specifically, this incident becomes a defining moment in their modern history. It tests their commitment to their brothers, validates their willingness to pay any price to honor their oaths, and ultimately reinforces the values that define the Sons of Rogel Dawn. The rescue mission, whatever its tactical merits, sends a message. The Imperial Fists do not abandon their own, no matter the cost, no matter the odds. The psychological aftermath also reveals something about the Space Marines that official Imperial propaganda often obscures. These warriors are not simply emotionless killing machines, not robots who follow orders without question or concern. They are humans, enhanced and conditioned certainly, but still capable of suffering, still vulnerable to trauma. The Marine's long recovery process, his struggle to maintain sanity and identity, his ultimate choice to continue serving despite everything he has endured, all speak to a humanity that persists even in the most extreme circumstances. The fate that befell this particular warrior is rare, but not unique in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. Other chapters have lost dreadnoughts to various enemies, have faced the nightmare of seeing their ancient heroes corrupted or destroyed or simply lost. The Imperium's eternal war against chaos, xenos, and internal threats creates countless opportunities for tragedy, and dreadnoughts, for all their power, are not immune. Some captured dreadnoughts face fates even worse than Orc captivity. Chaos Space Marines who capture loyal dreadnoughts may corrupt their pilots, exposing them to warp energies that twist both mind and machine into something unrecognizable. Dark Eldar who capture such war machines might use the pilots as subjects for their twisted experiments, prolonging suffering beyond anything the Orcs could imagine. Tyranids simply consume everything, reducing both pilot and machine to raw biomass. But the Orc capture carries its own particular horror, precisely because it is so mundane, so pragmatic. The Orcs don't torture the Marine out of sadism or religious fervor. They don't try to corrupt him or break his will. They simply use him, treat him as a component in a machine, deny him agency while forcing him to participate in actions that violate everything he holds sacred. It is a violation that operates on psychological and spiritual levels that physical torture might not reach. The broader implications for Imperial doctrine are significant. If dreadnoughts can be captured and repurposed by even relatively primitive foes like the Orcs, what does that mean for their deployment? Should chapters be more conservative in committing their ancient warriors to battle? Should additional safeguards be built into the machines to prevent capture or ensure destruction if capture seems imminent? These are questions that the Adeptus Astartes must grapple with, balancing the value of these powerful weapons against the risk of losing them to the enemy. There is also a theological dimension to consider. The imperial cult teaches that service to the emperor is the highest calling, that sacrifice in his name is always honored. But what happens when service becomes suffering without purpose, when sacrifice is not a glorious death, but a prolonged nightmare? The rescued Marines' struggle with questions of faith reflects a larger tension within imperial doctrine, the gap between the ideal and the reality of serving a god-emperor who may not intervene to prevent the worst horrors. For the Orcs, the incident reinforces their own cultural values. Zagbolt's ability to capture and modify the dreadnought, even if he ultimately lost the pilot, elevates his status within the warband. The knowledge gained from working on sophisticated Imperial technology spreads through the mechboy community, potentially improving future Orc war machines. And the simple fact of the capture, the demonstration that even Space Marine dreadnoughts can be overwhelmed and taken, emboldens the Greenskins in future engagements. The cycle continues, as it always does in the setting of Warhammer 40,000. The war never ends, the suffering never stops, and heroes and villains alike are ground down by the relentless machinery of eternal conflict. The rescued Marine returns to service in a different capacity, his experience informing the chapter's future tactics and protocols. The Orcs continue their endless wargs, always hungry for the next fight, the next prize, the next opportunity to prove their superiority through force. Conclusion. The tale of what happens when Orcs capture an Imperial Fist's dreadnought is one of the darker stories in a setting already defined by unrelenting grimness. It takes the heroic narrative of the Space Marines, warriors who know no fear and serve beyond death, and reveals the nightmare that lurks beneath. It shows that there are indeed fates worse than death, that service to the Emperor can demand prices that strain the limits of human endurance, and that even the mightiest warriors can be reduced to helpless victims by the right combination of circumstances. But it is also a story of resilience, of a warrior who refuses to break even when breaking would be understandable, of a chapter that honors its oaths regardless of cost, and of duty that transcends personal suffering. The rescued Marine's choice to continue serving, to find new ways to contribute even after experiences that would have destroyed lesser beings, speaks to the extraordinary nature of the Space Marines and the Imperial Fists in particular. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also duty, honor, brotherhood, and the stubborn refusal to surrender to despair even in the darkest moments. These qualities do not make the suffering less, do not erase the horror of what was endured, but they provide meaning and purpose that allow continued service. The captured dreadnought's story will be remembered in the Imperial Fist's halls, another chapter in the long history of the Sons of Rogel Dawn. It will be studied by future generations of battle brothers, analyzed for its tactical lessons and its insights into Orc capabilities. It will serve as a cautionary tale and as an inspiration, a reminder that even the worst situations can be survived, that rescue is possible, and that the bond between Space Marines transcends any violation that enemies might inflict. And somewhere in the galaxy, in countless workshops and battlefields, other dreadnoughts continue their service, ancient warriors who have already transcended normal lifespans to continue fighting for the Emperor. They are walking testaments to duty and sacrifice, living weapons that embody 10,000 years of Space Marine tradition. Some will fall in glorious battle, their pilots finally granted the rest they have earned. Some will continue serving for centuries or millennia more, witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations while they maintain their eternal vigil. And some, inevitably, will face capture by enemies who recognize their value as prizes. The war continues, the cycle repeats, and new horrors await. But so too does continued service, continued resistance, and the stubborn refusal to accept defeat that defines the Imperium of Man in its darkest hour. If you found this deep dive into the fate of a captured dreadnought fascinating, consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. We explore the darkest corners of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, examining the stories that official sources often gloss over, the tragedies and horrors that make this setting so compelling. Join us as we continue to uncover the grim reality behind the glorious propaganda, one story at a time. The Emperor protects, but knowledge is its own kind of armor. Until next time. The chapter's Hall of Ancestors stands silent most days, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadows that no amount of candles can fully illuminate. Row upon row of dreadnought sarcophagi line the chamber walls, each a walking tomb containing the shattered remains of heroes who served long before the current generation of Space Marines drew breath. These ancient warriors sleep away the centuries in stasis, awakened only for the direst battles or the most critical moments when the chapter needs wisdom that spans millennia. You can feel the weight of history in that hall. The air itself seems heavier, pressed down by the accumulated centuries of sacrifice contained within those armored shells. Young Space Marines fresh from their scout companies sometimes enter this place seeking guidance, hoping to learn from those who fought alongside the legends themselves. Warriors who stood in the presence of the Primarchs during the Great Crusade and the dark days of the Horus Heresy. They come with questions burning in their minds. What was Leman Russ truly like? Did Rogel Dawn ever smile? How did it feel to fight alongside beings who were more than human, who radiated an aura that made even Space Marines want to kneel? These young warriors have heard the stories their entire lives, read the official accounts, memorized the approved histories, but they hunger for something more, something real, something that goes beyond the sanitized legends that fill their chapter's archives. The tech priests move through the hall performing their sacred duties, anointing each sarcophagus with blessed oils, checking diagnostic readouts with practiced reverence. They speak in hushed tones, their augmented voices barely rising above whispers. To them, these dreadnoughts are not just war machines, but sacred relics, physical manifestations of the machine God's blessing upon the chapter. Each represents thousands of years of service, tens of thousands of battles, and wisdom accumulated across centuries that most mortals cannot fathom. But here's the thing that gnaws at those young Space Marines, the realization that slowly dawns as they spend more time in the presence of these ancient warriors. When the dreadnoughts do wake, when their machine spirits stir and their vox speakers crackle to life, when the chapter gathers to hear the words of those who walked with demigods, something strange happens. The ancients speak of tactics and strategy. They recount battle plans and enemy dispositions. They offer wisdom on siege warfare and void combat, on how to break an orc warband or outmaneuver an Eldar raiding party. But when asked about the Primarchs themselves, about what these godlike beings were truly like as individuals, the ancients grow evasive. Their answers become vague, couched in formal language and official doctrine. They speak of the Primarchs' tactical genius, their physical prowess, their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. But they don't speak of personality, of quirks and habits, of moments of doubt or flashes of humor. They don't describe what it felt like to stand in that overwhelming presence, to experience the full force of a being who was as far beyond a Space Marine as a Space Marine is beyond a normal human. The silence that follows these questions is different from the silence that normally fills the Hall of Ancestors. It's heavier, more uncomfortable, tinged with something that might be pain or regret, or simply exhaustion. The young Marines sense it, but don't understand it. They press their questions further, seeking the human details that would make their Primarchs feel real rather than mythical. And the ancients deflect, change the subject, or simply withdraw back into their sarcophagi, declaring their waking period concluded. This pattern repeats across every chapter that maintains ancient dreadnoughts who served during the Heresy era. From the space wolves Bjorn the Fell-Handed to the handful of blood angels, ancients who remember Sanguinius in life, the story is always the same. These warriors who fought beside the Primarchs, who knew them better than perhaps anyone save their fellow Primarchs, refused to paint a complete picture of what these beings were truly like. Why? What could possibly make these veterans, these heroes, who have faced every horror the galaxy can conjure, reluctant to share their memories of the greatest leaders mankind has ever produced? The answer to that question reveals one of the most tragic aspects of life as a dreadnought, and exposes the uncomfortable gap between the myths that chapters need and the realities that those myths are built upon. The Walking Dead. Understanding ancient dreadnoughts. To understand why ancient dreadnoughts won't speak freely about the Primarchs, we first need to understand what it means to be a dreadnought, to grasp the full horror and glory of this existence that the Imperium frames as the highest honor a Space Marine can receive. A Space Marine is already far beyond human. Genetically enhanced, psycho-conditioned, armed and armored to fight the galaxy's worst nightmares, these warriors are living weapons designed to know no fear. They can fight for days without rest, survive wounds that would kill a dozen normal men, and push their bodies to limits that would shatter lesser beings. They are the Imperium's finest, its most elite warriors, each one worth 100 normal soldiers. But even Space Marines can fall. A plasma blast tears through ceramite armor. An Orc's power claw crushes a ribcage. A Tyranid's bioweapon dissolves flesh and bone. In battles across the galaxy, Space Marines face injuries that would mean certain death for anyone else. Their enhanced biology can heal most wounds, but there are limits. There are injuries so catastrophic that even Astartes' physiology cannot repair them. Damage so extensive that no amount of time in the Apothecarian can make the warrior whole again. In most cases, such grievous wounds mean death. The apothecary extracts the fallen warrior's gene seed, the precious genetic material that will create future generations of Space Marines, and the brother is honored with funeral rites appropriate to his service. His name is added to the chapter's rolls of honor, his deeds recorded for future generations to remember and emulate. It is, by the standards of the Imperium, a good death. The warrior dies having served the Emperor, his sacrifice ensuring that the chapter continues. But for a select few, the greatest heroes of the chapter, there is another option. If even a spark of life remains, if the brain can be kept alive and the essential organs sustained, these warriors can be granted what the Imperium calls eternal service. They are interred within the armored sarcophagus at the heart of a dreadnought war machine, their shattered bodies connected to life support systems that will keep them alive for centuries or even millennia to come. The process is as horrific as it is sacred. What remains of the warrior's body is carefully preserved in amniotic fluids. Cybernetic connections are installed directly into the brain and nervous system. The sarcophagus becomes both tomb and womb, a sealed environment that sustains the fragments of flesh that once comprised a mighty warrior. When installed within a dreadnought chassis, these connections allow the entombed Marine to control the massive walker as if it were his own body, to see through its optical sensors, to fire its weapons with thought alone. From the outside, a dreadnought is an imposing sight. Standing 3 to 4 times the height of a Space Marine, these walkers are mobile fortresses, bristling with enough firepower to level buildings. They stride across battlefields with mechanical precision, their weapons systems capable of engaging anything from massed infantry to enemy armor. The chassis itself is heavily armored, able to withstand punishment that would destroy a main battle tank. In terms of pure combat effectiveness, a dreadnought is worth a full squad of Space Marines or more. But this combat effectiveness comes at a terrible price. one that only becomes apparent when you understand what existence is like for the warrior sealed within that armored shell. Imagine for a moment what it means to have your physical form reduced to a few fragments kept alive by machines. You no longer have hands to feel with, feet to walk on, a face to express emotion. All of your natural senses are gone, replaced by mechanical approximations that feed data directly into your brain. You see through targeting arrays and optical sensors, each view filtered and processed by machine spirits before it reaches your consciousness. You hear through acoustic sensors that reduce the rich complexity of sound to electronic signals. Touch becomes nothing more than pressure readings on armor plates. You cannot eat, cannot drink, cannot smell the air, or feel the sun on your skin. All the small pleasures that make life bearable are gone. There is only the amniotic fluid surrounding what remains of your body, the constant mechanical hum of the systems keeping you alive, and the darkness of the sarcophagus when the dreadnought is not activated. This is your existence now, and it will continue for as long as your brain continues to function and the chapter has need of your service. For most dreadnoughts, this service extends across centuries. The oldest dreadnoughts have served for millennia, awakened time and again across thousands of years to fight battles that span the length and breadth of the galaxy. Between these periods of activation, they sleep in stasis, their consciousness suppressed to prevent the psychological damage that constant awareness would inflict. Even with these periods of enforced slumber, the toll on the mind is immense. Extended neural interface with a vehicle as large and complex as a dreadnought causes conditions that the Imperium's medici have documented but cannot prevent. Lethargy, confusion, dyschronometria, where the perception of time becomes distorted, and eventually various forms of senility. The longer a warrior remains entombed, the more their mind begins to deteriorate, eroded by the sheer unnaturalness of their existence. But it's not just the mechanical aspects of the existence that wear on the entombed warriors. It's the isolation, the slow realization that they are becoming separated from everything they once knew. With each awakening, the faces around them are different. The brothers they fought beside are dead, their successors now serving in their places. The chapter's traditions evolve, tactics change, even the language subtly shifts across the centuries. The dreadnought awakens to find himself increasingly out of place in his own chapter, a relic from a bygone era struggling to relate to warriors who see him as a legend rather than a battle brother. This is perhaps the cruelest aspect of dreadnought existence. The warrior is granted what appears to be immortality, the chance to serve the Emperor across centuries that normal humans cannot conceive. But it is an immortality without companionship, without the bonds of brotherhood that sustained him through his mortal years. He becomes a living ghost, a remnant from the past honored by those who cannot truly understand him. The oldest dreadnoughts, those who have served since the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, have experienced this isolation magnified 1,000-fold. They have been awake and asleep across 10,000 years of Imperial history. Every single person they once knew is long dead. The Imperium itself has transformed beyond recognition, the bright hope of the Great Crusade replaced by the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. These ancient warriors are strangers in their own time, living artifacts whose memories stretch back to an age that exists now only in legend and heavily censored historical records. Consider Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the most famous of all ancient dreadnoughts. He fought alongside Leman Russ during the Great Crusade, stood in the presence of the Emperor himself, participated in some of the most significant battles of the Horus Heresy, and served as the first Great Wolf of the Space Wolves chapter after Russ's disappearance. He has been serving in his dreadnought chassis for over 10,000 years, awakened periodically to lend his wisdom and martial might to his chapter's most desperate hours. Bjorn is revered by the Space Wolves beyond measure. Once per century, he is awakened so that he can recount tales of Leman Russ and the earliest days of the chapter. The assembled Space Wolves gather in absolute silence to hear his words, treating every utterance as sacred scripture. To them, Bjorn is a living connection to their Primarch, the only being left in the galaxy who can speak with first-hand knowledge of what the Wolf King was truly like. And yet, Bjorn's accounts have grown increasingly terse over the millennia. Where once he might have regaled his battle brothers with detailed stories, now he speaks in broad strokes, hitting the key points but lacking the rich detail that would make the past come alive. Some accounts suggest he has grown deliberately evasive when pressed for the personal details about Russ, offering tactical assessments and strategic observations, but deflecting questions about the Primarch's personality or private moments. This pattern appears across other ancient dreadnoughts as well. The handful of Blood Angels who remember Sanguinius speak of his tactical brilliance and his prowess in battle, but they don't describe the man himself in any real detail. Iron Hand's ancients who served under Ferrus Manus recount his legendary strength and his skill with technology, but the personal details remain frustratingly absent. Even among traitor legions, the oldest dreadnoughts who remember their Primarchs before the fall are reluctant to provide complete accounts of what these beings were truly like. For the chapters that maintain these ancient dreadnoughts, this reluctance creates a frustrating gap in their historical understanding. They possess warriors who lived through the most significant period in Imperial history, who fought alongside demigods, who witnessed events that shaped the entire galaxy. And yet these warriors, for reasons they rarely articulate clearly, refuse to provide the full picture of what they experienced. Demigods walking among men, the true nature of the Primarchs. To understand the ancients' reluctance, we need to grasp what the Primarchs actually were, not as the Imperium portrays them in its propaganda and official histories, but as beings who existed in physical reality among the warriors who served them. The Primarchs were the Emperor's greatest creation, 20 genetically engineered sons designed to lead humanity's reconquest of the galaxy. The Emperor of mankind, already a being of such immense power and presence that few could look upon him directly, poured everything he knew about genetics, warpcraft, and the fundamental nature of life itself into creating these superhuman generals. Each Primarch was intended to embody specific aspects of the Emperor's own capabilities, to be not just leaders of men, but living weapons capable of turning the tide of entire wars through their mere presence. When we talk about what the Primarchs were like, we have to understand that they existed on a completely different scale from even the Space Marines who served under them. A Space Marine, as impressive as he might be, is still fundamentally human in his basic nature, enhanced, certainly, psycho-conditioned to know no fear and serve without question. But underneath all the genetic modification and surgical enhancement, there remains a human core, a mind that processes experience in ways that baseline humans can understand, even if they cannot match. The Primarchs were something else entirely. They were beings who stood between humanity and divinity, possessing capabilities that pushed the boundaries of what physical matter could accomplish. Each stood roughly twice the height of a normal Space Marine, but their size was the least impressive thing about them. What truly set them apart was the sheer presence they radiated, an almost physical pressure that affected everyone in their vicinity. Multiple accounts from the Horus Heresy era describe the effect of being near a Primarch. Normal humans often found themselves unable to think clearly in their presence, overwhelmed by an instinctual urge to kneel or flee, depending on the Primarch's mood. Even Space Marines, warriors conditioned to know no fear, felt their will bend in the presence of their genetic father. It wasn't mind control exactly, but rather a natural consequence of being near a being whose very existence warped reality around them. This presence manifested differently for each Primarch, reflecting their individual nature and the specific traits the Emperor had emphasized in their creation. Sanguinius of the Blood Angels radiated such nobility and grace that even enemies hesitated to strike him down. Angron of the World Eaters projected such raw rage and violence that his mere presence could drive lesser beings to madness. Magnus the Red's psychic might was so overwhelming that weaker minds could be damaged simply by being in the same room when he was agitated. Guilliman of the Ultramarines emanated such confidence and competence that others found themselves naturally deferring to his judgment. But it wasn't just presence. The Primarchs possessed physical capabilities that seemed to defy natural law. They could fight for days without rest, process information with superhuman speed, and demonstrate strength that no amount of genetic enhancement alone could explain. Leman Russ could tear apart armored vehicles with his bare hands. Vulcan's physical resilience was such that he survived injuries that should have been instantly fatal, even to a Primarch. Lionel Johnson's combat prowess was so refined that he could defeat multiple Space Marines simultaneously without apparent effort. Their minds were equally superhuman. Guilliman could process tactical situations involving millions of soldiers across entire star systems, holding the full complexity of such engagements in his head simultaneously. Perturabo could glance at a fortress and immediately conceive of a dozen ways to breach its defenses, his mind performing calculations that would take a team of engineers days to work through. Magnus possessed psychic capabilities that exceeded most entire orders of psychers, able to navigate the warp with a certainty that others could only dream of achieving. Each Primarch was unique, possessing not just different capabilities, but fundamentally different personalities. This is crucial to understand because the Imperium's official accounts tend to flatten these differences, presenting the Primarchs as interchangeable paragons of virtue who differed only in their specific areas of expertise. The reality was far more complex. Horus Lupercal, the War Master who would eventually betray the Emperor and plunge the galaxy into civil war, was renowned for his charisma and his ability to win people to his cause. He had a gift for making each person feel valued and understood, for seeing what motivated them and appealing to those motivations. His brother Primarchs loved him, not just because he was the first recovered, or because the Emperor favored him, but because he genuinely connected with them in ways that even the Emperor often could not. This same gift for reading and manipulating people would later serve him well as he corrupted half the legions to his rebellion. Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists was Horus's opposite in many ways. Where Horus built relationships through charm and persuasion, Dawn commanded through absolute competence and unshakable duty. He was famously blunt to the point of tactlessness, incapable of the diplomatic niceties that came naturally to Horus. But no one questioned his loyalty or his capabilities, and the Emperor trusted him with Terra's defense because he knew Dawn would never waver, no matter how impossible the task appeared. Conrad Kersey of the Night Lords embodied the darker aspects of justice, governing through terror and exemplifying punishment. His mind was scarred by visions of the future, showing him constantly how he and everyone around him would die. This inflicted such psychological damage that by the time of the heresy, many of his brothers questioned whether he had ever truly been sane. Yet his legion's tactics of using fear as a weapon proved devastatingly effective, bringing worlds to compliance through reputation alone. Lorgar Aurelian of the Wordbearers was perhaps the most devout of all the Primarchs, constantly seeking meaning beyond the material and yearning for something to worship. His need for faith, combined with the Emperor's rejection of religion, would eventually drive him to chaos and set in motion the events that led to the Horus heresy. But before his fall, he was a thoughtful scholar and philosopher, deeply concerned with questions of meaning and purpose that his more practically minded brothers often dismissed. Each Primarch, in other words, was not just a military genius or a physical powerhouse, but a complete individual with distinct personality traits, preferences, quirks, and flaws. They argued with each other, formed friendships and rivalries, had moments of doubt and displays of ego. They were, despite their superhuman capabilities, recognizably people in ways that made them both inspiring and dangerous. For the Space Marines who served under these beings, the experience was overwhelming in ways that are difficult to convey. To stand in the presence of your Primarch was to feel the full weight of your genetic heritage made manifest. You saw in him the ultimate expression of what you could never quite become, the perfect realization of the gene seed that had been implanted in your body. The instinct to follow him, to serve him, to die for him if necessary, was coded into your very biology. You couldn't help but love him, couldn't help but see him as the absolute center of your world. This created incredibly powerful bonds between Primarchs and their legions. The Space Marines of the Lunar Wolves, later the Sons of Horus, would have followed Horus into the heart of the warp itself, because their devotion to him transcended rational thought. The Space Wolves howled for Leman Russ not because they were ordered to, but because the urge to express their connection to him was as natural as breathing. The Blood Angels revered Sanguinius with an intensity that bordered on worship, seeing in him the perfect embodiment of nobility and martial prowess. But these bonds also created tremendous vulnerability. When a Primarch fell to chaos or made catastrophic decisions, their legions followed. The Emperor's children descended into depravity because Fulgrim did. The Death Guard embraced Nurgle's corruption because Mortarion led them into it. The World Eaters became mindless berserkers because Angron's example and expectations pushed them in that direction. The bond between Primarch and Legion was so strong that it overrode individual judgment, turning entire armies of superhuman warriors into extensions of their father's will. This is the context that ancient dreadnoughts carry with them. They knew the Primarchs when these beings walked among them. They experienced firsthand the overwhelming presence, the genetic imperative to serve, the bond that transcended words or conscious thought. They saw these demigods at their finest moments and, in some cases, at their lowest. They witnessed things that the official histories can never fully capture, because the emotional reality of serving a Primarch cannot be adequately conveyed through second-hand accounts. And now, 10,000 years later, they are expected to describe these experiences to Space Marines who have never known anything like it, who can barely conceive of what it meant to serve a Primarch directly. The ancients are asked to put into words something that was always beyond words, to make comprehensible an experience that fundamentally resists comprehension. Small wonder, then, that they might find the task daunting enough to avoid it altogether. The erosion of memory. When the past becomes fog. There's another factor that makes ancient dreadnoughts reluctant to speak in detail about the Primarchs, one that is perhaps more tragic than any ideological or emotional reason. Simply put, after 10,000 years entombed in a dreadnought chassis, many of them can no longer remember the details they're being asked to recount. Memory is a fragile thing, even under normal circumstances. Human beings forget details constantly, their recollections colored by emotion, distorted by time, reshaped by subsequent experiences. What we remember about any given event is not an objective recording, but a reconstruction, our brains filling in gaps and smoothing over inconsistencies to create a coherent narrative. This process happens automatically and unconsciously, which means we're often unaware of how much our memories differ from the actual events they supposedly represent. Space Marines, with their enhanced biology and psycho-conditioning, have better memory retention than baseline humans. Their recall is more precise, their ability to separate important details from irrelevant ones more refined. They can remember tactical situations with remarkable clarity, recounting exactly where each enemy unit was positioned, or precisely which orders were given at what time. Their training emphasizes this capability, because effective warfare requires learning from past engagements. But even Space Marine memory has limits, and the conditions of dreadnought existence push well beyond those limits. The problem begins with the simple passage of time. 10,000 years is an incomprehensible span for human consciousness to process. For context, 10,000 years ago from our present time, human civilization was just beginning to develop agriculture. Everything we think of as history, every empire that has risen and fallen, every cultural achievement we celebrate, all of it has occurred in less time than these ancient dreadnoughts have been serving. No biological entity, not even one enhanced to Astartes standards, is designed to maintain coherent memories across such timescales. The human brain, even when augmented by the genetic modifications that create a space marine, has finite storage capacity. New memories must overwrite old ones. Details fade. Events that seemed crystal clear at the time become hazy, the edges softening until only the broad outlines remain. For ancient dreadnoughts, this natural memory decay is accelerated by the conditions of their existence. Remember that they spend most of their time in stasis, their consciousness suppressed to prevent psychological damage from constant awareness. When they're awakened, it might be decades or even centuries since their last period of activity. Each awakening requires them to rebuild their sense of self, to remember who they are and what purpose they serve. This constant cycling between consciousness and enforced sleep creates additional strain on memory formation and retention. Moreover, the neural interface that connects the entombed warrior to his dreadnought chassis is not a perfect system. Extended use causes documented neurological problems. The brain begins to struggle with distinguishing between the body's natural sensory input, which no longer exists, and the machine's sensory data being fed directly into neural pathways. This creates a kind of sensory confusion that can affect memory formation. Some dreadnoughts report that their memories from before interment become increasingly dreamlike, taking on a quality that makes them wonder if they actually experienced these events or merely imagined them. The vividness fades, the certainty erodes. What once was a clear recollection of standing in the Primarch's presence becomes a general sense that it happened, with the specific details having faded into fog. The oldest dreadnoughts, those who have served since the Horus Heresy, have been dealing with these effects for millennia. Bjorn the Fell-Handed has been entombed for over 10,000 years. During that time, he has been awakened hundreds of times for battles and ceremonial occasions. With each awakening, he is expected to remember events that for him now lie buried under 10 millennia of subsequent experience. Think about what that means. The Battle of Prospero, where Bjorn lost his arm fighting against the Thousand Sons, happened 10,000 years ago. The last time Bjorn saw Leman Russ, when the Primarch departed into the Eye of Terror, happened roughly 9,700 years ago. For Bjorn, these events are separated from his present awareness by a gulf of time so vast that even his enhanced Space Marine memory cannot fully bridge it. Lore accounts suggest that Bjorn's memories of Leman Russ have degraded over the millennia. Where once he could recount specific conversations, describe the exact timbre of Russ's voice, recall the little details that made his Primarch human despite his superhuman nature, now Bjorn speaks in broader terms. He remembers the Primarch's leadership style, his tactical preferences, his general demeanor, but the intimate details, the things that would make Leman Russ feel like a real person rather than a mythological figure, those have faded with time. This is not because Bjorn doesn't care or because he's deliberately withholding information. It's simply because his brain, despite all its enhancement and despite the best preservation technology the Adeptus Mechanicus can provide, cannot perfectly maintain memories across 10,000 years of existence. The details have been worn away by time, like words carved into stone gradually eroded by wind and rain until only fragments remain legible. Other ancient dreadnoughts face similar challenges. The few Blood Angels ancients who remember Sanguinius find their recollections growing increasingly impressionistic. They remember the feeling of being in his presence, the overwhelming sense of nobility and perfection he radiated. But specific moments, individual conversations, the small details that would humanize their Primarch, these have become difficult to pin down with certainty. There's another factor at play as well. The longer a warrior remains in a dreadnought, the more their personality begins to change. The constant interface with machine systems, the lack of normal human sensory input, the cycles of sleep and waking across centuries, all of these affect who they are at a fundamental level. The person they were when first interred is not quite the same person who wakes 10,000 years later. This gradual transformation affects memory in insidious ways. As the dreadnought's personality shifts, they may lose connection to memories that were tied to their earlier self. Events that once held deep emotional significance may become distant, viewed as if they happened to someone else. The Space Marine who stood in awe of his Primarch gradually becomes the Ancient, whose perspective has been reshaped by millennia of service, and in that transformation, some of the emotional immediacy of those early memories is inevitably lost. Some accounts suggest that certain dreadnoughts actively feel their memories fading and find the experience deeply distressing. They know they once knew more than they can now recall. They're aware that important details have slipped away, but they cannot recover them no matter how hard they try. This awareness of memory loss creates its own form of grief, a mourning for a past that they can no longer fully access. Imagine being Bjorn, awakened for the 1000th time to recount stories of Lem and Russ to eager young space wolves. You know you were there, you remember being there. But when you reach for the specific details, all you find are broad outlines and general impressions. You can describe what Russ looked like, his general demeanor, the kinds of things he typically said. But the vividness is gone. The conversation you're certain you had with him after a particular battle has become a blur of possible words that might have been said. The gesture you're sure he made, some characteristic motion that was uniquely his, you can no longer quite visualize it clearly. And the young space wolves look at you with such hope and expectation, hungry for details that will make their legendary Primarch feel real to them. They want to know what his laugh sounded like, what jokes he told, how he acted when no one important was watching. They want the human details that would transform Russ from a figure of legend into a person they could have known. But you can't give them what they want, because those details have faded from your mind, like morning mist burned away by the sun. You know you once knew these things. You're certain they existed, but they're gone now, eroded by time and the conditions of your existence. And no amount of desire or effort can bring them back. So instead, you give them what you can. You speak of Russ's tactical genius, his preference for close-quarters combat, his loyalty to the Emperor. You provide the historical facts and strategic observations that your military memory has retained. But the personal details, the things that would truly answer their questions, those are lost to you now. This is one reason why ancient dreadnoughts might be reluctant to speak extensively about their Primarchs. They're aware of the gaps in their memory. They know their recollections are incomplete. And rather than admit to this incompleteness, rather than disappoint their battle brothers by revealing how much has been lost to time, they simply avoid the conversation altogether. Better to be thought mysterious or protective of sacred memories than to admit that those memories have degraded beyond reliable recovery. The tragedy is that even this reluctance is temporary. Eventually, given enough time, even the awareness that memories are missing will fade. The Ancient will remember that he once knew the Primarch, but will have no sense that anything important has been lost. The gaps will no longer bother him, because he won't remember that they're gaps. What remains will feel complete, even though it represents only a fraction of what he once knew. This is the endpoint that all ancient dreadnoughts march toward. Not death, which would be a mercy, but a gradual fading of everything that made them who they were, until only the barest outline of their original self remains. They become walking databases of tactical information, their memories of personal connections and emotional experiences gradually eroded away until only military knowledge persists. And this process affects their memories of the Primarchs most severely, because those memories are tied so intimately to emotion and personal experience. The tactical lessons learned from serving under a Primarch can be abstracted and preserved. But what it felt like to be in that Primarch's presence, the unique characteristics that made him different from his brothers, the small human moments that showed his personality, these are exactly the kind of memories that fade first. The weight of betrayal, wounds that cannot heal. But there's something even darker lurking beneath the surface, something that makes many ancient dreadnoughts even more reluctant to speak freely about the Primarchs. It's not just the passage of time or the degradation of memory. It's the wound that was inflicted during the Horus Heresy itself, a trauma so profound that 10,000 years has not been enough to heal it. To understand this trauma, we need to talk about what the Horus Heresy actually meant for the Space Marines who lived through it. The official histories present it as a great betrayal, certainly, but they present it in abstract terms. Half the legions turned traitor. Brother fought brother. The Imperium was nearly destroyed. These statements convey the scale of the conflict, but not its emotional reality for those who experienced it. For the Space Marines who remained loyal, the heresy was the complete destruction of everything they thought they understood about the universe. Remember that these warriors had been created to serve the Primarchs. Their entire existence revolved around their genetic connection to their father. The bond between Primarch and Legion was deeper than mere loyalty or duty. It was written into their very cells, an imperative as fundamental as breathing. And then, without warning, half of those Primarchs turned against the Emperor. The beings these warriors had been literally designed to love and obey revealed themselves to be traitors. Worse, they commanded their legions to follow them into damnation. And most of those legions obeyed without question, because the imperative to serve their Primarch overwhelmed any other consideration. But not all of them obeyed. In each traitor legion, there were warriors who remained loyal to the Emperor, despite the genetic imperative pulling them toward their Primarch. These were the ones who found themselves on Istvan III, betrayed by their own legion, fighting desperately against brothers they had served alongside for decades. These were the ones who experienced the heresy not as an abstract political conflict, but as a deeply personal betrayal that shattered their entire understanding of themselves. The ancient dreadnoughts who survived this period carry those wounds still. They remember what it was like to love their Primarch with every fiber of their being, to serve him with absolute devotion, to believe that this bond was sacred and eternal. And then they remember the moment when that belief was revealed to be a lie, when their Primarch showed himself to be something other than what they had believed, when the foundation of their entire existence cracked beneath them. For the loyalist ancients who served under traitor Primarchs, this trauma is even more acute. Consider Rillanor, the Ancient of Rights of the Emperor's Children, one of the most famous examples of this phenomenon. Rillanor served Fulgrim for decades, fighting in countless battles, upholding the ideals of perfection that the Third Legion had always embodied. He was one of the first to bear the Palatine Aquila, a mark of honor that showed him to be among the most respected warriors in the entire Legion. Then came Istvan III, when Fulgrim revealed his betrayal and ordered the loyal elements of his legion to be purged. Rillanor survived the initial virus bombing and fought on alongside other loyalists against impossible odds. He watched his brothers die, killed by other brothers who wore the same colors and served the same Primarch. The perfection he had believed in was revealed to be a mask for corruption and depravity. Rillanor survived, trapped in the ruins of Istvan III for 10,000 years, his dreadnought chassis damaged, his mobility limited, alone in the dark, with nothing but his rage and his grief. When Fulgrim finally returned to the planet millennia later, Rillanor attempted to destroy his former Primarch with a virus bomb, willing to die if it meant taking revenge for the betrayal that had destroyed everything he once held dear. The attempt failed, but Rylanor's defiance in the face of his corrupted Genesire became legendary. Even a group of 1,000 Suns sorcerers who had accompanied Fulgrim were moved by the Ancient's unwavering loyalty, choosing in that moment to honor his sacrifice rather than continue serving their own corrupted cause. Rillanor died, finally, after 10,000 years of waiting, having spit his rejection of Fulgrim directly into the demon Primarch's face. Rillanor's story is extreme, but it illustrates the depth of trauma that the heresy inflicted on those who lived through it. For 10,000 years, he carried the wound of Fulgrim's betrayal, unable to process it, unable to move past it, defined utterly by that moment when everything he believed in was destroyed. And Rylanor was not unique. There are other ancients scattered across loyal chapters who carry similar wounds, warriors who remember what it was like to believe in a Primarch absolutely, and then have that belief shattered. But the trauma extends beyond just the warriors who served under traitor Primarchs. Even those who served under loyal Primarchs carry wounds from the heresy. They remember fighting against Space Marines who looked just like them, who shared the same training and doctrine, who were brothers in every way that mattered except loyalty. They remember the horror of battles where every enemy killed was not an alien monster or a chaos cultist, but another Space Marine, another son of the Emperor who had chosen the wrong side or been on the wrong legion when the Primarchs declared for Horus. They remember Primarchs fighting each other, those demigod beings who were supposed to be leading humanity to a glorious future, instead trying to kill one another. They saw Fulgrim murder Ferrus Manus, one Primarch personally executing another. They witnessed the corruption and transformation of beings who should have been incorruptible, watched as warriors and leaders they had revered descended into depths of depravity that defied comprehension. For ancient dreadnoughts who remember the Great Crusade, this represents a complete inversion of everything they thought they were fighting for. During the Crusade, the purpose was clear: unite humanity, bring the lost worlds back into the Imperial fold, destroy the alien and the mutant, create a galaxy where humanity could thrive under the Emperor's guidance. The Primarchs were the instruments of this great work, each leading their legion to glorious victories that brought the dream of human unity closer to reality. Then the heresy turned all of it into a nightmare. The unity fractured. The Primarchs revealed themselves to be as fallible and corruptible as anyone else. The great work of the Crusade ground to a halt as the Imperium turned its weapons on itself. And in the end, the Emperor himself was struck down, not by some external enemy, but by his most beloved son, forced to sit upon the golden throne for eternity, a living corpse sustaining the Astronomicon through constant agony. The ancients remember all of this. They remember believing in the Great Crusade's promise. They remember the hope and purpose that drove them forward during those early campaigns. And they remember watching it all collapse, seeing the dream die and be replaced by the grim reality of an Imperium that survives through sheer stubbornness rather than any grand vision of the future. This is why asking them to describe what the Primarchs were really like is such a fraught request. To answer honestly would require them to acknowledge the full complexity of these beings, including their flaws and weaknesses. It would require admitting that the demigods they served were capable of catastrophic errors in judgment, of pride so overwhelming that it blinded them to obvious manipulation, of personal grudges and petty jealousies that influenced decisions affecting billions of lives. For an ancient who survived the heresy by maintaining absolute loyalty to the Emperor, admitting these truths about the Primarchs feels dangerous. It feels like betraying them all over again, like giving aid to the traitors by acknowledging that even the loyal Primarchs were flawed beings who made mistakes. Better to maintain the official narrative, to speak only of their virtues and accomplishments, to present them as the paragons that the Imperium needs them to be, rather than the complicated, sometimes contradictory individuals they actually were. Moreover, for ancients who served under traitor Primarchs and survived by rejecting that service, the wounds go even deeper. To describe what Fulgrim or Horus or any of the traitor Primarchs were really like before their fall would require acknowledging that these beings were not always monsters. They were, at one point, genuinely noble and worthy of service. Fulgrim really did embody perfection, before corruption twisted that ideal into something obscene. Horus really was the most charismatic and capable of all the Primarchs, before ambition and chaos turned him into a monster. Acknowledging this creates an impossible tension. If the traitor Primarchs were once truly worthy of devotion, then the genetic imperative to serve them was not misplaced. The loyalty those ancients felt was not foolish or wrong, but an appropriate response to beings who deserved that loyalty. Which means the betrayal becomes even more painful because it represents not just a political defection, but a fundamental corruption of something that was genuinely good. The alternative is to retroactively paint the traitor Primarchs as always having been flawed, to reinterpret their actions before the heresy as evidence of corruption that was simply not yet fully manifested. This allows the loyal warriors who survived to maintain that their current hatred of the traitors is entirely justified and always would have been. But it requires a form of historical revisionism that goes against what they actually remember. So the ancient dreadnoughts face an impossible choice when asked to describe their Primarchs honestly. They can tell the truth, acknowledging the full complexity and contradictions of these beings, and risk undermining the myths that their chapters need. Or they can simplify and sanitize, providing only the approved narrative, but at the cost of falsifying their own memories and experiences. Many choose a third option. They simply refuse to engage with the question in detail. They provide vague, general answers that satisfy the immediate inquiry without revealing anything substantial. They deflect, change the subject, or simply withdraw back into their sarcophagi, ending the conversation before it can delve too deeply into topics they would prefer not to explore. This is not cowardice. It's a form of self-preservation, a way of protecting wounds that have never fully healed. 10,000 years is apparently not long enough to recover from having your entire worldview shattered by the beings you were created to serve. The trauma remains, buried perhaps, but still present, still capable of causing pain when prodded too directly. The burden of being a legend. There's another layer to this reluctance that has less to do with the ancients themselves and more to do with how they're perceived by their chapters. Ancient dreadnoughts occupy a unique position within Space Marine culture. They are not just veterans or honored warriors. They are living relics, physical connections to a past that everyone else knows only through records and legends. This status confers tremendous respect, but also creates expectations that can be suffocating. Young Space Marines view ancient dreadnoughts with a mixture of awe and reverence that borders on worship. These are warriors who fought during the Great Crusade, who saw the Emperor with their own eyes, who served directly under the Primarchs. In the minds of younger battle brothers, the ancients represent a golden age when everything was somehow better and more pure, when the Imperium was ascendant rather than merely surviving. This idealization creates immense pressure on the ancients. They are expected to embody perfection, to represent the highest ideals of their chapter, to serve as living proof that the legends are true and that the sacrifices demanded by the Imperium are worthwhile. Every word they speak is analyzed and remembered, added to the chapter's oral tradition, potentially quoted for centuries to come. They cannot afford to be uncertain or doubtful, because doubt from a figure of such authority could undermine the faith that holds everything together. This pressure is particularly intense when it comes to the Primarchs. The Space Marines, who never knew their genetic father, have built elaborate mythologies around him, stories that give meaning and purpose to their existence. These myths are necessary. They provide the chapter with identity, with a sense of continuity across 10,000 years, with examples to emulate and ideals to uphold. Without these stories, the chapter would be just another military organization rather than a brotherhood bound by sacred bonds to a legendary father figure. The ancient dreadnoughts are expected to validate and reinforce these myths. When they speak of the Primarch, their words should confirm what the chapter already believes. The Primarch should be presented as infinitely wise, perfectly noble, absolutely dedicated to the Emperor and the Imperium. Any deviation from this narrative is not just unexpected, but potentially dangerous to the chapter's cohesion and morale. But the ancients remember a more complicated truth. They remember that Leman Russ could be boastful and crude. They remember that Rogel Dawn could be unnecessarily harsh. They remember that even Sanguinius, most beloved of all Primarchs, had moments of doubt and fear. They remember that the Primarchs were people, not statues, and that being a person means having flaws and making mistakes. Revealing these truths would not serve the chapter's needs. In fact, it might actively harm the chapter by undermining the myths that hold everything together. So the ancients face a choice. They can tell the truth as they remember it, risking damage to their chapter's morale and identity, or they can reinforce the myths, even though doing so means falsifying their own memories. Many choose to reinforce the myths, at least to some degree. When they speak of the Primarchs, they emphasize the positive qualities and downplay the negative ones. They describe moments of brilliance and gloss over moments of error. They present their Primarchs as the legends require them to be, rather than as they actually were. But this choice comes with a cost. Each time an ancient chooses myth over truth, he betrays his own memories a little bit. He contributes to the distortion of history, ensuring that future generations will know the legend but not the reality. And he reinforces the gap between what he knows and what he's allowed to say, a gap that can grow increasingly uncomfortable over time. Some ancients handle this tension by becoming increasingly taciturn. They speak only when absolutely necessary, offering minimal details, refusing to elaborate even when pressed. This allows them to fulfill their role as chapter legends without having to actively participate in the falsification of history. They neither confirm nor deny the myths. They simply exist, their continued survival serving as proof that the past was real, even if the details remain deliberately vague. Others take a different approach, becoming storytellers who carefully craft their narratives to serve specific purposes. They know which stories the chapter needs to hear, which examples will inspire the current generation, which lessons from the past apply to present challenges. They become selective historians, choosing what to reveal and what to withhold based on what will best serve the chapter's interests, rather than what most accurately reflects the historical truth. Both approaches require the ancient to maintain a careful distance between his actual memories and what he presents to his battle brothers. He must constantly evaluate whether a given detail should be shared or withheld, whether a particular story serves the chapter's needs or might undermine its cohesion. This constant self-censorship is exhausting, adding another burden to an existence already defined by isolation and the slow erosion of identity. The youngest Space Marines, eager for details about their Primarch, often don't understand why the ancients are so careful with their words. They assume the hesitation reflects the sacred nature of the memories being protected, that the ancients are simply being appropriately reverent when discussing beings who were more than human. They don't realize that the hesitation might reflect something more complicated, a tension between truth and myth that the ancient can never fully resolve. This misunderstanding creates a kind of tragedy in its own right. The young warriors so desperately want to know their Primarch, to understand what he was truly like, to feel some connection to this legendary figure who defines their chapter's identity. And the ancient wants to give them that connection, wants to share memories that might bring their father to life in their minds. But he cannot do so honestly without risking the destruction of myths that the chapter needs to survive. So instead, the ancient provides carefully curated information. He speaks in generalities and approved narratives. He offers tactical observations and strategic lessons while avoiding personal details. He becomes a disappointing source of information precisely because he's trying to protect his battle brothers from truths they're not ready to handle. The chapter, in turn, interprets this reticence as appropriate reverence. The official position becomes that the ancients' memories of the Primarch are too sacred to be casually discussed, that these experiences belong to a golden age that current warriors can aspire to but never fully understand. This interpretation allows everyone to save face. The ancient doesn't have to admit that he's actively censoring his own memories, and the chapter doesn't have to confront the possibility that its beloved myths might be distortions of a more complicated truth. But underneath this comfortable arrangement lies a fundamental dishonesty that eats away at the ancient's sense of self. He knows what he's doing. He's aware that he's contributing to a false narrative. And each time he does so, he drives another wedge between who he actually was and who the chapter needs him to be. Over millennia, this gap can become so wide that the ancient himself begins to lose track of where the truth ends and the myth begins. The institutional need for perfect legends. The reluctance of ancient dreadnoughts to speak honestly about the Primarchs isn't just a personal choice or a response to individual trauma. It's also, in many ways, something that the Imperium itself actively encourages. The institutions that govern Space Marine chapters have a vested interest in maintaining simplified, heroic narratives about the Primarchs, and they exert subtle but persistent pressure on the Ancients to conform to these narratives. Consider how Space Marine chapters function as organizations. They are not just military units, but also keepers of tradition, custodians of their own history, and guardians of their Primarch's legacy. Everything they do is filtered through the lens of what would our father want? Their combat doctrine, their recruitment practices, their internal rituals, all of these are justified by reference to the Primarch's supposed preferences and values. For this system to work effectively, the Primarch's image must remain consistent and clear. He must represent specific virtues, embody particular ideals, serve as an unambiguous example for his sons to follow. Any complexity or contradiction in that image creates doctrinal confusion that can cascade through the entire chapter. If the Space Wolves were to learn that Leman Russ actually had serious doubts about some of the Emperor's orders during the Great Crusade, it might lead them to question their own doctrine of absolute loyalty. If the Imperial Fists discovered that Rogel Dawn sometimes made strategic errors despite his legendary competence, it might undermine their confidence in their own judgment. If the Blood Angels learned that Sanguinius struggled more deeply with his martial rage than official accounts suggest, it might make them question whether their own efforts at self-control are futile. The institutional leadership of each chapter understands this dynamic. The chapter masters, chaplains, and librarians who shape doctrine and maintain tradition have a responsibility to preserve the chapter's identity across centuries. They know that this identity depends on maintaining a particular image of their Primarch, one that serves the chapter's operational and spiritual needs, rather than necessarily reflecting historical accuracy. This creates a situation where ancient dreadnoughts, who remember the Primarchs, directly find themselves under institutional pressure to conform to approved narratives. The pressure is rarely overt. No one outright tells an ancient that he must lie about his memories. But the expectations are clear. When an ancient speaks about the Primarch, his words should reinforce doctrine, should inspire the current generation, should align with the chapter's understanding of its own identity and purpose. Ancients who deviate from these expectations often find themselves politely but firmly corrected. Their stories are reinterpreted by chaplains to align with approved doctrine. Their words are quoted selectively, with any problematic elements quietly omitted. If an ancient becomes particularly troublesome, persistently offering accounts that contradict official narratives, he might find himself awakened less frequently. His counsel sought only for tactical matters, rather than historical questions. This institutional pressure is perhaps strongest in chapters that maintain particularly rigid or idealized views of their Primarch. The Ultramarines, for instance, revere Roboute Guilliman as the model of strategic genius and administrative competence. Their entire identity is built around the Codex Astartes, Guilliman's great work, defining how Space Marines should organize and fight. Any suggestion that Guilliman might have had significant flaws or made serious mistakes could undermine the Codex's authority and, by extension, the chapter's entire operational philosophy. The Dark Angels face an even more extreme version of this dynamic because of the secret they guard so carefully. The fact that a portion of their legion fell to chaos during the heresy is knowledge restricted to the chapter's inner circle. Ancient dreadnoughts who remember those events are caught between their memories of what actually happened and the approved narrative that must be maintained at all costs. They cannot speak honestly about that period of their history without revealing secrets that could destroy the chapter's reputation if they became widely known. In some cases, this institutional pressure extends to physically preventing ancients from speaking freely. Dreadnoughts are awakened by tech priests under the direction of chapter leadership. If the leadership decides that a particular ancient's recollections are becoming problematic, they can simply choose not to wake him. He remains in stasis, his inconvenient memories safely locked away, while younger ancients whose accounts align better with current doctrine are awakened instead. The tragedy is that this institutional pressure often aligns with the ancient's own reluctance to share difficult truths. The ancient doesn't want to undermine his chapter's morale by revealing his primarch's flaws. The chapter leadership doesn't want those flaws revealed because of the potential damage to doctrine and cohesion. So both parties collaborate, perhaps unconsciously, in maintaining a narrative that neither fully believes, but that serves everyone's immediate needs. This creates a situation where the truest accounts of what the primarchs were actually like are systematically suppressed, not through any conscious conspiracy, but through the combined effect of individual reluctance and institutional pressure. The Space Marines who actually knew the primarchs carry memories that would complicate or contradict approved narratives, but they're incentivized at every level not to share those memories in full detail. The result is a gradual distortion of history. With each generation that passes, the primarchs become slightly less real and slightly more legendary. The complex, contradictory individuals who actually led the legions during the Great Crusade are replaced by simplified archetypes that serve specific doctrinal purposes. Leman Russ becomes nothing more than the loyal warrior. Sanguinius becomes pure nobility. Guilliman becomes absolute competence. The messy reality of who these beings actually were gets buried under layers of institutional narrative that serve the Imperium's needs but betray historical truth. The ancient dreadnoughts watch this process happen and are powerless to stop it. They know what's being lost. They understand that future generations will inherit myths rather than history. But they also understand why this is happening and why, in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, mythical primarchs might serve humanity better than accurate ones. This understanding doesn't make the situation any less tragic. If anything, it makes it more so. The ancients are complicit in the erasure of truth, but they're complicit because the truth would serve no one's interests. They carry memories that might illuminate the past, but sharing those memories would damage the present. So they remain silent, or nearly so, and the gap between historical reality and imperial myth continues to widen. What they remember versus what they've lost. One of the most fascinating and tragic aspects of ancient dreadnoughts' reluctance to describe the primarchs is the disconnect between the kinds of information they can reliably recall and the kinds of details that would actually answer the questions their younger battle brothers are asking. Dreadnoughts, by their very nature, preserve certain types of information better than others. Their neural interfaces and memory enhancement systems are optimized for tactical and strategic data. They can recall battlefield dispositions with perfect clarity, remember exactly which enemy units were deployed where, recite weapons specifications and armor values without hesitation. Their military memory is exceptional, maintained at a high level of fidelity, even across millennia, because this information is constantly reinforced through repeated use. What fades more quickly are the personal details, the emotional content, the small human moments that don't directly relate to warfare. The sound of someone's laughter, the specific words used in a casual conversation, the way someone moved when they were relaxed rather than in combat. These details require a kind of memory that the Dreadnought systems aren't designed to preserve because they have no tactical value. This creates a frustrating situation where an ancient can describe in exquisite detail how Leman Russ deployed his forces during a particular battle, what tactics he employed, how he adapted to changing circumstances on the battlefield, but cannot quite remember what Russ's voice sounded like during a quiet moment in the command tent afterward. The tactical memory persists, while the personal memory fades, leaving a lopsided account that answers some questions while leaving others frustratingly unresolved. For young Space Marines seeking to understand their Primarch, this is exactly backward from what they want. They already have access to tactical reports and strategic analyses. The chapter archives are full of documents describing how their Primarch fought, what strategies he preferred, which battles he won, and how. What they're missing are the personal details that would make their Primarch feel like a real person, rather than a collection of tactical doctrines. They want to know, did he have a sense of humor? What made him laugh? What made him angry? How did he treat his sons when they failed at a task? What were his private concerns and fears? Did he have friends among his brother Primarchs? What did he do during the rare moments when he wasn't planning campaigns or leading battles? These are precisely the kinds of questions that ancient dreadnoughts are least equipped to answer, not because they weren't present for such moments, but because the memory systems that sustain them don't preserve that type of information effectively. An ancient might have clear memories of serving on Leman Russ's personal guard during the heresy, might remember every battle they fought together with tactical precision, but the informal conversations during transit between battles, the jokes shared over maintenance of weapons, the small gestures that revealed Russ's personality, these have faded into vague impressions rather than concrete recollections. This degradation of personal memory, while tactical memory persists, creates another reason for ancients to be reluctant when asked about their Primarchs. They're aware of the gaps in their recollection. They know they once knew the answers to these questions, but can no longer access that information reliably. Rather than admit to this memory loss, rather than disappoint their battle brothers by revealing how much has been forgotten, many ancients choose to deflect the questions entirely, or provide only the tactical information they can recall with confidence. Moreover, even when personal memories do persist, they often exist in a degraded state that makes the ancient uncertain about their accuracy. He might remember that Leman Russ told a joke after a particular battle, might even have a general sense of what the joke was about, but cannot quite recall the specific words or the exact context. He knows the memory is real, but also knows it's incomplete, and he's uncertain whether filling in the gaps with speculation would be honoring the truth or distorting it further. This uncertainty creates a paralyzing effect. If the ancient can't remember something clearly and completely, should he share the partial memory he does have? Would that partial account serve any useful purpose? Or would it just create more questions that he cannot answer? Is it better to provide a fragmentary recollection or to simply admit that the information has been lost to time? Different ancients handle this dilemma differently. Some choose to share what they can remember, explicitly acknowledging the gaps and uncertainties in their recollection. These ancients might say something like, "I remember the Primarch speaking about honor after we took that fortress, but I cannot recall his exact words, only that he seemed proud of how we had conducted ourselves." This approach has the virtue of honesty, but often leaves the questioners unsatisfied, because it raises as many questions as it answers. Other ancients take a more conservative approach, refusing to share any memory they cannot recall with absolute clarity. They reason that fragmentary or uncertain recollections do more harm than good, creating false impressions or propagating errors that will be repeated by future generations. Better to admit ignorance than to risk spreading inaccurate information about beings as important as the Primarchs. Neither approach fully satisfies the younger Space Marines seeking understanding of their Primarch. The first provides tantalizing glimpses, but lacks the detail to create a complete picture. The second maintains perfect accuracy, but at the cost of withholding potentially valuable information. Both leave the questioners feeling that there's more to know, that the ancient is holding something back, that the full truth about the Primarch remains frustratingly out of reach. There's also the problem of context degradation. Even when an ancient clearly remembers a specific incident involving the Primarch, the broader context that would make that incident meaningful might have faded. He might remember Leman Russ becoming furious after receiving a particular report, might recall the Primarch's exact words and actions in that moment, but no longer remember what the report contained or why it provoked such a strong reaction. The memory exists, but has become detached from the framework that would explain its significance. This creates situations where ancients can describe events but cannot fully explain them. A younger space marine asks, "Why did the Primarch react that way?" And the ancient has to admit, "I no longer remember. I know it seemed justified at the time, but the reasons have faded from my mind." This admission of gaps in understanding can be more frustrating than having no information at all, because it suggests that the knowledge once existed but has been lost. Perhaps most tragically, some ancients have lost the ability to distinguish between their own first-hand memories and accounts they heard from others. After 10,000 years of accumulated experiences and stories, the lines between direct observation and second-hand knowledge become blurred. An ancient might remember an incident involving the Primarch, but be uncertain whether he actually witnessed it or merely heard about it from battle brothers who were present. This uncertainty makes him reluctant to speak definitively about anything because he can no longer fully trust his own recall. The loneliness of immortality. Beneath all the practical and institutional reasons for ancient dreadnoughts' reluctance to discuss the Primarchs lies something more fundamental and more tragic. It's the simple fact that these warriors have outlived everything and everyone they once knew, and speaking about the past only reinforces how utterly alone they have become. Consider what it means to be Bjorn the Fell-Handed, awakened once per century to recount stories of Leman Russ to space wolves who have never known anything but the current era. When Bjorn was first interred in his dreadnought chassis, the heresy had just ended. The Imperium was still reeling from the Civil War, but was recognizably the same entity that had prosecuted the Great Crusade. Leman Russ had only recently departed, and many of the space wolves who had served directly under the Primarch were still alive and active in the chapter. Now, 10,000 years later, every single person Bjorn knew from that era is dead. Not just dead, but long dead. Their bones turned to dust millennia ago. The Imperium has transformed into something the Emperor would barely recognize. The space wolves themselves have evolved through generations of cultural drift until their traditions and practices would seem strange to the warriors Bjorn first served alongside. When Bjorn speaks of Leman Russ, he's not just recounting historical events. He's trying to communicate across a gap of experience and understanding so vast that bridging it seems almost impossible. The space wolves listening to him have grown up in an Imperium where the Emperor is a god, where the Primarchs are mythical figures, where the concept of actively campaigning to unite humanity under a secular banner would seem bizarre and possibly heretical. Everything Bjorn says must be translated through this cultural gap. He cannot simply describe what Leman Russ was like because the very framework through which he understood Russ no longer exists. The younger space wolves would hear his words, but interpret them through their own understanding, shaped by 10,000 years of drift from the original context. What Bjorn means when he describes Russ's loyalty and what his listeners understand by those same words might be fundamentally different things. This communication gap creates a profound loneliness. Bjorn knows that even when he speaks truthfully and completely, his words cannot fully convey what he's trying to communicate. The experiential reality he's describing is too distant, too alien to the current age, too bound up with contexts and assumptions that no longer exist. He's trying to describe color to people who have only ever seen black and white, trying to explain the taste of a fruit that no longer grows anywhere in the galaxy. And this is true for all the ancient dreadnoughts who remember the heresy era. They carry memories of a time that might as well be mythical for all its relevance to the current age. They remember an imperium that was different in fundamental ways, not just in its political structure, but in its entire philosophical orientation. They remember when space marines were soldiers rather than warrior monks, when the emperor was a man rather than a god, when the future held promise rather than simply more of the same grinding struggle for survival. Speaking about the Primarchs forces them to confront this vast distance between past and present. Every question about what Leman Russ, or Sanguinius, or Rogel Dawn was really like reminds them that they are the last living links to an age that is now more legend than history. They are witnesses to a past that no one else can access, carriers of memories that will die with them because no amount of explanation can truly pass them on to warriors who have no framework for understanding them. This is perhaps why so many ancient dreadnoughts become increasingly taciturn as the millennia pass. It's not just memory degradation or institutional pressure or personal trauma, though all those factors contribute. It's the slow realization that communication has become impossible, that the gap between their experience and everyone else's is too wide to bridge with words. What's the point of trying to explain when you know your explanation will be misunderstood, filtered through assumptions and contexts that transform your meaning into something you didn't intend? Some ancients respond to this isolation by withdrawing entirely. They speak only when directly questioned, and then only in the most minimal terms possible. They fulfill their role as chapter legends and sources of tactical wisdom, but they make no effort to truly connect with the warriors around them, because such connection has become impossible. They exist in a state of permanent exile, present physically, but separated by an unbridgeable gap of time and experience. Others attempt to maintain connection by simplifying their accounts, stripping away the complexity and nuance that would be lost in translation anyway. They present simplified, archetypal versions of events and figures because these simplified versions at least have a chance of being understood correctly. Better to describe Leman Russ as loyal and fierce in terms the current generation can comprehend than to attempt a nuanced portrait that will inevitably be misinterpreted. Neither approach eliminates the fundamental loneliness. Whether withdrawing into silence or simplifying to the point of caricature, the ancient remains isolated by his experiences. He knows things no one else knows, remembers a world no one else can imagine, carries wounds that no one else can understand. And this isolation is permanent because there is no one left who could share or validate his memories. He is the last witness, and when he finally dies, everything he remembers will be lost forever. This loneliness makes speaking about the Primarchs particularly painful, because the Primarchs represent everything the Ancient has lost. They were the center of his world, the beings around whom his entire existence revolved. His bond with his Primarch was the most important relationship he had, more significant than friendships or brotherhood, because it was written into his genetic code. And now that Primarch is gone, dead, or disappeared, or corrupted beyond recognition, and the Ancient is left trying to explain to strangers what that bond meant. It's like trying to explain what it was like to have a father to someone who never had one, and whose culture doesn't recognize the concept of paternity. The words exist, but they cannot carry the full weight of meaning. The emotional reality cannot be communicated because the listener has no experiential framework to receive it. The Ancient speaks, and his words fall into a void of incomprehension, and he's reminded once again of how completely alone he truly is, protecting future generations. There's one final reason why ancient dreadnoughts might choose to remain silent about the full reality of the Primarchs, one that is perhaps the most noble and the most heartbreaking. They are trying to protect the current generation of Space Marines from a truth they believe would do more harm than good. The Ancients understand something that younger warriors cannot fully grasp. The Imperium of the 41st millennium exists in a state of permanent crisis. Humanity is besieged on all fronts by enemies that range from incomprehensible Xenos horrors to the corrupting influence of chaos itself. The only things holding the Imperium together are faith, duty, and an unwavering conviction that the sacrifices demanded are meaningful and necessary. Space Marines are the tip of this spear, the elite warriors who fight humanity's most desperate battles. Their effectiveness depends not just on their physical capabilities and training, but on their absolute belief in their cause. They must be willing to face certain death without hesitation, to endure horrors that would break normal humans, to continue fighting even when victory seems impossible. This requires a depth of conviction that cannot afford ambiguity or doubt. The idealized image of the Primarch serves a crucial function in maintaining this conviction. When a Space Marine faces an impossible situation, he can draw strength from asking, "What would my Primarch do?" The answer provides clarity and resolve, because the Primarch, in the mythologized version that the chapter maintains, always knew the right course of action, always had the strength to do what was necessary, always embodied the virtues that the chapter holds most dear. If that image is complicated by revelations about the Primarch's flaws, doubts, mistakes, or moments of weakness, it becomes less effective as a source of inspiration and guidance. The Space Marine facing his impossible situation might find himself thinking, "My Primarch struggled with doubts too. He made mistakes that cost brothers their lives. He sometimes didn't know what to do." These thoughts, while more historically accurate, don't provide the clear direction and unwavering resolve that the mythologized version offers. Ancient dreadnoughts understand this dynamic because they've seen how it plays out across centuries. They've watched younger warriors draw strength from simplified stories about the Primarchs. They've seen how belief in an idealized father figure enables Space Marines to perform acts of heroism and sacrifice that might not be possible if they knew the full complexity of who that father figure actually was. This creates a difficult ethical question. Is it better to tell the truth and risk undermining the beliefs that enable current warriors to fulfill their duties, or to maintain the simplifications that serve the Imperium's needs, even though they distort history? Different ancients answer this question differently, but many conclude that protecting the current generation takes precedence over historical accuracy. They've seen too many Space Marines die bravely in service to myths to want to undermine those myths with inconvenient truths. They've witnessed too many moments when belief in the Primarch's perfect example provided the strength necessary to continue fighting against overwhelming odds. So they choose to protect their battle brothers from knowledge they believe would weaken rather than strengthen them. They maintain the myths not because they're dishonest, but because they believe these myths serve a greater purpose than historical accuracy. They see themselves as guardians, not just of their chapter's past, but of its future, and they're willing to sacrifice truth to preserve the faith that future generations will need to survive. This is not an easy choice. It requires the ancient to constantly evaluate what can be safely revealed and what must remain hidden. It means living with the knowledge that he's actively participating in the distortion of history. It means accepting that when he finally dies, the truth will die with him, and future generations will inherit only the myths he helped maintain. Some ancients find this acceptable, viewing it as just another sacrifice demanded by their service to the Emperor. Others struggle with the dishonesty of it, torn between their commitment to truth and their desire to protect their battle brothers. The tension between these competing values can be as painful as any physical wound, a constant gnawing awareness that they're betraying one principle to uphold another. The tragedy is compounded by the fact that the younger Space Marines, in their innocence, often make it harder rather than easier. They approach the ancients with such hope and eagerness, so desperate to understand the legendary figures who shaped their chapter's identity. They don't realize that what they're asking for, that detailed, nuanced understanding of who the Primarchs really were, might actually damage their ability to serve effectively. The ancient sees this eagerness and recognizes it as a kind of innocence that he's reluctant to destroy. These young warriors still believe the Imperium is fundamentally just, that their Primarch was fundamentally perfect, that the sacrifices they're asked to make serve a glorious purpose. The Ancient knows better. He's seen how messy and complicated reality actually is. But he also knows that these younger warriors need their beliefs to survive what they'll face in service to the Emperor. So he chooses to protect them by withholding the full truth. He gives them the myths they need rather than the reality he remembers. And if this means he must bear the weight of truth alone, must carry the complexity and contradictions without being able to share them, well, that's just one more burden added to an existence already defined by sacrifice and duty. The price of eternal service. We've explored many reasons why ancient dreadnoughts are reluctant to describe what the Primarchs were really like. Memory degradation that erodes personal details while preserving tactical information. Psychological trauma from the heresy that makes honest discussion painful. Institutional pressure to maintain approved narratives. The burden of being living legends expected to embody perfection. The unbridgeable communication gap created by 10,000 years of cultural drift, and the desire to protect current generations from truths that might undermine their effectiveness. All of these factors combine to create a situation where the warriors best positioned to provide first-hand accounts of the Primarchs are the ones most reluctant to do so. The silence isn't conspiracy or simple forgetfulness. It's a complex response to an impossible situation, born from a mixture of inability, trauma, duty, and care for those who will come after. This silence represents one of the profound tragedies of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. The Imperium is desperately trying to maintain connection to its past, to remember the age when the Emperor walked among men and the Primarchs led humanity to glory. But that connection is mediated through warriors whose existence makes accurate memory increasingly impossible, whose psychological wounds make honest recounting unbearably painful, and whose circumstances incentivize myth-making over historical accuracy. The result is that with each passing century, the true nature of the Primarchs becomes more obscure. The ancient dreadnoughts who remember them directly are slowly dying, their numbers dwindling as 10,000 years of warfare takes its toll. And even those who survive are increasingly unable or unwilling to share what they know in any complete or unvarnished form. Future generations of Space Marines will inherit only fragments, stories carefully edited to serve doctrine, myths that inspire but don't necessarily inform. They'll know their Primarchs as archetypes rather than individuals, as symbols rather than people. They'll draw strength from these images because the images have been crafted to provide strength, but they'll never truly know what it was like when these beings walked among their fathers. This is what happens when you try to create immortal warriors. You succeed in preserving them physically, but you cannot preserve the context that made their memories meaningful. You create witnesses to history, but you place them in such circumstances that their testimony becomes increasingly unreliable and increasingly unbearable to deliver. You grant eternal service at the cost of the very things that make memory worth preserving. The ancient dreadnoughts understand this better than anyone. They know they're failing in their role as historical witnesses, that the myths they help maintain distort more than they illuminate, that truth is being sacrificed for the needs of the present. But they also understand why this is happening and why, perhaps, it must happen. In a galaxy as dark and terrible as the one they inhabit, sometimes myths serve humanity better than truth, and so they remain silent, or nearly so. They give tactical advice freely but personal details grudgingly. They fulfill their role as chapter legends while privately carrying the weight of everything they cannot or will not say. They are the last witnesses to an age of demigods, and they are watching their memories fade into legend even as they live. When the last ancient from the heresy era finally falls in battle, when the last warrior who stood in a Primarch's presence has his sarcophagus carried back to his chapter's halls for the final time. Something irreplaceable will be lost. The door to accurate understanding of what the Primarchs were truly like will close forever. All that will remain are the myths, the legends, the carefully curated stories that serve the Imperium's needs, but betray the complexity of the truth. The ancient dreadnoughts know this moment is coming. They can feel it approaching with each awakening, each battle, each time another of their number falls silent. They are the guardians of a truth that will die with them, the last links to a past that is slipping away despite all efforts to preserve it. And perhaps, in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the laughter of thirsting gods, this loss is inevitable. Perhaps accurate memory and honest testimony are luxuries that the Imperium cannot afford. Perhaps the myths that will replace truth are necessary for humanity's survival, even if they come at the cost of understanding what actually happened during the Imperium's most crucial era. But it's still a tragedy. The ancient dreadnoughts, entombed in their walking coffins, carrying memories they cannot fully share, watching the past transform into legend before their very eyes. They are living embodiments of what the Imperium has lost. Not just the Primarchs themselves, not just the promise of the Great Crusade, but the simple ability to remember honestly and speak truthfully about the beings who shaped human history. They won't tell you what the Primarchs were really like. They can't, for all the reasons we've explored. And even if they could, even if all the barriers were removed, and they were free to speak without constraint, they might choose silence anyway because some truths are too heavy to share, some wounds too deep to expose, some myths too necessary to destroy. So the next time you hear about ancient dreadnoughts being reluctant to discuss the Primarchs in detail, understand that their silence speaks volumes. It tells the story of memory lost to time, of trauma that 10,000 years hasn't healed, of duties that conflict with truth, of isolation so profound that communication becomes impossible. It tells the story of warriors who have paid the ultimate price, not death, but life extended far beyond its natural span, until they become strangers in their own time, carrying memories of people and events that no one else can truly understand. Their silence is not mysterious or enigmatic. It's simply sad, a reminder that even immortality has its limits, and that some costs of eternal service cannot be measured in battle honors or campaigns fought. The ancient dreadnoughts serve on as they must, but they serve knowing that when they finally fall, they'll take with them truths that the galaxy will never recover. And that, perhaps, is the real price of creating warriors who cannot die. Not that they might live forever, but that they might outlive the very possibility of being understood. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the tragedy of the ancient dreadnoughts and their silence about the Primarchs, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. There are countless dark corners of the Warhammer 40k lore to explore, and your support helps us continue bringing you content that goes beyond surface-level summaries to really examine what makes this universe so compelling and tragic. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, even memory dies. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exist horrors beyond mortal comprehension. Among these countless terrors, few are as deeply personal, as intimately cruel, as what occurs when the green-skinned Xenos known as orcs get their crude, brutal hands on the sacred war machines of the Adeptus Astartes. Today, we explore one of the darkest fates that can befall a space marine. Not death in glorious combat, not even capture and torture by the forces of chaos, but something perhaps worse. The desecration, the violation, the transformation of one of the Ultramarines' most revered warriors, entombed within his dreadnought sarcophagus, as Orc mechboys tear apart everything he once was and rebuild it into something grotesque. This is the story of what happens when Orcs capture an Ultramarines dreadnought on the worlds of Ultramar. Before we descend into the specifics of this nightmare scenario, we must first understand the players in this tragedy: the Ultramarines. Chapter of the Adeptus Astartes stands as perhaps the most famous, most exemplary of all Space Marine chapters. Sons of the Primarch Robuta Guilliman, they are the ultimate expression of order, discipline, and tactical excellence. Their realm, Ultramar, is not merely a single fortress monastery world like most chapters claim, but an entire stellar empire. Once encompassing 500 worlds during the Great Crusade, even after the Horus heresy reduced their domain, Ultramar remains a shining beacon of imperial civilization in the eastern fringe. Within these carefully administered worlds, citizens live better lives than almost anywhere else in the Imperium. They know genuine justice, reasonable governance, and the protection of their superhuman guardians. The capital world of Macragge sits as the crown jewel of this realm, its towering mountains home to the Fortress of Hera, where the Ultramarines maintain their fortress monastery. Other worlds like Calth, with its vast underground cities built after the Wordbearers poisoned its sun during the heresy, Talassar with its violent seas, Espandor with its endless forests, and Ajax, the garden world of legendary fertility, each contribute to making Ultramar a functioning empire rather than merely a military installation. The Ultramarines take their duties as rulers seriously, viewing the governance of these worlds not as a burden, but as a sacred responsibility handed down by their Primarch through the Codex Astartes. Standing in stark contrast to this ordered, civilized realm are the Orcs. Where the Ultramarines represent humanity's highest aspirations toward discipline and excellence, Orcs represent something far more primal and terrifying in their own way. They are a plague upon the galaxy, a green tide that crashes against civilized worlds with the force of an apocalypse. Genetically engineered warriors created millions of years ago by the ancient Old Ones during the War in Heaven, Orcs are living weapons that have outlived their creators and now exist for one purpose alone: war. They live to fight. They breed through spores released throughout their lives and especially at death, making them nearly impossible to truly eradicate from any world they've touched. They grow larger and stronger the more they fight, their physiology responding to success in battle by making them even more dangerous. But what makes Orcs truly unique among the Xenos races is their relationship with technology and reality itself. Every Orc generates a low-level psychic field, and when thousands or millions of Orcs gather together, these fields combine into the Gestalt phenomenon known as the Wei-GH. This psychic resonance doesn't just make Orcs recognize which among them is biggest and therefore in charge. It actually warps reality in subtle but significant ways. Orc technology, which by all rights should not function, which consists of scrap metal hammered together with no regard for actual engineering principles, somehow works because the Orcs believe it should work. The Wei-Ag field fills in the gaps, makes the impossible possible, turns junk into functional weapons through sheer collective belief. Red vehicles go faster simply because Orcs think they should. Guns fire when they shouldn't be able to. Armor protects when by rights it should collapse. Within Orc society, certain individuals called Odd Boys are born with specialized instincts. The Mech Boys, also called Mechs, possess an innate genetic understanding of engineering and construction. They don't learn how to build things through education. The knowledge simply exists in their genes, placed there by the Old Ones countless ages ago. A Mech can look at a pile of scrap and instinctively know what each piece is and how it could be used. Give them materials and tools, and they'll start building, creating ramshackle but surprisingly effective weapons and vehicles. The best and biggest Mechs become Big Mechs, masters of Orc technology, who can create truly impressive and devastating war machines. Among the various Orc clans, none epitomize the looting mentality quite like the Death Skulls. Their entire culture revolves around the acquisition of other races' technology and equipment. They're the quintessential scavengers and thieves of Orc society, painting everything they own in blue, because they believe blue is lucky, and covering their acquisitions in looted symbols and icons. But the truth is that all Orcs loot. It's fundamental to how they operate. After every battle, Orcs swarm across the battlefield, taking everything they can carry. Weapons, armor, ammunition, food, vehicles, even buildings get dismantled and carried off. Entire orc warbands called looters specialize in grabbing the best weapons from dead enemies and getting mechs to rebuild them into shoulder-mounted gun platforms. Now imagine these two forces colliding. The ordered, disciplined Ultramarines defending their carefully maintained realm against the chaotic, barely organized but overwhelming tide of an orc. Wow! Such conflicts have occurred throughout history. Espandor itself saw a brutal orc invasion in the late 41st millennium, requiring the sacrifice of the dreadnought Barcus to ensure the survival of the Ultramarines' forces. The world of Prandium, once considered the crowning glory of Ultramar for its natural beauty, was completely stripped bare by Tyranids, but orcs too have threatened these worlds countless times. When an orc wag gains momentum, when the psychic field grows strong enough, orcs will pour forth from every corner of space, drawn to the promise of the best fighting, the biggest battles, the most glorious carnage. To understand the true horror of what we're about to discuss, we must first comprehend exactly what a dreadnought is, for it is far more than simply a weapon. It is a walking tomb. It is a prison. It is both salvation and damnation, wrapped in adamantium and ceramite. When a Space Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even the advanced medical capabilities of the chapter's apothecaries cannot save him, when his body is broken beyond repair, but some spark of life remains, the chapter faces a choice. They can grant him the Emperor's peace, a quick death, and the honor of having his gene seed harvested for the next generation. Or, if the warrior is deemed valuable enough, experienced enough, worthy enough, they can offer him a different fate. The process of interring a Space Marine into a dreadnought is part surgery, part religious ritual, and entirely irreversible. The dying Marine's broken body is suspended in amniotic fluids within an armored sarcophagus, connected to life support systems that will sustain him indefinitely. What remains of his physical form, often little more than a torso and perhaps a head, becomes permanently wired into the dreadnought's systems through neural links and cybernetic interfaces. His senses are replaced by the machine's sensors. His limbs become weapons and power fists. His voice becomes a mechanical approximation filtered through Vox speakers. Everything that made him physically human is stripped away, leaving only consciousness trapped within a shell of metal. The Ultramarines, like all chapters, consider this interment a great honor. They tell their warriors that service will continue. They speak of how the Ancient Ones, as dreadnoughts are respectfully called, will guide future generations with their wisdom. They frame it as preservation of the chapter's greatest heroes, and in many ways, this is true. Dreadnoughts are revered. Their counsel is sought. Their presence on the battlefield inspires ordinary Space Marines to greater acts of heroism. When a dreadnought strides into combat, it brings the accumulated experience of centuries, or even millennia. Some dreadnoughts remember the Horus Heresy itself, their memories extending back 10,000 years to the Imperium's darkest hour. But there is another side to this existence that goes unspoken in the grand ceremonies and solemn pronouncements. The pilots spend most of their time in a death-like sleep, their consciousness dimmed to preserve their sanity and extend the operational life of their biological components. When they wake, it is for war. They are roused from the darkness, their systems brought online, and they are immediately thrust into battle. There is no time for adjustment, no period of acclimatization. One moment, nothing. The next moment, sensors detecting enemy targets and tactical data streaming into their consciousness. They fight, they kill, and then they are returned to sleep. Years might pass between awakenings, decades, centuries. Each time they wake, more of their battle brothers are gone, replaced by warriors they've never met. Each time they wake, more of their humanity has eroded away, ground down by the mechanical existence they endure. The Ultramarines have always maintained strong bonds with their dreadnoughts. In a chapter that values tradition, tactical wisdom, and the teachings of the Codex Astartes, these ancient ones represent living links to their history. Dreadnought Barcus, before his destruction during the Orc invasion of Espandor, had served the Fourth Company with distinction for unknown centuries. Brother Ultrasius of the Second Company was interred after the Pyra Crusades in the 39th millennium and continued serving well into the 41st. Venerable dreadnoughts like Brother Agnathio survived the Battle of Calth itself, that apocalyptic betrayal during the Horus Heresy, and fought for 10,000 years afterward. Each of these warriors represents not just a weapon system, but a repository of knowledge, a teacher, a reminder of everything the chapter has endured and overcome. When an Ultramarine is placed in a dreadnought, his brothers do not forget him. His name is spoken with reverence. His deeds are remembered. The Tech Marines and Tech Marines maintain his sarcophagus with religious devotion, treating the war machine not merely as equipment, but as a shrine to a living saint. They paint it in the blue and gold of Ultramar. They adorn it with honor markings and campaign badges. They inscribe his name and his victories upon its armor. Everything about a dreadnought's appearance announces who pilots it, what they have achieved, and what they represent to the chapter. To desecrate such a machine is not merely to damage equipment. It is to violate something sacred. It is to defile the body and soul of a revered warrior who has already sacrificed everything for the Imperium. Now we must turn our attention to the darker aspects of Orc behavior, particularly their relationship with captured technology. Orcs don't simply loot for practical reasons, though the acquisition of weapons and vehicles they couldn't otherwise build serves definite practical purposes. They loot because they fundamentally cannot resist the urge. When an Orc sees something interesting, something shiny, something that looks like it would be good for fighting, a deep compulsion overtakes them. They must have it. This isn't reasoned thought. It's closer to instinct, to genetic programming that drives them to acquire and adapt whatever they find. The mech boys experience this compulsion even more intensely. Where ordinary Orcs might grab a gun or some armor, mech boys are drawn to complex technology. Vehicles especially fascinate them. Imperial tanks, Eldar gravcraft, Tau battlesuits, even Tyranid bioconstructs, all of these trigger the mech's engineering instincts. They'll spend hours, even days, taking apart a captured machine to understand how it works. Except they don't understand how it works, not really. Their genetic memory tells them what parts do, tells them how to connect things, but they don't comprehend the underlying principles. They operate on pure instinct, backed up by the psychic field of the Wei-Gi, which makes their impossible contraptions function despite all logic. When Orcs modify looted equipment, they follow certain patterns that reveal their priorities and aesthetic preferences. First, everything must be made more Orcy. This means bigger, louder, and covered in crude modifications. They weld metal plates onto armor, not because the vehicle needs more protection, but because more metal makes it look tougher. They bolt on additional weapons, stacking guns on top of guns until the whole thing bristles with firepower. Doesn't matter if the aiming mechanisms are ruined, or if the added weight makes it nearly impossible to move. More guns equals more dakka, and more dakka is always better. They add spikes, chains, and jagged edges because these make the vehicle look mean. They paint everything, usually red for speed, but other colors have their own properties according to Orc belief. Blue is lucky, yellow makes explosions bigger, purple makes things sneaky because nobody has ever seen a purple Orc. Black is tough and harder to kill. The process is violent, chaotic, and completely disrespectful of the original design. Mech boys don't carefully preserve functionality while adding their modifications. They tear off bits they don't understand or don't like. They weld new components directly onto critical systems. They rip out the original power source and jam in something that probably shouldn't work but does because the Wei-Arg field makes it work. Gretchen assistants, Small goblinoid creatures that serve orcs as laborers and cannon fodder swarm over the project, following barked orders from the mech, stealing parts from each other, occasionally getting crushed or incinerated when something goes wrong. The whole workshop echoes with the sounds of hammering, welding, shouting, and periodic explosions. For Imperial Guard vehicles, this process is relatively straightforward, if horrific to witness. A Lehman Russ tank, workhorse of the Imperial military, becomes a looted wagon. Out come the carefully calibrated targeting systems, replaced, with a crude gun mount that works through brute force and the WAYAG field. Off comes the camouflage paint, replaced with garish red and yellow. On go the spikes, the rams, the additional armor plates. The original crew compartment gets modified to fit orc physiology, which usually means tearing out seats and controls, since orcs don't need such luxuries. Within days or even hours, depending on how many mechs and grots are working, the tank no longer resembles its original form. It's still recognizable as having once been a Lehman Russ, but now it's something else, something crude, something that screams its new allegiance to anyone who sees it. But Space Marine equipment represents a different challenge entirely. Astartes wargear is not mass-produced like Imperial Guard equipment. Each piece is a work of craftsmanship, blessed by the Mechanicus, inscribed with prayers and purity seals. The materials alone are far superior to standard Imperial equipment. Ceramite armor, adamantium structural components, advanced power sources that have sustained war machines for thousands of years. The machine spirits that the Mechanicus believes inhabit all technology are particularly strong in Space Marine equipment. From an orc perspective, this means the loot is even better. From a practical standpoint, it means the equipment is more resistant to their modifications, though this never stops them from trying. Space Marine vehicles rarely fall into orc hands intact simply because Space Marines rarely lose battles so catastrophically that they abandon functioning equipment. When a Rhino transport or a Predator tank falls to enemy fire, the Space Marines typically recover it after the battle, or destroy it themselves if recovery proves impossible. The chapter simply cannot allow sacred wargear to be captured, but in the chaos of battle, especially against overwhelming numbers, even Space Marines can be forced into full retreat. Equipment gets left behind. Damaged vehicles that would normally be towed to safety are instead abandoned in the desperate need to preserve the chapter's most valuable resource, the Space Marines themselves. And when orcs overwhelm a Space Marine position, when the green tide finally crashes over defenses that have held for hours or days, they don't take prisoners and they don't show mercy. They kill and they loot, in that order, or sometimes simultaneously. Dreadnoughts occupy a special place in this grim calculus. When a dreadnought falls in battle, it represents both an opportunity and a challenge for the orcs, though they lack the awareness to truly appreciate what they've captured. To them, it's a big walking weapon platform. It's got armor thicker than a tank. It's got guns that can blow holes in fortress walls. It can crush orcs with its power fist and shrug off shots that would destroy lighter vehicles. In short, it's exactly the kind of thing that triggers every looting instinct in the orc psyche. The mech boys see it and immediately start thinking about what they could do with it. Make it shootier, make it choppier, paint it red so it goes faster, even though dreadnoughts don't actually go that fast. Add more guns, more armor, more spikes, more everything. What they don't understand, what they cannot understand because their minds don't work that way, is that a dreadnought isn't just a machine. There's someone inside, a living, conscious being trapped within that sarcophagus, kept alive by systems the orcs will blunder through with all the delicacy of an avalanche. They don't grasp the sacred nature of what they've captured, the centuries or millennia of service represented by the warrior inside, the bonds of brotherhood connecting him to his chapter. To them, it's just loot. Really good loot, but just loot. Now let us construct the scenario that leads to capture. Picture Espandor, that forested cardinal world on the edge of Ultramar's territory. Its two continents are covered in ancient trees, broken only by carefully planned cities that blend into the natural landscape according to Guillemot's principles of harmonious development. The population is smaller than the more developed core worlds of Ultramar, but they are proud people, descendants of explorers who settled here during the Age of Strife and have maintained their independence and unique culture even while embracing their place in Ultramar's order. The orcs arrived without warning, as they often do. Perhaps they were drawn by the psychic wake of a nearby weg that had ravaged other systems. Perhaps they were simply wandering warbands that stumbled upon Espandor and decided it looked like a good place for a fight. Perhaps a war boss had specifically targeted the world as part of a larger campaign against Ultramar. The reason doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that thousands, then tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands of orcs descended upon Espandor in crewed spacecraft and rock transports, massive asteroids, hollowed out and filled with orcs that were simply dropped from orbit to crater into the surface. The Ultramarines responded with their characteristic efficiency and tactical brilliance. The Fourth Company, perhaps led by a captain who had studied the orc invasion scenarios detailed in the Codex Astartes, deployed to reinforce the planetary defense forces. With them came several ancient ones, dreadnoughts, whose experience with orc combat stretched back centuries. Among them, let us imagine, was Brother Castus, a venerable dreadnought who had served the chapter for 600 years since his interment, after suffering catastrophic wounds fighting word-bearers during a border war in the galactic east. He had walked through the fires of a dozen campaigns. His assault cannon had spoken the Emperor's wrath to countless enemies. His power fist had crushed the skulls of alien war bosses and heretic commanders. He was, by any measure, a hero of the chapter. The initial battles went well. The Ultramarines struck at the Orc landing zones with precise drop pod assaults and lightning-fast attacks by assault marines. They targeted the biggest orcs, knowing that removing leadership would fracture the horde into infighting mobs. They used the terrain masterfully, turning the forests of Espandor into killing grounds where disciplined fire could cut down waves of orc boys charging between the trees. Brother Castus's assault cannon became a focal point of many defenses, his withering fire creating fields of orc corpses that slowed subsequent waves. The Ultramarines held their ground, adapted to orc tactics, and fought with the skill that made them the exemplars of the Adeptus Astartes. But orcs have one advantage that even the Ultramarines struggle to counter: numbers. For every orc that fell, it seemed like 3 more appeared. The Wag field grew stronger as more greenskins gathered on Espandor, drawn by the promise of the best fight in the sector. Battles that should have been victories became Pyrrhic struggles. Positions that should have held for days fell in hours. The Ultramarines never broke, never routed, never showed fear, but they were being ground down by attrition that even their superior skill and equipment couldn't fully offset. The Battle of Valorin Pass became the turning point. The Ultramarines had established a defensive line in a river valley, using the natural terrain to create overlapping fields of fire. The Orcs, led by a particularly brutal war boss riding a Gargant, a towering war machine the size of an Imperial Titan, launched a massive assault. Thousands of boys charged forward, while Def Dreads and Killer Khans provided fire support. The sky darkened with Orc aircraft dropping bombs with typical accuracy, which is to say they hit friend and foe alike. Brother Castus stood in the center of the line, his assault cannon speaking a continuous roar of thunder, cutting down orcs by the score. The line held for 6 hours, then 8, then 12. Castus's ammunition reserves ran low, and his assault cannon fell silent, replaced entirely by his power fist as he waded into melee combat, crushing orcs with each sweep of his adamantium limb. Around him, battle brothers fought with chainswords and combat knives when their bolters ran dry. The dead piled so high that new orcs had to climb over corpses to reach the Ultramarines' position. But still they came. Always they came. When the Gargant finally reached the Ultramarine line, it simply walked through it. Mega cannons on its arms fired at point-blank range, blowing apart defensive positions that had withstood everything else. Its massive feet crushed battle brothers and orcs alike. Brother Castus turned to engage it, and for a moment, it seemed possible that even this monstrous war machine could be brought down. His power fist struck the Gargant's leg joint, tearing through meters of welded armor plate. Inside the Gargant, dozens of orcs panicked as their machine stumbled. But there were too many of them, and Gargants don't go down easily. The Gargant kicked. It wasn't sophisticated. It wasn't tactical. It was just a massive metal foot swinging at the thing that had hurt it. Brother Castus, despite 600 years of combat experience, despite superhuman reflexes enhanced by his connection to the Dreadnought systems, despite everything, couldn't dodge. The impact lifted his entire chassis off the ground and sent him crashing into the remains of a stone fortification 20 meters away. His armor cracked. His systems screamed warnings. His neural link flickered. And then the orcs were on him, dozens of them, stabbing and hacking and wrenching at his armor, trying to pull him apart. The last thing Brother Castus's external sensors recorded before they went dark was the ultramarine line finally breaking, his brothers conducting a fighting withdrawal, leaving the dead and the critically damaged behind because staying meant dying for nothing. In his mind, through the pain and the system failures, he tried to cry out, "Don't leave me, brothers, please." But his Vox was offline. His weapons were offline. Everything was offline. He felt the orcs dragging him, felt them hooking chains to his broken armor, felt them hauling him like a prize animal. And then, mercy of mercies, his consciousness faded into the emergency hibernation that occurs when a dreadnought systems suffer catastrophic damage. Darkness claimed him, and for a time, there was nothing. When awareness returned, it came in fragments. First, sound. The crash and clang of metal on metal. Orc voices, guttural and loud, barking orders and insults in their crude tongue. The whir of power tools, the hiss of welding torches. Then, sensation. Not physical sensation, because he had no physical body to speak of anymore, but the data his remaining sensors provided. He was in a large space, hot, the air thick with smoke and oil. His chassis was stationary, held in place by crude but effective restraints. Then, vision. His optical sensors came partially online, providing grainy, flickering images. He could see. Emperor help him, he could see where he was. The workshop of an orc mech boy. Scrap metal everywhere. Vehicles in various states of disassembly and reconstruction. Gretchen running between piles of parts, carrying tools and components, and around him, dozens of orcs. Some were working on him directly, others were just watching, pointing and laughing and shouting suggestions. And at the center of it all, a big mech, identifiable by his larger size and the wealth of mechanical augmentations covering his body. Brother Castus tried to access his systems, tried to activate weapons, tried to move, tried anything. Nothing responded. The orcs had been thorough in their initial assessment, disabling everything that could threaten them while they worked. He couldn't fight. He couldn't escape. He couldn't even speak to tell them what they had, what they were doing, though they wouldn't have understood or cared. He could only watch, only observe his own desecration with the detachment of his mechanical senses. The big mech circled Castus's chassis, examining it from every angle with an expression that might have been appreciation or might have been hunger. It was hard to tell with orcs. The greenskin reached out with a crude mechanical claw that replaced one of his hands and tapped the sarcophagus housing Castus's body. The sound reverberated through Castus's audio sensors. Then the mech started barking orders. The Gretchen swarmed forward with tools. The work began. They started with the iconography, the ultramarine symbols, the ultima, the proud blue and gold livery. All of it had to go in the orc aesthetic. Grots with sanders and grinders assaulted his armor, removing paint in harsh strokes that left scratches in the ceramite beneath. Others followed with brushes and buckets of paint, slapping on colors with no technique or care. Red dominated because red goes faster, though Castus's dreadnought chassis had never been designed for speed. Yellow accents for bigger booms, the mech had decided. Blue symbols for luck. They didn't remove everything evenly. Patches of ultramarine blue remained, showing through the crude paint job like bruises. His name, carefully inscribed in high Gothic on his sarcophagus, disappeared under layers of red paint and crude orc glyphs. The purity seals that had adorned his chassis, each one placed there by a chaplain and blessed with prayers, were simply torn off. The grots threw them into a pile of other useless bits, all the sacred items that meant nothing to orcs. Servo skulls that had hovered near him during battles, destroyed in the fighting at Valorin Pass, were replaced with crude orc totems and trophies. Teeth, the currency of orc society made from their own constantly regenerating tusks, were nailed and glued to his armor as decorations. Chains with dangling bits of scrap metal were welded on. Everything about his appearance that spoke of the Ultramarines, of Ultramar, of the Imperium, was stripped away or covered over. Through it all, Brother Castus could do nothing but witness. He had no voice to protest, no hand to strike, no way to end his own existence and deny the orcs their prize. He was a consciousness trapped in a tomb, and the tomb was being desecrated before his senses. Every scrape of the grinder sent vibrations through his chassis that his neural interface interpreted as something uncomfortably close to pain. Every splash of crude paint felt like a violation. He had served the chapter for 600 years. He had earned his rest in the sleep between battles, had earned the reverence of his brothers, had earned the right to continue serving until glorious destruction claimed him. Instead, he was becoming something monstrous. The mech eventually turned his attention to the weapons systems. Castus's assault cannon, that beautiful piece of technology that had slain so many enemies, was apparently insufficiently orky. The big mech examined it, grunted, then started ordering its removal. The careful mounting brackets that allowed for precise targeting were cut away with welding torches. The ammunition feed system, a marvel of engineering that ensured the weapon never jammed, was ripped out. The barrel assembly came off, and for a moment, Castus dared to hope they would simply replace it with something that wouldn't work, that would fail when they tried to fire it, that would deny them the use of their prize. But mech boys, for all their crude methods, have that genetic engineering instinct. The big mech selected a massive orc weapon, something that looked like it had been built from a dozen different guns welded together, with ammunition belts crisscrossing its surface and what might have been a flamethrower attached to the bottom. With brutal efficiency, the orcs modified Castus's weapon mount to accept this monstrosity. They didn't bother with targeting systems or fire control. They just bolted it on, rigged up a crude firing mechanism, and called it good. When they tested it, firing a burst into the ceiling of the workshop and bringing down a shower of debris that sent Gretchen scurrying for cover, it worked. Orc technology at its finest. The Power Fist proved more resistant to their modifications, simply because it was a solid piece of adamantium that even orcs couldn't easily take apart. But they could add to it. Spikes got welded onto the fingers. A buzzsaw blade was attached to the forearm. Additional armor plates, torn from some other vehicle and covered in orc glyphs, were bolted onto the fist's housing. They even attached a small scorcher, a crude flamethrower, to the wrist. Because why not have more weapons? The elegant, brutal simplicity of the original Power Fist disappeared under layers of orc improvements. Days passed, maybe weeks. Castus had no way to track time with his chronometer systems offline. The work continued. They opened panels in his chassis, poked around in his internal systems with Gretchen hands and mech tools, not understanding what they were looking at, but making changes anyway. They found his power source, a plasma reactor that had hummed quietly for 600 years, with minimal maintenance. The big mech stared at it for a long time, clearly recognizing that it was important, but not entirely understanding how it worked. He left it mostly intact, but added supplementary power feeds from orc sources, just in case. These feeds were inefficient, prone to overloading, and fundamentally incompatible with Castus's systems. But the WAG field would make them work regardless. The worst moment, the absolute nadir of this nightmare, came when the mech discovered the sarcophagus itself. He'd clearly been wondering what was in the armored box at the center of the chassis, and eventually curiosity overcame whatever caution he possessed. With a massive pry bar, the big mech forced open the outer casing. Castus felt the pressure on his tomb, felt the seals breaking, felt the sanctity of his final resting place being violated. His audio sensors picked up the hiss of escaping preservative fluids, felt the temperature change as the carefully controlled internal environment was exposed to the filthy air of the workshop. The orcs stared at what they found. Castus couldn't see himself, but he knew what they were looking at. What remained of his body, sustained by the sarcophagus's systems. A torso, perhaps part of his head, wrapped in neural interface cables and life support tubes. What might have once been recognizable as human, as a space marine, now reduced to biological components necessary to house the consciousness that piloted this machine. The orcs made sounds that might have been disgust, or might have been fascination. The mech reached in with a crude instrument, poking at the cables, and Castus felt it through his whole being. Not physical pain, because those nerve endings no longer existed or no longer functioned in the traditional sense, but awareness of violation, of something fundamentally wrong occurring to the most intimate part of his existence. The big mech seemed to understand, in his limited way, that the thing in the box was important. He didn't rip out the cables or smash the life support systems. Instead, he had his Gretchen clean up the spilled fluids, seal some of the gaps with crude welding, and patch the sarcophagus back together. The repairs were horrific to contemplate. All angular welds and mismatched metal, nothing like the precision work of Imperial tech marines. But they held. The systems continued functioning, kept functioning, would keep functioning for the Emperor only knew how long. Castus would not be granted even the mercy of system failure and death. He would continue, trapped, aware, as these monsters completed their work. More weapons were added. A rocket launcher, because every good orc vehicle needs missiles, mounted on his shoulder joint, where it interfered with his chassis's rotation. Big shooters on his hips. A grabbing claw, essentially a giant mechanical hand, attached to the spot where another weapon might have gone. The mech seemed to be operating under the principle that if a spot could fit a weapon, it should have a weapon. That the systems would be impossible to use simultaneously, that the targeting would be a nightmare, that the added weight would make movement difficult. None of these concerns mattered. More Dakar, always more Dakar. The paint job continued. Layers of red, yellow and blue covered every surface. Orc glyphs, crude and angular, were painted wherever space allowed. The mech's personal symbol, marking this as his work, went on the sarcophagus itself. Teeth and chains and bits of scrap metal got attached as decoration. The orcs seemed to delight in making the dreadnought, their dreadnought now in their minds, look as mean and aggressive as possible. Some of the additions serve no purpose whatsoever. Metal plates welded on at odd angles, spikes pointing in directions that couldn't possibly threaten an enemy, chains that did nothing except hang there and rattle when the chassis moved. But to the orcs, all of it made sense. All of it made the machine better, tougher, killier. They even modified the base and legs, though dreadnought locomotion systems are notoriously robust and difficult to alter. Where Castus had once walked with measured, powerful steps, now his movement would be lurching and uneven, thanks to mismatched repair work on his damaged leg joints. The orcs added armor plates to his lower limbs that actually made them heavier and slower. They welded on what appeared to be exhaust pipes that led nowhere, but would presumably belch smoke when active, because smoke makes things look tougher. Everything about the modifications demonstrated the orc philosophy that more is better, and subtlety is for gits who can't afford more guns. Throughout this process, Brother Castus's consciousness remained trapped in his nightmare. He couldn't sleep. The hibernation systems that normally provided mercy between battles were offline, or inaccessible. He was awake for every moment, every modification, every desecration. He tried to distract himself by remembering his service before the dreadnought, his youth as a scout, learning the skills that would serve him throughout his service, his initiation into the tactical squads, his first taste of full battle brother status, the campaigns he'd fought in his living body, the brothers he'd served alongside, the victories they'd achieved in the Emperor's name. But these memories felt increasingly distant, increasingly unreal. The present overwhelmed everything. The constant noise of the workshop, the lurching in his systems every time the orcs made another modification, the helplessness. In his centuries as a dreadnought, Castus had been powerful. He had been respected. He had been a hero, an ancient one whose counsel was sought and whose mere presence inspired. Now he was reduced to this, a toy for monsters who couldn't even comprehend what they had, a prize so thoroughly violated that he didn't know if he could ever be recovered, even if rescue came. How could he return to his brothers looking like this? How could he face them knowing he'd been made into this obscenity? He tried to hold on to his faith. The Emperor protects, the old saying went. But the Emperor had not protected him from this. He tried to remember the teachings of the Codex Astartes, that sacred text penned by his own Primarch. But the Codex said nothing about enduring conscious entombment in a defiled shell, while orcs turned you into a weapon against your own kind. He tried to think of Guilliman, that exemplar of rationality and tactical genius. What would the Primarch say about this situation? Perhaps something about accepting what cannot be changed and focusing on what can be influenced. But Castus could influence nothing. He could only endure. Time became meaningless. The workshop's cycle of work and rest, of frantic activity and periodic lulls, provided no actual measure of duration. The orcs didn't care about human concepts of hours and days. They worked when they felt like working, slept when they felt like sleeping, and stopped to eat or fight amongst themselves when the mood struck. The big mech maintained focus on his project better than his underlings, returning again and again to examine his work, to add more modifications, to bark orders at Gretchen who were installing components incorrectly. Eventually, inevitably, the work reached a state the big mech considered finished. This didn't mean everything worked perfectly. Orc construction is never perfect. There would be pieces left over that nobody could identify, parts that didn't quite fit but were forced into place anyway, systems that probably shouldn't be connected but were. None of that mattered. The big mech stood back, looked at what he'd created, and nodded with satisfaction. He'd taken Space Marine technology and made it Orky. He'd created something that would smash and blast and stomp, and everyone would know it was his creation. That was victory enough. The testing phase proved as chaotic as the construction. The orcs fired up Castus's systems, and he felt power flooding through his chassis for the first time since the battle at Valorin Pass. But everything was wrong. The power feeds were irregular, surging and dropping. The weapon systems had no proper targeting integration. The movement controls, already damaged in battle, had been modified to the point where they barely responded to his neural inputs. When they tried to make him walk, the dreadnought lurched forward in an unsteady gait that threatened to topple it onto the watching orcs. They laughed. Of course they laughed. To them, the stumbling war machine was hilarious. They tested the weapons next, and the workshop erupted in chaos. The modified assault cannon equivalent roared to life, spewing shells in a wide arc that killed several Gretchen and sent everyone diving for cover. The rocket launcher misfired, the missile spiraling wildly before impacting a pile of scrap and causing a secondary explosion. The Scorcher worked perfectly, unfortunately, belching a gout of flame that ignited an oil spill and started a fire that took the orcs several minutes to extinguish. Through it all, Castus remained trapped in the pilot's seat of this mad creation, unable to control what his weapons did, even as they fired under orc commands. The big mech seemed pleased with the destruction. To an orc, weapons that caused chaos were good weapons. That they'd nearly killed the entire work crew was irrelevant. That they'd damaged the workshop was acceptable losses. The important thing was that the war machine functioned after a fashion. The mech slapped a hand against Castus's armored hull, the clang reverberating through the chassis, and declared his work complete. The looted dreadnought would march to war. But before we follow Castus into battle, we must address the question of rescue. The Ultramarines do not abandon their own lightly. When Battle Company withdrew from Valoran Pass, the Master of the Fourth would have been counting losses. He would have noted which battle brothers failed to rejoin the force, which equipment was left behind. And he would have recorded that Brother Castus, venerable ancient of the Fourth Company, had fallen and his chassis had not been recovered. This information would have reached the chapter command quickly. The initial response would have been fury. Cold, calculated ultramarine fury directed at the orcs who had overrun their position and taken one of their ancient ones. The orcs themselves would neither know nor care about the significance, but the ultramarines would. Immediately, resources would be diverted toward recovery operations. If Castus had fallen in a temporary defeat, if the ultramarines had maintained control of the overall battlefield, recovery would have been swift. Drop pods would have delivered assault marines to the site within hours. Even in death, Castus would have been returned to his chapter, his remains treated with reverence, and his gene seed harvested if possible. But in this scenario, recovery proved impossible. The orcs had swept over the battlefield so thoroughly, had pushed the ultramarines back so far that the area remained under greenskin control. Reconnaissance missions revealed thousands of orcs swarming through the forests near Valoran Pass, looting everything they could carry. Somewhere in that chaotic mass was Castus, or what remained of him. Launching a recovery operation would have meant committing substantial forces that were desperately needed to stabilize other fronts. The decision fell to the company master: attempt recovery or accept the loss. We can imagine the debate in the chapter command. The chaplains would have argued for immediate recovery, citing the sacred nature of dreadnoughts and the need to never abandon the fallen. The tech marines would have pointed out that every hour Castus remained in orc hands increased the chances of irreversible damage to his chassis and systems. The captain would have considered tactical realities, the bigger picture of the campaign, the risk versus the potential reward. In the end, pragmatism likely won. The campaign to drive the orcs from Espandor took precedence over recovering a single fallen warrior, even one as honored as Brother Castus. The decision was made to continue the larger battle and attempt recovery once strategic situation stabilized. But stabilization took longer than anyone expected. The orcs proved resilient, numerous, and unwilling to give up their prize world. Weeks turned into months. The Ultramarines achieved victories, pushed the orcs back from major population centers, protected the critical infrastructure that makes a world valuable to the Imperium. But the Greenskins remained on Espandor, dug into remote regions, constantly reinforced by new warbands arriving from other systems. The window for quick recovery closed. The chances of finding Castus, let alone recovering him intact, diminished to nearly nothing. Unknown to the Ultramarines, their brother was undergoing his transformation not in some remote forest camp where mobile orcs might have dragged him, but in a more permanent settlement. The orc presence on Espandor had grown substantial enough that mechs had established proper workshops. These crude facilities weren't going anywhere quickly, but tracking them through the vast forests proved nearly impossible without committing overwhelming reconnaissance resources. The Ultramarines searched. Every patrol kept sensors active for signs of dreadnought power signatures. Every interrogation of captured orcs included questions about looted space marine equipment. But orcs are notoriously unreliable sources of information, even when they cooperate, which they rarely do. There was one near miss. A strike force of scouts, infiltrating deep into orc-held territory, detected a power signature consistent with a dreadnought reactor. They called in support, and a full company moved to the location. The raid hit the orc workshop with devastating precision. Dozens of orcs died in the first minutes. The workshop burned. But when the Ultramarines searched the ruins, They found only pieces of a looted Imperial Guard Sentinel, its power cell registering similar energy outputs to their target. Castus was elsewhere, his signature masked by the hundreds of engines and generators in the Orc settlement, or simply missed in the vast expanse of territory to search. The psychological impact on the chapter cannot be understated. Every Space Marine knows that death can come at any moment. They accept this, they train for it, they welcome it, in a sense, as proof that they died doing their duty. But this was different. One of their ancient ones, a hero who had already sacrificed so much, was out there somewhere, possibly still alive and trapped in his sarcophagus. The chaplains held services of remembrance, but they couldn't offer the finality that death would provide. Brother Castus existed in a state of uncertainty, neither confirmed dead nor successfully recovered. It gnawed at the chapter's collective consciousness. The Fourth Company maintained the hunt even as they fought other battles. Every operation in Orc-controlled areas included secondary objectives to locate Castus or gather intelligence on his whereabouts. Marines swore personal oaths to bring their Ancient One home. The Tech Marines prepared for the worst, readying the tools and replacement parts that would be needed to restore him if recovery proved successful. The chapter serfs prepared the sacred oils and incense that would be used in reconsecration ceremonies. Everyone held on to hope, though that hope diminished with each passing week. Meanwhile, Castus experienced something close to despair. He had heard nothing from his chapter. He couldn't know that they were searching for him, that they hadn't forgotten, that the entire Fourth Company considered his recovery a matter of honor. From his perspective, trapped in silence with no communication capabilities, he had been abandoned. Lost to the chapter. Forgotten in the chaos of war. The thought hurt worse than the physical modifications the Orcs had inflicted. He had served for 600 years. He had given everything to the Ultramarines, and now he would spend whatever time remained to him as this mockery, this abomination, this thing the Orcs had created. He contemplated ending his own existence. If his life support systems could be sabotaged, if the reactor could be overloaded, if any of a dozen catastrophic failures could be induced, he might achieve the death that battle had denied him. But he had no control. The Orcs had disabled everything, rewired everything. Even his limited ability to influence his own systems was gone. He was purely passenger now, consciousness inhabiting a machine he could not command. The only mercy was that when they powered down his systems between modifications, when his consciousness faded into dormancy, he found something resembling peace. But the Orcs never left him dormant for long. There was always more work to do, more testing to conduct, more modifications to try. Finally, the day came when the Big Mech declared it was time to see his creation in battle. The WAG was moving to a new battlefield, a major push against one of Espandor's fortress cities. Every available unit was being mobilized, and the mech wanted his looted dreadnought there to show the other mechs what he'd accomplished. Castus was loaded onto a crude transport, essentially a flatbed truck with additional armor plates welded on. Other Orcs piled onto the vehicle around him, hanging off the sides, standing on his chassis, treating him as mobile cover. The transport roared to life with a cloud of black exhaust and lurched toward the battle. The journey provided Castus his first view of the outside world in however long his captivity had lasted. His optical sensors, partially restored during the modification process, showed him the landscape of Espandor. The forests he remembered, now torn and damaged by Orc presence. Trees knocked down to clear paths for vehicles. Crude structures built from salvaged materials and loot. Everywhere, Orcs. Thousands of them, streaming toward the battle in a great green migration. They rode in vehicles of every description, from nimble buggies to massive battle wagons. They flew overhead in ramshackle aircraft that belched smoke and fire. The scale of the WAG was stunning. No wonder the Ultramarines had struggled to contain this invasion. As they approached the battle zone, the sounds of war grew louder. The thunder of artillery, the crack of small arms fire, the distinctive bark of bolters. The Ultramarines were here, defending this city against the green tide, and Castus was being brought to fight against them. The horror of his situation crystallized in that moment. He would be deployed as a weapon against his own brothers. The Orcs would activate his systems, would use his guns to shoot at Ultramarines, would send him shambling across the battlefield toward the very warriors who had once looked to him for guidance and inspiration. He tried to find some way to warn them, any method of communication. If he could just activate a distress beacon, send out a signal on ultramarine frequencies, let them know that he was here and hostile, that they should destroy him rather than attempt capture or disabling. But again, he had no control. His communication systems remained locked down or had been rewired so extensively that they no longer functioned as intended. He was silent, helpless, a ghost in his own machine. The transport crashed through the final tree line and emerged onto the battlefield. The fortress city of Helion spread before them, its walls scarred but intact, its towers bristling with defensive weapons. And on those walls, in blue and gold armor, stood Ultramarines. Castus recognized the markings of the Fourth Company. His company, brothers he had fought beside, advised, protected. They were here, and he was out here, on the wrong side of this battle. The transport stopped, and the Orcs began piling off, eager for the fight. The big mech approached Castus's chassis and activated the control systems he'd rigged up, overriding whatever remained of the original controls. Power flooded through Castus's body. Weapons came online. The modified assault cannon hummed with readiness. The rocket launcher's targeting systems, crude as they were, began scanning for targets. And the locomotion systems engaged, forcing his legs to move, forcing his chassis to turn toward the enemy, toward his brothers. The Orcs were screaming with joy, firing their guns in the air, charging forward. And in the middle of them, lurching along on damaged legs, painted in Orc colors and bristling with crude weapons, came the thing that had once been Brother Castus, venerable ancient of the Fourth Company, now just another piece of looted war gear. The Ultramarines saw him coming. They couldn't have missed him. A dreadnought-sized target, even one modified beyond recognition, draws attention on any battlefield. Through his sensors, Castus watched as battle brothers adjusted their aim, targeted him specifically. Part of him desperately wanted them to fire, to put him down, to end this nightmare. But he also knew they would hesitate. They would wonder if one of their ancient ones could possibly be inside. They would want to disable rather than destroy, to capture rather than kill. That hesitation, that mercy, would cost them. The big mech activated the weapons. The modified assault cannon roared, spewing shells in the general direction of the Ultramarine lines. The accuracy was terrible, nothing like the precision Castus had once achieved. But volume of fire mattered more to Orcs than accuracy. Some of the shells found targets, impacting on the fortress walls, on defensive positions, possibly on the Marines themselves. The rocket launcher fired next, its missiles spiraling through the air before impacting somewhere in the city. Castus felt every shot like a betrayal, like he was personally pulling the trigger, even though he had no control whatsoever. The return fire came quickly. Bolter rounds pinged off his armor. Lascannon shots scorched deep furrows in his chassis. A missile struck his right side, the explosion rocking his entire frame and taking several Orcs near him with it. But the modifications, for all their crudeness, had actually added mass and armor. The Orcs' additional plating, welded on without any real system, provided extra protection through sheer bulk. And the Wei-Ji-Yi field helped. It always helped. The shells that should have penetrated found their energy dispersed. The systems that should have failed kept functioning. Orc belief made their creation resilient. Brother Castus watched his brothers through sensors that showed them only as tactical contacts, potential targets that the crude fire control systems kept highlighting. He knew some of them would be warriors he'd fought beside in his living days, centuries ago. Others would be younger Marines who had grown up hearing stories about ancient Castus, learning from recordings of his council. All of them would be devastated to learn what had happened to him. If he could just override the systems, just take control for a moment, he could turn his weapons on the orcs around him. He could destroy himself in a way that took as many greenskins as possible with him. He could die as an ultramarine should, but his consciousness remained separated from control, a passenger viewing his own actions with horror. The dreadnought lurched forward, closing the distance to the ultramarine positions. Orc boys used him as cover, hiding behind his bulk as they advanced. The big mech stayed close, one hand on the control mechanism, directing his creation like a puppeteer. When they got close enough, the melee weapons engaged. The Power Fist, still functional beneath its orc modifications, swung at a defensive barrier. The impact shattered Ferrocrete and killed an Imperial Guard trooper who had been taking cover there. The buzzsaw, attached to his forearm by orc ingenuity, screamed to life and bit into another defensive position. This was hell. This was worse than death. Castus had imagined many ends for himself, destroyed by a lucky shot from a powerful enemy, worn down over millennia until his systems finally failed, even catastrophic destruction that vaporized him in an instant. All of those would have been preferable to this, to be used as a weapon against the Imperium, against Ultramar, against his own chapter. To have his very existence, his 600 years of service, twisted into this obscenity. He would have wept if he still possessed the biological capability for tears. The battle raged for hours. The orcs threw themselves at the Helion defenses with typical disregard for casualties. They died by the thousands, their bodies piling up in front of the walls, but thousands more kept coming. Castus remained in the thick of it, an unwilling participant in the slaughter. His weapons fired when the mechs commanded. His fists struck when the orcs steered him into melee. Several times, ultramarine fire found critical spots, damaged components, caused system failures. Each time, Gretchen swarmed over him, performing field repairs with whatever materials they had on hand. Scrap metal got welded over breaches. Duct tape, actual duct tape, held together systems that should have required precision maintenance, and it worked. The Wa'aj field and orc belief kept him in the fight. Then came the moment that would haunt whatever remained of his consciousness. An ultramarine assault squad deployed from the walls, jump-pack troops coming down behind the orc lines to disrupt their advance. They targeted the looted dreadnought specifically, correctly identifying it as a major threat and possibly recognizing it as one of their own. The sergeant leading them landed directly in front of Castus, his power fist crackling with energy. For just a moment, they were face to face, or as close as a dreadnought and a marine can be. The sergeant paused, just a fraction of a second, and Castus saw recognition in that pause. This marine knew. He suspected. The marking might have been covered, but the basic chassis shape, the size, something gave it away. The sergeant's hesitation cost him. The big mech activated Castus's power fist before the marine could strike. The blow caught the sergeant in his side, the force of it shattering ceramite armor and crushing the flesh beneath. The ultramarine fell, and his battle brothers descended in fury on the dreadnought that had struck him down. But it was too late. The damage was done. Castus had struck down a son of Ultramar, not intentionally, not willingly, but his body, his frame, his weapon had dealt the killing blow. Inside his sarcophagus, in the darkness that housed what remained of his biological form, something broke. Some final thread of hope, or resistance, or sanity simply gave way. The assault marines damaged Castus severely in their vengeance. They tore off his rocket launcher, ripped apart his secondary weapons, damaged his locomotion systems to the point where his left leg barely functioned. But they didn't destroy him completely. Either their ammunition ran low, or reinforcements forced them to withdraw, or some other tactical consideration pulled them back. The big mech managed to extract his creation from the immediate combat zone, dragging the broken dreadnought back toward orc lines. Castus's systems were failing. His consciousness flickered. And finally, mercy came in the form of forced hibernation, as his damaged systems could no longer sustain full awareness. The darkness took him, and in that darkness, he found strange comfort. If he could not die, at least he could sleep. At least he could not witness what his body was being used for. At least there could be periods where awareness ceased and the nightmare temporarily ended. He prayed to the Emperor, or to Gilliman, or to whatever force might hear the prayers of the damned, that the Ultramarines would find him before the Orcs repaired him, that his brothers would show him mercy, even if it meant destroying his chassis completely, that someone, anyone, would end this existence that had ceased to be service and had become only suffering. In the aftermath of the battle, the Ultramarines recovered their fallen brother, the sergeant who had been struck down. His body was retrieved with full honors, his gene seed harvested to create future warriors. During the recovery operation, the apothecaries found traces of ceramite on his armor that didn't match any Orc weapon, traces that were consistent with Dreadnought armor. The realization spread through the 4th Company like a shadow. One of their ancient ones was out there, in Orc hands, being used against them. The hunt for Brother Castus took on new urgency. This was no longer just about recovering lost equipment or honoring the fallen. It was about ending the suffering of one of their own, whatever form that ending had to take. The tragic irony is that both sides now wanted essentially the same thing, though for different reasons. The Ultramarines wanted to find Castus to end his torment and deny the Orcs their weapon. The Orcs wanted to keep their prized, looted Dreadnought functioning and bring it back into battle. The difference was that the Orcs had possession and the Ultramarines had only determination. In the vast forests and contested territories of Espandor, in the chaos of ongoing battles and constant Orc movement, actually locating one specific war machine proved almost impossible. Brother Castus's consciousness remained in hibernation for an unknown period. Days, weeks, possibly longer. When awareness returned, it came slowly and painfully. His systems had been repaired again, though how extensively he couldn't immediately determine. He was in a different location, not the workshop where he'd been modified, but some kind of forward position. The sounds around him suggested an active war zone, and his power systems were coming online, which meant the Orcs were preparing to deploy him again. The nightmare was not over. It might never be over. If there is an ending to this story, it likely comes in one of several forms, none of them pleasant. Perhaps the Ultramarines finally locate the Orc settlement where Castus is being held. They deploy overwhelming force, willing to accept casualties they would normally avoid, driven by the absolute necessity of recovering their brother. The strike is surgical and devastating. The Orcs die to the last before they can mount serious resistance. And in the ruins of the workshop, the Ultramarines find him. The Tech Marines examine what the Orcs have done, their expressions unreadable behind their helmets. The chaplain approaches and places a hand on the defiled chassis, and with sorrow deeper than oceans, the chaplain gives the order. Brother Castus is granted the Emperor's peace. His reactor is shut down cleanly. His consciousness fades not into forced hibernation, but into true rest. His gene seed, miraculously still viable within the sarcophagus, is harvested, and what remains of his chassis is given full funeral rites, every Orc modification removed, the sacred blue and gold restored, before his honored remains are interred in the chapter's halls of remembrance. Or perhaps the ending is more brutal. Castus is deployed in battle again and again, each time fighting against Imperial forces. The Orcs use him until his systems fail, beyond even their ability to repair. The power core finally gives out, or the life support systems break down, or accumulated damage reaches a point where no amount of mech tinkering can restore function. In this scenario, Castus dies among Orcs, used as a weapon against everything he fought for, his final moments spent in the service of the Greenskins. The Orcs, pragmatic as ever, strip his chassis for parts, and move on to the next battle. Brother Castus becomes just another casualty of the long war, his fate unknown to his chapter, his name eventually fading from memory as centuries pass and new heroes rise to take his place. There is a third possibility, perhaps the darkest. The campaign on Espandor ends without Castus being recovered. The Ultramarines drive the Orcs off-world through attrition, superior tactics, and the eventual arrival of reinforcements. But some Orcs escape, taking their loot with them, and among that loot is one heavily modified Dreadnought. He ends up in the hands of a freebooter warband, mercenary Orcs who travel between conflicts. For years, decades, perhaps centuries, Castus is dragged across the galaxy, fighting in battles on worlds he's never heard of, against enemies that mean nothing to him. He becomes a legend among certain Orc groups, the Ultramarine Stomper, or some equally crude name. The Ultramarines hear rumors of him occasionally, scattered reports from other chapters or Imperial forces who faced a looted dreadnought bearing traces of Ultramarine colors. But he's always gone before they can respond, moved by the chaotic nature of Orc warfare to the next battle, the next world, the next horror. In any of these scenarios, the fundamental tragedy remains the same. Brother Castus, who served the Ultramarines with honor for 6 centuries, who survived wounds that would have killed lesser Marines, who was preserved in the sacred form of a dreadnought to continue that service, ends up as a victim of the most profound violation imaginable. He becomes a weapon wielded against everything he fought for, transformed from hero to horror, not through any choice of his own, but through the simple bad fortune of falling into Orc hands. This raises uncomfortable questions that the Imperium rarely addresses. What are the ethical implications of dreadnought technology? The interred warriors are told they're being honored, that they'll continue serving the Emperor. And this is true, to an extent, but they're also being trapped in a half-life of endless warfare with no genuine rest, no peace, only the periods of forced hibernation between battles. When a dreadnought pilot falls into enemy hands, as sometimes happens despite all precautions, the suffering that results is beyond what most can imagine. The pilot remains aware, remains conscious, throughout whatever horrors their captors inflict. For a warrior culture that values death in battle as the ultimate service, this immortality becomes a curse. The Ultramarines would never speak of this publicly. Such discussions would undermine the honor of the dreadnought ritual, would make future candidates hesitate before accepting interment. But in the privacy of chapter councils, in the quiet moments when chaplains and apothecaries discuss the fates of their warriors, these concerns must exist. How many ancient ones have suffered similar fates over the 10 millennia since the Horus heresy? How many remain in captivity, their consciousness trapped in shells used by the enemies of mankind? How many have endured torments far worse than death because their chapters valued their experience too much to let them rest? For the individual Orcs involved, none of this matters. The Big Mech who modified Castus probably never gave a thought to the consciousness inside the machine. To him, it was just an interesting mechanical puzzle, a chance to show off his skills and create something impressive. The Gretchen who helped with the work saw it as just another task, no different from maintaining a looted tank or building a new chopper. The war boss who deployed the modified dreadnought in battle cared only about its effectiveness as a weapon, that it had once been a hero of the Imperium, that it contained a suffering soul, that its very existence represented a profound tragedy. None of this registered in the Orc psyche. They saw only a valuable piece of loot that could kill things and that made their warband stronger. This fundamental disconnect between how the two sides view technology and war makes the tragedy more complete. To the Ultramarines, a dreadnought is a reliquary, a shrine, a brother given eternal life to continue his service. To the Orcs, it's just a fancy weapon platform that happens to have better construction than their usual vehicles. They don't desecrate it out of malice or desire to inflict suffering. They modify it the same way they modify everything else they capture, with no awareness of the sanctity they're violating or the pain they're causing. The horror is accidental, which somehow makes it worse. The question of whether anything could be done to prevent such scenarios reveals the limitations of both cultures. The Ultramarines could destroy their dreadnoughts before allowing them to fall into enemy hands, but this runs counter to their entire philosophy of preservation and honor. It would mean killing their ancient ones rather than risking capture, turning what should be a glorious fate into a conditional one dependent on tactical circumstances. The alternative would be to abandon the dreadnought tradition entirely, to simply grant the Emperor's peace to mortally wounded Marines, rather than preserving them in mechanical bodies. But this would deprive the chapter of invaluable experience and tactical wisdom, of living links to their history, of heroes who can continue serving for millennia. From the Orc perspective, preventing this specific horror would require them to fundamentally change their nature, which is impossible. Orcs loot. It's what they do. Asking them not to take valuable equipment from battlefields would be like asking water not to flow downhill. Even if an individual Orc could be made to understand the suffering they were causing, which is doubtful given their psychological makeup, they would still take the equipment because the instinct to loot is stronger than any moral consideration could be. The WAG field that makes their technology work is also the force that drives them to acquire more technology. The two aspects are inseparable. As we conclude this examination of a nightmare scenario playing out on the worlds of Ultramar, we must acknowledge that such events, while perhaps not common, are also not unique. Somewhere in the galaxy right now, other dreadnoughts are suffering similar fates. Orcs are not the only ones who capture Space Marine equipment. Chaos warbands do so, and conduct rituals of corruption and desecration, far more deliberately cruel than anything Orcs manage through simple ignorance. Dark Eldar might capture a dreadnought and keep its pilot alive indefinitely for their amusement, inflicting torments that make Orc modifications seem merciful by comparison. Even Necrons might take interest in the combination of living tissue and machine, conducting experiments that violate the very concept of consciousness. For the Ultramarines specifically, each such loss reminds them that even their ordered, disciplined approach to warfare cannot prevent all tragedies. Guilliman's Codex Astartes provides tactics and strategies for nearly every situation, but it cannot account for the chaos of the galaxy, the sheer weight of numbers that enemies can bring, the simple bad luck that sometimes puts a revered warrior in an impossible situation. The Sons of Ultramar pride themselves on their ability to adapt, to overcome, to find solutions where none seem to exist. But some problems have no good solutions. Some losses cannot be recovered. Some brothers cannot be saved. The warriors of the Fourth Company who fought alongside Brother Castus before his fall, who searched for him after his capture, who continue hoping for either his rescue or at least the recovery of his remains, they carry this burden with them. Every battle against Orcs holds the possibility of encountering their lost brother. Every looted vehicle they destroy could theoretically have been him. Every victory feels incomplete because one of their ancient ones remains unaccounted for. The chapter will not forget. The Ultramarines never forget their fallen. But memory, honor, and determination cannot always overcome the brutal realities of warfare in the 41st millennium. If there is any meaning to be found in this tragedy, it lies in the reminder of what the Imperium fights for. The galaxy is full of horrors. The enemies of mankind are countless, varied, and often incomprehensible in their motives and methods. Orcs are perhaps the most straightforward of these enemies, lacking the malevolent intelligence of chaos or the predatory cruelty of Dark Eldar. But even straightforward enemies can inflict profound suffering through their simple nature. The Orcs don't need to understand what they're doing to a dreadnought pilot to make it a horror. The violation of something sacred, the transformation of a hero into a mockery of everything they stood for. These things happen simply because Orcs are what they are and do what they do. This is why the Imperium fights. Not just to conquer and expand, not just to enforce the Emperor's will across the stars, but to protect humanity from fates like this. Every world that falls to orcs becomes a nightmare for its inhabitants. Every battle lost means more suffering, more violation, more transformation of order into chaos. The Ultramarines, standing as they do on the edge of civilized space, manning the borders of Ultramar against all threats, understand this better than most. They fight not just for glory or duty, though both matter, but because the alternative is unthinkable. Behind them lie worlds where citizens can live decent lives, where justice prevails, where the Imperium's promise of protection is actually fulfilled. Before them lies the darkness that would consume all of this given the chance. So the battle continues. The Fourth Company prosecutes the war against the orcs on Espandor with renewed determination. Every mech workshop destroyed is a small victory. Every orc warlord slain weakens the WAG. Every recovered piece of looted equipment is one less weapon in enemy hands. And always, in the back of every Ultramarine's mind, is the knowledge that one of their own is out there somewhere, suffering in ways that honor cannot ease and duty cannot prevent. They fight harder because of this. They push deeper into enemy territory. They take risks they might otherwise avoid. Because Brother Castus, venerable, ancient of the Ultramarines, deserves better than this. He deserves either rescue or rest, and until one of those is achieved, the chapter will not relent. Such is the grim reality of warfare in the 41st millennium. Such are the costs of standing against the darkness. And such is the fate that befalls those unlucky enough to fall into the hands of the orcs when serving the Imperium of Man. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and sometimes there are fates worse than death. For Brother Castus and others like him, they have learned this truth in the most personal and horrifying way possible. They have become living testaments to the cruelty of the galaxy, to the sufferings that can be inflicted without malice, to the violations that occur when sacred things fall into profane hands. We remember them. We honor their sacrifice, even as we acknowledge the horror of what they endure. And we understand that in a galaxy of endless war, such tragedies will continue to unfold, whether we wish them to or not. The only response is to fight harder, to never give up the search for the lost, to grant mercy where mercy can be given, and to ensure that such fates are avenged even if they cannot be prevented. This is the way of the Ultramarines. This is the burden they carry. And this is the price of war in the grim darkness of the far future. If you enjoyed this deep exploration into the dark corners of Warhammer lore, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that like button. Share your thoughts in the comments about this scenario and what you think should be the fate of captured dreadnoughts. Until next time, stay vigilant, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. In the deep vaults beneath fortress monasteries across the Imperium, where shadows cling to ancient stone and the air tastes of consecrated oils and incense smoke, there rest beings who should not exist. They are neither fully alive nor truly dead, suspended in a twilight state between service and oblivion. These are the dreadnoughts, walking sarcophagi containing the remnants of heroes too valuable to die, yet too broken to live as they once did. And among them, the rarest and most revered are those who fought during the Horus heresy itself. 10,000 years ago, when the Imperium burned and brother slew brother in the galaxy's greatest betrayal. These ancient ones carry memories that span millennia. They witnessed the Great Crusade at its height, when the Emperor of mankind walked among his sons and led humanity toward a glorious secular future. They stood in the presence of the Primarchs before corruption twisted half of them into demon princes. They fought on battlefields whose names are now legend: Istvan, Calth, Prospero, Terra itself. They remember what the Imperium was meant to be before faith replaced reason and superstition devoured enlightenment. Yet when their younger brothers gather around their sarcophagi seeking wisdom, when chaplains reverently inquire about the old days, when chapter masters request counsel on matters of tradition and history, these ancient warriors grow strangely silent on one particular subject. Ask them about tactical doctrines from the Great Crusade, and they will speak at length. Question them about the fighting characteristics of legions long since splintered or fallen, and they will provide detailed analyses. But ask them about the emperor himself, about what he was like, what he said, what he truly wanted for humanity, and something shifts in their mechanical voices. Answers become vague, memories suddenly unclear, ancient optical sensors seeming to look past their questioners into distances measured not in kilometers, but in centuries of accumulated sorrow. This silence is not accidental. It is not the simple memory loss that afflicts even these superhuman warriors after millennia of stasis sleep. No, this is something more deliberate, more profound, and infinitely more tragic. The heresy-era dreadnoughts won't talk about the Emperor, because to do so would be to shatter the very foundations upon which the modern Imperium stands. It would be to reveal that everything the Imperium has become, a theocratic nightmare of religious fanaticism, ignorant superstition, and brutal oppression, is the exact opposite of everything the Emperor fought to create. These ancient warriors carry a burden heavier than their adamantium shells, more crushing than the weight of centuries. They remember the truth. And in the Imperium of the 41st millennium, truth has become the greatest heresy of all. To understand why these ancient dreadnoughts maintain their silence, we must first journey back 10,000 years, to an age when the galaxy trembled before the advance of the Imperium's military might, and the Emperor's vision seemed on the verge of reshaping human civilization forever. We must understand what the Emperor truly was during the Great Crusade, before myth and worship transformed him into something he never claimed to be, something he actively fought against becoming. Only then can we comprehend the terrible weight these ancient warriors bear, the contradiction they embody, and why speaking the truth they know would be tantamount to destroying everything they've spent 10 millennia defending. The Emperor's imperial truth. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor of mankind stood not as a god, but as the ultimate expression of human potential and scientific achievement. He was a towering figure, yes, possessed of psychic powers that dwarfed even the mightiest psykers. But he presented himself as fundamentally human, elevated but not divine. More importantly, he championed a philosophy that would define the early Imperium's character and shape its expansion across the stars. This was the imperial truth, and it was as much a weapon as any bolt gun or chainsword the legions Astartes carried into battle. The imperial truth was brutally simple in its core assertion. There are no gods. Not in the Materium, not in the Empyrean realm of the warp. Nowhere in the universe did deities exist. The supernatural was dismissed as superstition, miracles were explained as undiscovered science, and faith was condemned as the enemy of human progress. The Emperor demanded that humanity abandon religion entirely, that they cast aside the chains of belief and embrace reason, logic, and scientific method as their guides. This was not presented as suggestion or preference. It was fundamental law, enforced with the same ruthless efficiency that characterized all of the Emperor's designs. Space Marines were indoctrinated in the imperial truth from their earliest days as neophytes. The doctrine was woven into every aspect of their training and conditioning. They learned that the universe operated according to natural laws that could be understood and manipulated through knowledge and technology. The warp was presented not as a realm of demons and dark gods, but as an alternative dimension of psychic energy, dangerous certainly, but no more supernatural than a black hole or neutron star. Psykers were tools to be controlled and utilized, not feared as witches or celebrated as miracle workers. Faith, they were taught, was a crutch for the weak-minded, a failure of logic that led civilizations into stagnation and barbarism. This philosophy wasn't mere atheistic propaganda. The Emperor had specific, calculated reasons for promoting it. He understood something that most humans couldn't comprehend. That belief itself had power in a universe where thought and emotion could bleed through into real space. The chaos gods in the warp, fed on worship, grew stronger with every prayer, every sacrifice, every act of devotion. By denying their existence, by refusing to acknowledge them, the Emperor sought to starve them of the psychic energy they needed to manifest. It was a grand strategic gambit, spanning generations, an attempt to weaken the dark gods by convincing humanity to simply stop believing in anything at all beyond themselves and their potential for greatness. The iterators, orators of extraordinary skill, who traveled with the expeditionary fleets, spread this message to every world the Imperium conquered. On countless planets across the galaxy, ancient temples were razed, religious texts were burned, and priests were given the choice to embrace the imperial truth or face execution. This was presented not as oppression, but as liberation. Freedom from the lies that had kept humanity divided and weak during Old Night. The Emperor positioned himself not as humanity's master, but as its guide toward a rational, scientific future where mankind would claim its rightful place as the dominant species in the galaxy. The Space Marines, who fought in this era, who would later be interred in dreadnoughts, absorbed this teaching completely. They witnessed the Emperor not in the devotional sense of worship, but in the practical sense of following a supreme military commander. When he spoke with them, he discussed tactics, strategy, logistics, the concrete concerns of warfare and conquest. When he addressed his sons, the Primarchs, he spoke of duty and purpose, not divinity and faith. He was powerful beyond measure, brilliant beyond compare, but he was not, by his own insistence, a god. This is the Emperor that Bjorn the Fell-Handed knew. This is the Emperor that ancient Rylanor served. This is the Emperor whose truth was absolute, whose word was law, whose vision shaped the destinies of billions. They fought not for a deity, but for a dream, a secular, rational imperium where humanity would rise above superstition and reclaim the stars through science and strength. And this is the Emperor whose very existence, whose current state worshipped by trillions as the God Emperor of mankind, represents the ultimate betrayal of everything he claimed to stand for. This is why the ancient dreadnoughts remained silent. Because to tell the truth about the Emperor, they knew would be to admit that the Imperium has become everything he fought against, and that perhaps, in some cosmic irony that would have horrified him, his own apotheosis into godhood was the greatest victory the forces of chaos ever achieved. The imperial truth wasn't just philosophy. It was binding doctrine enforced with lethal efficiency. The Emperor created the position of chaplain within the Legiones Astartes, specifically to maintain ideological purity, to ensure that no Space Marine fell back into the primitive thinking of faith and worship. These chaplains were watchdogs of rationalism, tasked with rooting out any hint of religious thinking before it could take hold. When the Primarch Lorgar, always the most spiritual of the Emperor's sons, began erecting temples and conducting worship ceremonies, venerating the Emperor as divine, the response was brutal and swift. The Emperor personally led the Ultramarines to the world of Monarchia, one of Lorgar's greatest achievements, a city transformed into a monument of faith. There, before the assembled Wordbearers Legion, the Emperor ordered the entire city razed to the ground. He forced Lorgar and his sons to kneel in the ashes, humiliated them before their brother legions, and made it absolutely clear that such worship was not merely unwelcome, it was abhorrent to him. The message couldn't have been more explicit. The Emperor was not a god, would never accept worship as a god, and would destroy anyone who insisted otherwise. This moment, this absolute rejection of divinity, was witnessed by countless Space Marines, including many who would later find themselves interred in dreadnought sarcophagi. They saw the Emperor's fury at being worshipped, saw his disgust at religious devotion, How then, they might wonder, during their long centuries of half-sleep, would he react to what the Imperium has become? How would he judge the ecclesiarchy, the imperial cult, the trillions who pray to him daily as the God Emperor? The question is so devastating that even contemplating it feels like betrayal. What these ancient dreadnoughts also know, what very few in the modern Imperium comprehend, is that the imperial truth was itself a lie, or at best, a necessary deception. The Emperor knew full well that gods existed in the warp. He had trafficked with them, bargained with them when he created the Primarchs. He understood their nature, their hunger, their terrible power. But he also understood that acknowledging their existence would give them power, would feed them with the psychic energy of belief and fear. So he lied, crafting a worldview that denied what he knew to be true, gambling that ignorance could be weaponized against entities that fed on worship and attention. This was perhaps his greatest secret, one that would contribute directly to the Horus heresy. When the War Master confronted demons for the first time, when the supernatural tore through the veil of reality at Davin, Horus had no framework for understanding what he faced. The imperial truth had left the legions psychologically unprepared for the true nature of the warp, vulnerable to manipulation precisely because they'd been taught such manipulation was impossible. The Emperor's deception, necessary as it might have been, became one of the weapons Chaos used to tear the Imperium apart. The heresy-era dreadnoughts witnessed this contradiction unfold in real time. They saw the imperial truth shatter as demons manifested on 1,000 battlefields. They watched as their brothers, indoctrinated to believe the supernatural impossible, struggled to comprehend entities that shouldn't exist according to everything they'd been taught. Some broke under the weight of that cognitive dissonance, their rigid materialist worldview crumbling when confronted with horrors that defied natural law. Others adapted, but the trauma of having their foundational beliefs demolished while fighting for their lives left scars that millennia of stasis sleep couldn't erase. These ancient warriors remember the Emperor's grand vision and its fundamental dishonesty. They remember fighting for a truth that was, at best, incomplete, at worst, a strategic deception that contributed to the very catastrophe it was meant to prevent. And now, 10,000 years later, they watch as that failed deception has been replaced by something far worse. Religious fanaticism that the Emperor would have destroyed with the same merciless efficiency he brought to Monarchia. The irony is so bitter, so crushing, that speaking of it risks madness. When younger brothers ask these ancient dreadnoughts about the Emperor's teachings, about the imperial truth, about the secular crusade they fought in his name, what answer can they give? To speak honestly would be to reveal that the modern Imperium is built on the corpse of everything the Emperor claimed to represent. To remain silent is to participate in the greatest lie, the transformation of the galaxy's most militant atheist into its supreme deity. The Ancient Ones are trapped between truth and duty, between memory and necessity, and so they choose the only path that allows them to continue serving. They simply don't discuss it at all. The psychology of eternal imprisonment. To understand why heresy-era dreadnoughts maintain their silence about the Emperor, we must first comprehend the psychological nightmare of dreadnought interment itself. The process of becoming a dreadnought is often romanticized in imperial propaganda, presented as the highest honor a space marine can receive. The chance to serve beyond death, to become a legendary warrior whose name will echo through the ages. The reality is far darker, a horror that even the chapter's own battle brothers struggle to fully grasp. When a space marine is mortally wounded, his body broken beyond even the extraordinary capabilities of apothecary medicine to repair, he faces what should be death. His spine might be shattered, his organs ruptured beyond regeneration, his limbs destroyed. For a normal human, these injuries would be instantly fatal. For a space marine, with their redundant organs and enhanced healing, they represent something worse, a state where death would be mercy, but survival remains technically possible. This is when the chapter's leadership faces a terrible decision. Let this hero die with honor, or condemn him to existence as a dreadnought. The interment process is brutal beyond description. What little remains of the warrior's body, usually just the torso, often not even that much, is carefully extracted from his ruined power armor. His remaining limbs are amputated if they haven't been already lost. His broken body is then suspended in amniotic fluid within a sarcophagus barely large enough to contain what's left of him. His nervous system is hardwired directly into the dreadnought's systems through thousands of neural interfaces, each one a pathway for pain as much as for control. His eyes are removed and replaced with optical feeds from the dreadnought's sensors. His voice, if he can speak at all, becomes a mechanical rasp projected through external speakers. What the propaganda doesn't mention is the sensory horror of this transformation. Imagine being able to see, but only through cameras mounted on a walking tank, to hear, but filtered through audio pickups that turn every sound into electronic noise, to speak, but with a voice that's no longer your own, mechanical and cold. Most devastating of all, imagine never feeling anything again. No warmth of the sun, no cool touch of water, no sensation of wind on your face. The Space Marine's sense of touch, once enhanced beyond human norm, is gone forever. They can register pressure and impact through the dreadnought systems, translated into data their brain can process, but it's not feeling. It's information without sensation, awareness without experience. The psychological impact of this transformation is catastrophic. Many newly interred dreadnoughts experience what can only be described as a complete psychotic break. They scream through their Vox speakers for days or fall into a catatonic state, their consciousness retreating from the horror of their new existence. Some never recover, their minds fragmented by the trauma, becoming little more than organic weapons systems that must be carefully managed by the chapter's tech marines. Even those who adapt, who find some way to maintain their sanity and sense of self, carry the scars forever. This is why dreadnoughts spend most of their existence in stasis sleep. The common explanation given to outsiders is that the machinery is too precious to risk in minor engagements, or that the dreadnought's combat effectiveness is too valuable to waste on routine operations. While these factors are considerations, the deeper truth is darker. Keeping dreadnoughts awake for extended periods drives them insane. The extended neural interface with a machine as massive and complex as a dreadnought creates immense mental stress. Conditions like lethargy, confusion, dyschronometria, the inability to accurately perceive the passage of time, and eventually senility set in if the warrior remains conscious for too long. The mercy, if it can be called that, is stasis sleep. Between battles, the dreadnought is returned to the chapter's sanctum, where tech marines disconnect the sarcophagus from the dreadnought chassis and place it in suspended animation. For the warrior inside, this isn't restful sleep in any conventional sense. It's a kind of death, a void so complete that when they're awakened, sometimes decades, sometimes centuries, later, they often don't remember falling asleep at all. Time becomes meaningless, consciousness fractured across spans that would drive any mortal mind to complete insanity. For Heresy-era dreadnoughts, this temporal dislocation is magnified exponentially. They've been asleep not for decades, but for millennia. Each awakening brings them into a world they barely recognize, where their battle brothers are strangers, where their chapter's traditions have evolved beyond anything they knew, where the very language has shifted and changed. Imagine going to sleep in one civilization and waking in another, again and again, century after century, until the disconnect between past and present becomes an unbridgeable chasm in your mind. Memory degrades in this process, not just from the biological aging of the organic brain matter kept alive in the sarcophagus, but from the repeated trauma of stasis and awakening. The ancient ones forget, not all at once, but gradually, inexorably. Faces blur together, names become uncertain, events that once seemed crystal clear develop a fog around them, details slipping away like water through clenched fingers. The oldest dreadnoughts sometimes can't remember which of their memories are real and which might be reconstructions. Dreams created by a mind desperate to maintain some sense of continuity across vast gulfs of time. Yet remarkably, certain memories persist with perfect clarity. Battle memories often remain sharp. The weight of a bolter, the satisfying crunch of an enemy's skull under a power fist, the tactical situations that required quick thinking and decisive action. These memories are reinforced each time the dreadnought fights, each awakening that throws them back into combat. But the softer memories, the human moments, conversations with battle brothers, moments of quiet reflection, the emotional context that gave meaning to their service, these fade faster. The dreadnought becomes increasingly a weapon that remembers how to fight but forgets why it cares. A tragic transformation that strips away everything that made them more than mere tools of war. For those rare dreadnoughts who witnessed the Horus Heresy, who fought alongside the Emperor himself, this degradation of memory becomes another reason for silence. How can they speak with certainty about the Emperor when their own minds have become unreliable narrators? The faces of the Primarchs blur in their recollection. The exact words the Emperor spoke grow uncertain. Was that conversation with Rogel Dawn or Guilliman? Did the Emperor really say that? Or is it a memory constructed from hearing others' accounts repeated over the centuries? The Ancient Ones are no longer sure they can trust their own recollections, and the uncertainty becomes another barrier to sharing what they remember. Moreover, the psychological survival mechanism that allows dreadnoughts to endure their existence involves a degree of detachment from their former humanity. To maintain sanity across millennia of metal entombment, they must learn to let go of what they were, to embrace what they've become. This means forgetting, not just accidentally, but deliberately, choosing which memories to hold on to and which to release, because holding everything would drive them mad. The memories of the Emperor, of the Great Crusade, of the Imperium as it was meant to be, these are often among the first to go. Released because keeping them hurts too much, because the contrast with what the Imperium has become is too painful to bear. Some Heresy-era dreadnoughts have genuinely forgotten what the Emperor was like. Their organic memories faded beyond recovery. Others remember but have convinced themselves they don't. A psychological defense mechanism against the cognitive dissonance of serving an Imperium that betrays everything they fought for. Still others remember with perfect clarity, but have learned that sharing those memories brings only pain. The pain of watching younger brothers struggle to reconcile their faith with historical truth. The pain of seeing the fear and doubt that truth creates. The pain of being labeled heretical for speaking documented